that 3-year-old that passed was only supposed to be in that body for 3. That soul came to only be in that body for those 3 years. We, with our human our human mind, can't conceive of why would that be okay. And God's like, well, that child came and did what it needed to do.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And it was time to leave that body.
Yeah.
Right. But we don't want to. We believe we're all supposed to be here until we're 110, and everybody has perfect health and everything's great. But
which goes back to selfishness.
Exactly.
Right.
But it's not going to be the case. And
right.
I tell people, so even your struggles were put there purposely so that you can learn something, grow. Where do we go to bring it back to each person has a very important purpose to being here? Because how many people that are sweeping the floor go home at night and feel like they're just nothing? Like my dad's a perfect example. As a mechanic, he's like, well, I'm just like a greasy monkey. I'm like, dude, your service is extremely valuable. Yeah. Like, not all of us
people gotta drive places, right?
I was like, we use vehicles to get us from point A to point B. We need your service, right?
Right.
But he thought of himself a lot less than. Like, perfect example is he would look at me as a paramedic and him as a mechanic, and he's like, look at what you're doing. And I was like, I'm just fixing people. You're fixing cars. We're both doing something valuable. And I feel like that's why you have the youth, especially, and that's who we're all being programmed at all times, right? And so unless you realize the power of our mind, and we can pull away from those things, so that's why I tell people, like I tell the kids all the time, think about what you're consuming all the time. What are you consuming? Music, movies, all these things. Is it glamorizing you, killing people? Right. Social media, or are you actually like looking at how can I go make a difference in the world and actually like uplift everybody?
Thank you for choosing to listen to another life-altering conversation on the Why Can't We Talk About That podcast. You have made a wise choice, and your life will be altered. In what way? Well, that depends on you. As mentioned on the last episode, the show is now on YouTube in its entirety. Please go there and subscribe to the Why Can't We Talk About That YouTube channel. Please continue to share these episodes with everyone that you think might enjoy them, and please let me know of anyone who you think would be a good guest to have on the show. Send me feedback to whycan'twetallkaboutThat at proton.me. I am very thankful for all of you that have been doing these things, so thanks. For today's episode, I had a great conversation with Brian Moles, a behavioral therapist who works with high school kids with special needs. He also coaches football and track, and does transformational coaching. Brian also has his own podcast called Warriors of Light 111, so be sure to check that out as well. You can find it over on the YouTubes. Michelle Aquino, who was on episode 41 of Season 2, was the one who recommended Brian as a guest. And just to let you know ahead of time, Michelle accompanied Brian for the session, so you will hear her pop in every now and then. I just didn't want you to think that Brian had some weird split personality thing where he kept going between male and female voices like Norman Bates. Brian and I talked about some really cool stuff, and it was a pleasure getting to know him. Enjoy the conversation.
Politics topics a lot more than I would see.
Yeah.
He already has that on me, though.
Yeah, we went pretty deep in that, actually, with the music stuff. Remember, I was all surprised at how much punk rock you like, which kind of surprised me.
Last night he said something to me in bed, and he's part of this group for because he coached football. Your Diamond.
Some dumb text thread thing. I think it's retarded too, but
one of the coaches calls it Diamond Dogs.
The head coach.
Then I said Diamond Brothers, and that made me think of Moron Brothers.
Oh, yeah.
Let me play you this song.
There you go. And what'd you think? Were you like, this is terrible?
No. Because the music that I was more into forever was like Stained and
nice.
Incubus, bands like that. You know what I mean? Like those were all my
Okay.
bands,
How old are you?
43, just turned 43.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, so it was late 2000s, early 2000s kind of.
Yeah.
Kind of the grunge scene, the second wave of it.
Okay.
Like all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I love that stuff.
Yeah.
Man, that Stain, Break the Cycle.
Stains, I love it. So that was like my stuff that I'm big time into, you know what I mean?
Okay.
So if I listen to music, that's the stuff I would listen to.
Okay, so you're more like rock kind of stuff mostly?
More like rock, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Yep, absolutely.
Very cool. So maybe you're going to learn some stuff today that you didn't know about him. You know, maybe he'll be like,
maybe
he'll like
know a lot about each other.
Yeah. How long have you guys been together now? It's been
6 months.
6 months. So it's pretty new then.
Yeah.
Have you known each other longer than that?
Our souls have. Our literal first date was like, holy crap! Like, how did I meet the other part of me? You know what I mean? It was. And I never felt that way going on a date with somebody. I was just, normally you have whatever, you have the little initial nonsense, but then it's like, it fades very quickly. And then with her, it was even just to talk. Like, we talked on the phone for like 3 hours the day before we went out.
Oh, wow.
And it was interesting. And I was very already like kind of intrigued, And then got into the date, and the date was like 6.5 hours the first date. And it was just, it flowed. So we were like, and that's what I told her. I was like, I was definitely not one to pursue, and she had her stuff trying to push away. So she was just like her fear based stuff. So she's trying to avoid things, and and there was something inside of me that was like, don't let it just like. Normally I'd be like, whatever, you want to push away, see it, And with her, I was just like, nah. I was like, there's something more. So,
okay. Awesome, man. Well, I'm happy for you guys. That's awesome. That's really cool. Yeah. People don't usually find that.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's what we say. It's like it seems super rare. Just being in our 40s and in the relationships we've been in, it's nothing. Yeah. Like, it's very different for me.
Okay.
So,
okay.
Very good. Though.
So give me some background on you. Did you grow up in the area? Or you
grew up in the Central Valley. So like, I don't know if you know where Merced's at.
I've heard of it.
Fresno, Merced, that area.
Okay.
Grew up there.
Beautiful summers over there.
Yeah. 110 degrees if you like to bake, It's wonderful. Yeah. Grew up there, in that hellhole. Lived when I was like 19, moved to San Jose, lived in San Jose area for a while. Okay. Became a paramedic. Well, I was an EMT for about a year and a half, became a paramedic very young. Started working up in San Jose, lived in Santa Cruz for a few years, and ended up back in the Valley as a medic. Why, I don't know. Okay. But spent several years there. Did law enforcement. I was like on the SWAT team, part of that.
Oh, wow. You've done a bunch of stuff then.
Yeah, did that for several years. Did some fire stuff for a little while.
Okay.
Ended up getting out of all of that in like 2017, opening my own business. So I went into like mind, body, and soul, just like coaching, training. Okay. Did that for several years. Moved to North Carolina. Lived in North Carolina for almost 3 years, I think.
Even better summers over there.
Yeah. Rain off.
Because now you got the humidity and the heat and the yuck.
So lived over there and moved back. Just over a year ago, and I met her about six months after I moved back. Okay. So I've been back here in California just over a year.
Why this area? Like, what brought you to this area?
My mom lived in AG by herself. Okay. And so when my son was in the military, he was out in North Carolina. That's why I moved out there, to be around my grandkids.
Okay. Grandkids at 43. Okay.
My son. I had my son when I was 17.
Okay.
So he's 25. He has 3 kids. And so,
dang.
Yeah. He and his ex-wife.
Wow.
He and his oldest son's gonna be 5, youngest will be 3, and then he has a daughter. That's gonna be 1.
Wow, man.
So
that's gnarly.
I know. So I moved out there to be around the boys, and then I still had my business here. Was flying back and forth, doing all that. Finally sold the business. Yeah. And then he decided to get out of the military early, and he's like, "Let's go back to California." I'm like, "Why?" So
yeah, exactly.
I was like, why? Dude? Yeah, I was like, why, man? I was like, sincerely.
Well,
like,
now
why?
You know why.
That's what I said though. That's what I told her. I was like, I knew I had to be. See, I believe in everything happens for a divine purpose. I was I was brought back to meet her. You know what I mean? Because otherwise, I didn't want to come back.
Right.
I didn't want to come back at all. But I was like, all right, whatever. I guess we're going back. And then my mom was like, why don't you just come stay in AG for a little bit and then figure out what you want to do. Okay. And then I actually reopened a business, different name, whatever. Okay. Similar concept, back in the Valley. Started doing that for a little bit with a business partner. And then my business partner, she was all over the place. So it was like, I just saw that going down. And when she finally said, I don't know if I was like, sweet. And her and I had already got together. It worked out perfect. So I was like, because we wanted to be together anyway. So I was just like,
so you're the new business partner?
Yeah, right? Yeah.
In a sense.
In life as a whole.
Yeah.
So it was good. It worked out perfect. And then, ended up here.
Nice, man.
Yeah.
I'm say, because other than the weather, I don't really see any reason to want to come to California.
No, well, that's what I mean. I mean, it's just, there's so many better places. I tell people all the time, there's so many better places to live. Yeah. Not just North Carolina. I mean, there's way better places to live where it's just much more free, much more, like, the cost of living is way different. Yes. I mean, in North Carolina, I owned a house, like, my mortgage was just over $1,000 a month, and it was, like, a nice house with a beautiful property. I'm like, and
that's crazy.
Like this hellhole. And look what you get for that, Right. It's like nothing.
Right, yeah.
Hello.
Well, yes. Other than you,
we're talking practical stuff here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
No, I get it.
It's I mean, for people that have grown up here, I mean, I was born and raised here. I've only been out of here for 8 months.
Oh, really?
I lived down in San Diego, which isn't that different. I mean, other than that, it's nicer there than Santa Maria. But about 8 months lived down there when my now wife moved down there because we met when she was 15. I was 18 when we met. I always say 17 because I told her I was 17 when we met because I was That's another story. But anyway, so she ended up her parents moved down there like a month after we met, and it was one of those things where we were like, we're going to break this off. We've known each other a month. This is ridiculous. There's no way we're going to try to do this long distance thing. It's a 5-hour drive. I mean, I barely had my license, and it just didn't. We weren't able to. I mean, she got like, I think down in LA somewhere, she ended up at a gas station where her parents stopped for gas, and she ended up calling me and be like, "Oh, I don't want it to be over. Let's."
Oh, wow.
I was like, okay. So I was kind of commuting down there back and forth. I ended up moving down there with a roommate from here. It was my best friend growing up, and he ended up coming back here because he didn't want to live down there anymore because he didn't have a girlfriend down there. So he was kind of like, this sucks, dude. Like, I'm watching you have all this fun and like, so anyway, so other than that, I've been here my whole life.
Wow.
So to be used to this kind of weather and to go anywhere else, like we went to Orlando in July one year and I almost died. And I was like, oh my gosh, people live here?
Yeah.
This is terrible.
Yeah.
Or anywhere that's really cold. I got a friend in Montana where it gets like 40 below in the winter. I was like, below 40 above is too cold for me, and you're talking about 40 below. Yeah, nasty. Absolutely. So I mean, I guess it's kind of why it's hard to leave and go anywhere, even though there's every other reason on the planet to want to go somewhere else.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Like, I always tell people like North Carolina's weather didn't bother me that much. Yeah, it was humid, but it wasn't crazy. Okay. And I like the fact that there was a good balance of rain and sun. Yeah. Because I love the sunshine. I'm a beach person. Okay. But getting some rain and having some days where you're just like, you can be sunny and 70 and then all of a sudden the rain comes in like within 5 minutes.
Right. Yeah.
But it's still great though. It's kind of a nice balance.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. So, I've actually never been to North Carolina.
It's nice. I mean, is it my favorite state? No.
Yeah.
But it's nice.
I've been almost there.
Nice parts.
We were in eastern Tennessee. That's almost there.
Oh, yeah, it's almost there. Yeah.
I imagine the weather's similar.
It's similar. Yeah. My son's mom lives in Tennessee, so yeah. It's
similar. Oh, okay. What part?
They live in Aaron, Tennessee.
Oh, I don't know where that is.
It's like from the border of North Carolina. It took me like 3.5 hours to get there.
Oh, okay.
So it wasn't too far.
So it's still is it kind of mid Tennessee, like Nashville area?
Yeah, it's like an hour and a half from Nashville.
Okay. East or west?
Probably east.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So like that's where we were looking to move for a while. It was like more in the Knoxville area.
Yeah. So yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's nice. I mean, it's not bad.
By Dollywood.
Yeah.
We went to Dollywood.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was raining and pouring, and everybody knew we were from California because we were all bundled up. We looked like we were like obviously weren't used to it. Walking into people looking at us like, what is wrong with you?
Oh yeah.
This is nothing. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Too funny. All right, man. Well, let's get some more of your musical background then. I want to hear some more about some of that stuff. Just kind of tell me like what you obviously enjoy music, like you told me. Maybe not.
I like music. I don't listen to it all the time now.
Right.
I'm not huge into music.
Yeah.
I've always liked music. I just like, especially now in the last several years, I'm big into like listening to podcasts. And
okay.
A lot of like personal growth, spiritual growth, stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's what I probably consume a lot of my like listening time is with that.
It's kind of cool that we can do that now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like podcasting is like, I mean, listening to podcasts is a whole new ball game. It's like, I can just listen to stuff, or like even audiobooks. Like I can listen to like nonfiction audiobooks and learn stuff while I'm at work or driving or whatever.
Absolutely, yeah.
But like, do you have a memory of like the first time you ever enjoyed music? Like the first time,
like Michael Jackson.
Okay.
I remember being young. I say that all the time. Being young, and my mom had this huge record player and putting Michael Jackson record on.
Okay.
To clean the house.
Which record was it? Do you remember?
There was like the Thriller album.
Thriller, nice.
And then Beat It. Those songs. Like some of the main bigger songs. Like I used to love listening to them.
Okay. Yeah.
So I would say probably Michael Jackson.
Okay.
When I was young.
I got my moon. Oh, she moved it. Oh no, it's right here. I got my Moonwalker.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Sweet.
That's awesome. On VHS, baby.
That's awesome.
You're not going to get any better than that.
Right? That's awesome.
Yeah. That's funny because that's one of my earliest musical memories too, is growing up listening to like the Thriller album. Even Off the Wall, I think my mom had the record Off the Wall, and they used to play that at the parties. It was all disco-y, and I was like, oh, who is this?
Yeah.
And then I think the Bad Album was the first cassette tape I ever owned in my whole life.
Okay.
And I wore that thing out. And it was just like, yeah. And then I ended up, I think I told you this, but I ended up working there for 3 years later on when I was 21 to 24, probably. Somewhere I might be getting that wrong. It was like 2001 to like 2003 or so, somewhere around there I worked out there. And it was like, that was opened up a whole new respect for him. Yeah, and kind of the way that he does, what he does. So
yeah, absolutely.
It's awesome.
Yeah, definitely my first memory would be him, for sure. Frank Sinatra, stuff like that. I don't know why I always tell her I sit with that genre of music. Like I feel like my soul's been in that, like lived in that era, because I just feel like that's like home for me. It's weird.
You feel like an old soul in other ways
like
too?
Old soul, definitely. Yeah, oh, absolutely.
Okay.
For sure. I just feel like I resonate with things back in those times.
Okay.
Like when I see or read about it or old pictures, it just feels very at home to me.
Yeah.
You know.
Do you like watching old movies like that too? Like
somewhat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Depending
on the movie. Yeah, depending on the movie. Yeah.
Okay.
It's just more about what is something resonates with my soul in that era. You know.
Yeah.
So I love listening to Frank Sinatra, stuff like Dean Martin, stuff like that.
Yeah, I think it's. I mean, I don't know. I know for me, I kind of feel the same way, but I think it's because of the way things seemed then.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Like I didn't live then. I don't know. But the way it looks like things were. So either they did a better job of like hiding the fact that there was all kind of issues going on, which I'm sure there was. I mean, you read some of these Hollywood biographies and they're like, oh man, there was all this stuff going on. And it's like, but you don't know that. They weren't so brash about it.
Exactly.
Now Hollywood's like, yep, here I am. This is what I'm doing. And everybody knows. It's like, and I'm proud of it.
Everything's a mess. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And it used to be more, you know.
It was more hush hush. I mean, there was definitely obviously stuff going on. I wouldn't say it would probably be to the level it is now. I don't think. But,
right. I'm going to pretend not.
Yeah. I would imagine not.
Yeah.
You know, but who knows?
Yeah. And it's because of that. I think my wife and I always get excited when they play old movies at the theater.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like we just did White Christmas this year. They played at Regal, and that was really cool. But I'm like you. Some of them are kind of like, this is boring.
Yeah.
Can't get my kids to watch them because they're like. Oh. In fact, they were supposed to go with us and they backed out at the last minute. Like, we don't want to go see that. That's boring.
Yeah.
So, okay. You look like you had to add something.
Oh no.
Oh, okay.
I just
Feel free to add something if you want to. You know,
Okay.
You are welcome to hang out as well.
Yes.
So then later on, about how old were you started getting into kind of the more rocky stuff?
You know, that was I remember my sister. I have a sister who's almost 4 years older than me.
Okay.
Her and her friends listening to people like Green Day and you know and.
So me and his sister are the same age.
Yeah, they're the same age.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard your little.
Yeah,
he said that.
Yeah, a little older.
My sister's like way older than me.
Way older than me, like her. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
Which means she's about my age because you and I are about the same age, right? Yeah.
Exactly.
No, I'm just kidding.
Okay.
But I just remember listening to some of the songs like that they would have on. You know, we'd go places in like their car or whatever. Mm-hmm. And I remember getting into like more of that. I started hearing that music, and I was like, oh, this music's kind of cool. You know?
Yeah.
And then I don't know when I can't remember when I picked up like on to like Stain, and of course like Linkin Park and,
nice.
Incubus and Red Hot Chili Peppers. Like those are the bands that I started really like gravitating toward.
Okay. What do you think of just kind of a interesting because what's happening with them? But you heard the new Linkin Park with the girl singer?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Have you heard about it? You didn't know about it?
I didn't hear about it.
Oh yeah,
really.
so they've started up again.
Really?
Yeah, except they have a female vocalist taking over for Chester.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's interesting. I'll look into that.
It is interesting, and it seems like the fans are kind of on both sides of the fence with it. A lot of people are like, you should never replace Chester. That's just, let his legacy live on. And other people are like, no, she sounds pretty good. I mean,
does she sound good?
I think she's pretty decent.
Really?
My 22-year-old son was the first one to show me it, and because I kind of showed Linkin Park to him, and he became a huge fan, and he's like, Dad, have you heard the new Linkin Park song? And so the first thing he showed me was a brand new song that they had just released, and it wasn't an old one, it was a brand new one, and I was like, oh, that's pretty good. I said, but what I want to hear is her doing an old song. Yes. I want to hear her sing like Crawling or.
Has she not done that?
No, she did.
Okay.
Yeah, and I had to find some live versions of it, and I think the first live version of Crawling I found wasn't. I was kind of like, ooh, I don't know. I don't know if it's just because I'm such a loyalist and I want. This doesn't sound like Chester, but the next few I found were. I think she's doing pretty good.
Really,
I think
that's interesting. I'm gonna have to go listen.
You should check it out. Yeah.
Wow. Very interesting.
Yeah, and like I think I already said with Stained, that Break the Cycle album, you familiar with that one? Yeah, so that's probably in my top 10 albums of all time.
All time, yeah.
I mean, it's one of those no skippable tracks on it.
Absolutely.
It's just, and the stuff he's talking about on there is just.
See, that's my thing with music. Is like I've told her, the story is what intrigues me. You know what I mean? They can have amazing acoustics and all these things, which is great. But it's what he's talking about, and especially when it resonates with something that I've either been through or I'm going through. It's like, I can relate to that. That's what draws me in. And so his music throughout, I definitely would say I've lived a lot of challenges in my life, which have been great. It's taught me a lot, but his stuff definitely, I could, just resonated with me on a consistent basis. So. And
he's so real.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Did you see the footage of the show where the girl was was being crowd surfing, basically being passed around, and he saw somebody grope her.
Oh no!
And he stopped the song, called the guy out, and told security, "Kick that guy out of here right now." And we're like,
wow,
dang, dude! Like, I mean, this is stuff that happens all the time at shows, right? But he was like, no. I'm not going to sit here and let some teenage girl get molested at my show. No, you're out of here, dude.
Yeah.
Like, you know?
He's 100% like that.
Yeah, he's genuine.
I saw him live in Tahoe, just him and like one of his band members, you know, like just a guitarist, and they were singing. And when people were being ridiculous in the crowd, he would literally stop playing and shut people up.
Yeah.
And be like, if you don't want to be here, don't be an idiot. Get out of my show.
Right.
You know? And that's why I say I love him, because she knows how I am. I'm very direct. So I'll probably resonate with him really well. I'm like the same way. I'm like, oh yeah, you're an idiot. I'll let you know. You know what I mean? Like,
no bush beating for you, huh?
Yeah, there's no like no fluffing it up for you. You know what I mean? I'm a very loving person, but at the same time, I'm always like, exactly. That's why I always say I'm not gonna powder your butt. I always tell my kids, like, I'm not gonna powder your butt. You're gonna know.
That's I'm that way too, and I think that's so much better than because I think we waste so much time with people and relationships and each other, and just like just tell me what you think. Like, why am I, you know, even in marriage, it's like that. I feel like, well, I can't say this, or she doesn't want to say this. Oh, I don't want to hurt his feelings. No, hurt my feelings.
See? Exactly.
Because that's...
You sound just like I'm telling you.
Right.
I tell it all the time. Like, when we have discussions and we're getting deep on things, I don't care if it's something that you think is going to hurt my feelings. Please hurt my feelings.
Yes.
I'll deal with it. Like, you know, like I always tell her, my reaction is not your responsibility. That's my responsibility. Let me deal with it. That's why I tell people, I always say, like, your reaction to what I tell you is not my responsibility. So I'm going to be straightforward with you. If you don't like to hear it,
very honest.
You know, because like that's my big thing, is just being honest and direct. Like, you know, I'm not trying to sugarcoat it or hide it for you. I don't try to be mean or disrespectful, but it's simply like, I'm going to give you the truth. And I mean, I respect that more. I always tell people, if you tell me directly, like, you know, if I'm being an idiot, tell me I'm being an idiot. And I'm like, okay, cool. I need to check that. You know? I mean, like I coach, like she said, I coach football. I'm that way, you know, when I was a ball player myself, it's like I had coaches that wouldn't yell and do that, but they're very direct with me. I respected that all day. Yeah. Right? And so that's how I'm with the kids. Like, and I'm gonna let you know you are. You know what I mean? You know, and let's correct that. And they're like, okay, coach, you know, and they listen to that. They respect that. As opposed to all this other nonsense that people do.
Right. You know? And like, the hard part though is that men and women are so different in that respect. Like, I think men can take an insult better than women, generally speaking. I mean, obviously not all, but I mean, for the most part, like, if I'm honest with my wife about certain things, oh, how was dinner? Or, you know, the classic, you know, did these jeans make me look fat? Those kind of questions, right? Which I'm like, don't ask the questions if you don't want the answer, right? Don't even ask it. But I think that, like, as a man, I think I could take that critique better. Like, if I cook dinner and she's like, nah, this just wasn't very good, I'm not going to be like so upset about it. I'm gonna be like, well, how can I make it better next time? Exactly. You know, maybe I won't add as much of this or whatever, you know. But I think, and I'm not speaking about my wife specifically, I'm just saying in general, I think women tend to take those things more personally. I think it's natural and normal.
For sure. I just tell people, like, you know, if you can look at it and take that criticism with like you said, how can I improve upon it? Yeah. I mean, it's like you and I've had things, and I'm like, I just want to ask questions on it because I want to know how I can be better in that situation next time. I mean, that's how you improve upon yourself, right? It's like you self-evaluation. Like, okay, how can I handle that situation differently next time? You know? Yeah.
But do you ever run into the issue of, like, not knowing if people are being honest, or not? Okay, we were just talking about that, being honest, but like purposely not being honest.
Oh yeah.
But making you think they're being honest. Yeah. Like, if they critique something of yours that they didn't really think was off, but they just don't like you and they want to make you feel bad.
Oh yeah, yeah. See, I feel like I read people pretty well. I feel like I'm a pretty good person at reading people, so I can tell when someone's basically full of it, you know, and I'm just like, okay, cool, like, I can tell you're not being honest with me. Okay. See, I'm also the type of person that will call people on that stuff, like, you know, I think I don't know if that was part of the law enforcement side of me, and being a medic, just like with people, and straight up calling people on it, like, I do that in my everyday life. You know?
So what do you do now as for work?
Well, I work with special ed kids at the high school. I work in a special ed class. Yeah, so I have a student that's like directly my student because he's not for me anymore, but he was a huge behavioral problem. So it's basically, I'm a behavior therapist, so I work with him on kind of, because he's like really high on the autistic spectrum, pretty severe. So he's nonverbal. Just makes noises and stuff, but I mean, he understands things like that. So I work with him, just kind of like still like I teach him and stuff during the day, like different like academic stuff, but also just like trying to keep him in line with, I guess, like living like everyday life, which we do really well with him.
So do you work for the school or do you?
For the school, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So you have a different array of kids coming through and
Well, he's my student right now, but yeah, we have other kids. I mean, so those kids, he can stay there. He's 17 years old. He can be there until he's 22.
Okay.
So, I mean, I'm with him right now. They want to, like, switch me around, but I work primarily just with him every day. Okay. And then I'm doing coaching, so football, and then I'll be doing track coaching, too.
Okay. And what school are you at?
Pioneer Valley.
Pioneer, okay. Yeah. My daughter she doesn't work for a school, but she does that kind of work. She works with kids on the spectrum, and she does behavioral therapy kind of stuff with them. She mostly has, I think she has one kid that's like 13 or 14, but most of them are pretty young. You know, 5, 6. I think she had like a 2-year-old at one point. Okay. So, and she always has different kids she's working with, which is kind of cool. She started doing that down in LA when she was living down there, and then she just moved back here, and she loves it.
Oh, it's amazing. That's what I tell her. It's like really fulfilling. Yeah. Like my student is like my son. You know what I mean? Like he really is. Yeah. You know, it's like he's grown to when he sees me and he gets off the bus, he like gets super excited, throws his backpack. You know, he's like ready to be there. You know what I mean?
That's cool.
Which is really cool. They were like, and like other teachers and stuff, they're like, dude, like he's never been this excited to be here, and I'm like, cool, because I've just built a rapport with him. You know, I feel like that's just connecting to another soul. You know, it's not just looking at it as a job. I'm like there to make a difference in his life as opposed to just being there for a paycheck.
Sure. Yeah. Exactly. So back to kind of the music thing. Like, do you have is there a certain genre that you prefer over others that kind of gets you? You've been talking a lot about kind of your line of work and the things that you're dealing with, kind of mental, spiritual, that kind of thing. Are there certain genres that you prefer that help you with that, like that gets you prepared for that kind of thing? Or
you know, honestly, reggae is another thing that I got into over the last several years. Nice. Just because of more of the message in that and more the chill aspect to it, probably. Yeah. I don't know that there's another music genre that really gets me into that space, depending upon what I'm doing. Like other than like training the kids in the weight room the other day, I put on music. I threw on like state radio. And like the rock stuff. You know what I mean? Like, or some of these kids want to listen to this other, for lack of better words, crap that's out there now, you know what I mean? But
that's a good word.
You know what I mean? It really is. It's crap music, you know? I'm just like...
We've definitely had our music differences.
Yeah, for sure. Well, like, some of the kids came up the other day, and they're like after I put them through the main workout, and I kind of gave them a little bit of free time, they're like, hey, coach, can I put in, like, my AirPods, you know, to focus when I'm doing it? I was like, in other words, so you can listen. And they're like laughing. They're like, yeah. I'm like, yeah, go for it, you know?
Because they don't want to hear your critique of it.
Yeah, exactly. You know? So I'm just like, yeah, go for it, you know?
What was it? Do you know, like, what it was?
I don't know what they were putting on, because I really didn't care. I was just like, yeah, go ahead. But, you know, because I had, like, rock stuff on. And some of the kids, you could tell, they were, like, into it. Yeah. You know? It's like you were saying, I think you said you got your son into, like, Linkin Park and stuff. That was the same thing with my oldest. Okay. He would hear me listen to Linkin Park and Stained and all that. So occasionally, if you're in his car with him, he'll turn stuff on and he has that music on.
Nice.
I'm like, yeah. See,
and then you feel like you accomplished something.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's like I did a good job as a dad.
Exactly. Because I'm like, see, you're listening to this though, because of me. You know what I mean? So it's like that's the kind of music that I don't know. Okay. Like I said, I go towards that music. Even Linkin Park. I mean, just because of their stories. You know what I mean? Like Chester, he used to be really good at telling stories and different things. And so that's just my biggest thing with music. Music to me is all about like what's the story they're telling. If I go back to like when I was younger, Tupac was
okay. I was about to ask you if you liked any rap at all.
Yeah, I did. I listened to Tupac a lot back when I was younger.
Yeah. I was about to ask you to leave, but no. Right. No rap, you're out of here. No. Yeah. Okay.
No. We got Thug Life over here. Don't worry. I'm from Oakland, you know. It's like
wow. Thanks.
Yeah. No, she's Too Short. We talked about that.
That's right. Yeah. Too Short.
Yeah. Too Short's another one I listened to.
There you go. Yeah.
E40.
Yeah. Yeah.
All those guys back in the day, you know.
Back when rap was still good.
Yeah. Back when rap was still rap. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Nate Dogg, people like that. You know what I mean? So those were people I listened to. Okay. Tupac for sure, because his story, some of his stuff was just, you know, whatever.
Normal, kind of.
Normal, like whatever rap, right? But then he had other stuff that he let out that was like actually telling good stories. And so he was a poet, and he was, you know, definitely, the thing I always tell people is people looked at him as just like a thug. I'm like, that dude actually wanted to make a difference. It's just when he got hooked up with Suge Knight and that whole thing went on. Right. But I look at him overall, and I actually liked what he was doing. You know what I mean? His story. So I always resonated with his music when I was younger.
Yeah, he's phenomenal. Yeah, he's awesome. He's one of the only artists I've ever seen that's put out more albums since he died than he did when he was alive.
Right. Seriously.
It's like, all right, Tupac, 5 albums when he was alive, 12 after he died. It's like, how?
Yeah, exactly.
That's why I almost give a little credibility to the people like, no, he's not dead, man. He's living out on an island somewhere.
I know.
He bought his own island out there.
I know.
I had a kid one time tell me, I have pictures of him out there. I was like, shut up.
You're like, wait, let me see him.
Yeah. He's like, meet me in the back alley.
I know.
No, I mean, yeah. So, I mean, I definitely agree with that. I grew up listening to nothing but rap.
Yeah.
I hated all guitar music, anything.
Yeah.
Anything that wasn't rap sucked as far as I was concerned until kind of the grunge movement of the early 90s. Nirvana, Pearl Jam, Alice in Chains. All that stuff.
Nirvana and Pearl Jam.
Yeah.
Nirvana and Pearl Jam for sure.
Yeah, that nailed it for me. And then and they're all dead.
I know.
Other than Eddie Vedder, he's the only one still alive.
I know.
The only grunge singer still alive, unless you count like Billy Corgan, which I know you're a big Smashing Pumpkins.
Yes.
But and then that's what actually got me into punk rock, which is that's my all time favorite is 90s, because Bad Religion opened up for Pearl Jam when I saw them play in Golden Gate Park when I was like 15. And I was like, what is this?
Yeah. What about bands like Rise Against?
Love it.
Love Rise
Against.
I
love
them in San Jose.
I even loved 88 Fingers Louie, which Rise Against came out of.
Yeah.
I think Rise Against is great. I prefer kind of the earlier, more like skate punk sound, but their newer stuff is fantastic.
I haven't listened to any of their newer stuff, but it was their older stuff that I was
into. Like the first two albums that were on Fat Records
were awesome. I love them. Breaking Benjamin had pretty good stuff too.
That's another one.
Stuff. They were awesome.
Yep.
I saw them a few times in person.
Oh wow, okay. Yeah. So you went to a lot of shows?
Not a lot, but I've been to some. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I've been to Breaking Benjamin, saw Rise Against. What else have I seen?
Do you have a favorite?
Stapleton? No.
Stand out?
I haven't seen Chris Stapleton. I've gone to country concerts, but there's some country I like too.
Okay.
I like country too.
Like the way he says that. There's some country I like.
Yeah, there's some country I like as well. You know.
I don't know. You might want to cut this part out, Ryan, because I don't want anybody to know this.
Oh no, right? I know. Please don't let anybody know this or that. No, I'm just kidding. I can care less. No, I really like. There is country I like. I've gone off and on with country. I listened to it years ago. Was into it. Didn't listen to it for years, and then probably like shortly before her and I got together, I started listening to it again more.
Okay.
But then I'm just like off and on with it, you know.
So back then, what kind of country were you listening like in the beginning of it?
Like back in the day, I was young, like Garth Brooks when he was big, stuff like that. I remember my buddy I grew up with's dad, he would listen to country whenever he takes to like baseball practice and stuff like that.
Nice.
So it was like Garth Brooks, Clint Black, stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean, like those guys.
There's a name I haven't heard in forever. Clint Black. People don't bring him up anymore.
Yeah. So like those were the people I would like hear, and listen to. And then obviously as I got a little bit older, be like Jason Aldean and now like Morgan Wallen has some decent stuff, stuff like that. You know what I mean? Some of those guys.
They couldn't cancel that guy. They tried.
I know they tried.
Couldn't do it.
I know. His music's too good.
Yeah.
His music's too good. Like they can't get rid of him.
That's what I find funny, like in a sense, because like there's certain guys they wouldn't have survived that.
No, exactly.
That whole thing. Like they've never sell another album or anything, but instead he like win album of the year or something.
Yeah.
Absolutely. He's like, all right, whatever.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah, I got drunk, said something stupid. So what? We all do stupid things. Yeah.
That's the dumb stuff. Yeah. Cancel culture. She was like, you can't do anything. People are all gonna say stupid things.
Yeah.
I mean, she knows how I am. I jokingly say. I jokingly say a lot of stuff. Right. I'm not speaking stupid things. I say it purposely. I mean, but joking. It's always like I'm not trying to be negative or hurtful toward people, but I do joke like impersonations, things like that. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Stereotypical stuff.
Yeah.
But it's just joke, like sincerely joking.
Yes.
I love everybody. I get along with everybody. I'm like that funny for a reason.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Stereotypes are funny for a reason.
Yes.
Because they're true.
Well, you know who thinks that's funny? The people you're doing stereotypes of. You know who doesn't? Like white people.
The white people that are like, oh my gosh, can't believe you're saying that.
They're all mad about it. They're all upset.
I'm like, who cares?
Yes.
What
but
are you so offended
I
for?
watch like these clips of of comedy clubs. And these guys are making these jokes, and the people that are that ethnicity that's being made fun of, they're laughing. They think it's hilarious. And there's some uptight 45-year-old white woman's like,
I can't believe you're doing that.
Yeah. She's like, I'm leaving. I can't. I'm so offended. It's like, it's not even about you. They're laughing their heads off.
Exactly.
And I hope we can get back to that eventually where, I mean, I get it. Like certain things should be offensive, but not everything needs to be offensive, you know? And I think that I've used this example a million times, but I think it's fitting for me anyway. If I'm in a comedy club and the comedian is making jokes about like middle-aged white women, right? And my wife's there with me and she's a middle-aged white woman, you know? And these jokes are stereotypical, they're funny and we're just laughing and all this stuff. But if he points at her specifically, calls her by name, and starts making fun of her personally, then I got a problem.
An issue. Yeah.
Yes, it's like that's not okay. But if you're making fun of the group that I belong to, I don't care. It's funny.
Absolutely.
Have at it, and I hope we can get back there. So
I hope so too. That's why I tell people, spend more time being offended over things than anything else.
Right.
Like, you're looking for reasons to be offended.
Yes.
Why? Who cares?
Right. Right.
That's what I say. I mean, like, that's what she knows. I mean, I joke about we joke all the time. This one wanted to be offended over things. I'm like, it's a joke. It's a joke. I'm like, who cares? It's really not that serious. You know what I mean?
Well,
people can make fun of me all they want, and I'm just like, I really don't care.
Are you getting better with that now? Now that you're getting to know him?
I think she's great with it now. In the beginning, in the very beginning, it's funny because I told her, I was like, I talk, but I joke, right?
Right.
My family, my mom. I mean, I love my mom. Mom's the sweetest person. She knows, and her mom really close. But like, I joke with my mom all the time, and just make her laugh.
Yeah.
So in the beginning, there was a few things that you took a little serious. Now you're definitely more like
when we're out in public and he's doing an impersonation, and then there's that person.
Yeah.
Which happened the other day.
Yeah.
I was like, can you please not do
I didn't know. It was great timing. I didn't know.
And I'm like, I don't know him.
What were you doing? I gotta know. Were you like at a Chinese restaurant, like ordering as a Chinese person?
No, we were at a park, and I do like a Vietnamese.
Okay.
And I was pushing my grandson on that because they were down visiting, so I was pushing him on the swing.
Yeah.
And I was like, I go, I'm gonna put you hella fast, dude. Like, like Vietnamese guy, put you hella fast,
Yeah.
I was doing that out loud, and then she's like, babe. And I looked to my left, and there was an Asian woman with her child next to me. I'm like, I was like, hey, I'm with a Filipina. I was like, it's okay. She's part Filipina. I'm like,
did you actually say that out loud?
I said it out loud. I was like, I did.
It's okay. No, it's okay.
Hey, I'm with an Asian woman. It's fine. So I was like,
I love it.
Yeah, so I'm like, who cares?
Oh,
like,
gosh.
We'll be in the middle of the gym and I say some stuff, and she's like, and then I have my AirPods in. She's like, you said that really loud, I'm like, oh my bad. I was like, who cares? I mean,
well, you had to hear yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Oh,
Come on.
gosh.
That's awesome. That's too funny.
It's all in fun,
Yeah.
That's why I say I'm not doing this being.
Oh man.
No, he's great. We laugh quite a bit.
That's good. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I've been told that my whisper is not a whisper.
Oh,
like when we're in
no,
public and I'll say something and my kids are like, Dad,
oh yeah,
you're not as quiet as you think you are.
Yeah. Well, I'm my ethnicity is Portuguese, so I tell people like Portuguese people are louder.
Yeah.
You go to one of our festas, it sounds like everybody's screaming at each other, but they're just having a conversation. And so that's why it's like it's like my mom. We'll be in the middle of a restaurant and she's talking to us. I'm like, Mom, I don't think those people care about what you're talking about.
Right.
It's super loud. So I know I'm that way too.
You are.
Yeah.
You're very loud.
I'm very loud.
Yeah.
Just in your genes. You can't help it.
It's just there, It's just there. It's my excuse anyway. It's my excuse.
Oh, man.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah.
Oh.
I'm a lot better about it now.
You are 100% better.
There you go. It's another way he's helping you grow, right?
Yes.
Yeah, well, that's what we say. This relationship definitely
fair.
helped us both grow. But yeah, definitely, for sure.
We've been growing since
day one. Thanks to you. Day one it started.
Yeah. I was like, let's get it all out right there. Right now.
Might as well.
Let's start now.
Right? Yeah. Are you guys are engaged? Yes? No? Maybe?
Well, basically.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to presume that. I thought maybe you had told me that or somebody had said that. Okay.
Yeah.
When you described him, when you were saying, my fiance would be good for the...
Yeah.
So.
No, because we are. I mean, we
Okay.
are. I mean, we knew, like I said, from day one, it was really like... Yeah, I was like, we both were like, we're not going anywhere. I was like, I mean, just the way I felt, like at a much deeper level, instead of just that superficial whatever,
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, I'm good.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Had you kind of given up at that age? Kind of like,
No,
I'm
not at all.
single
Because
forever.
I got divorced, and I had been divorced for, when I met you, a little over a year, I think I'd been divorced.
Oh, okay. So
And
pretty recent.
It was fairly recent.
Okay.
And then, because it's been over a year and a half now that I've been divorced. But I remember when I first got divorced, I just took 7 months or whatever it was, and just said, I'm not dating anybody, not doing anything, I'm just going to chill, just continue on my growth and stuff like that. And so, no, I never gave up. It was more just like, I'm going to let it happen natural and just let it be. You know what I mean? And if I felt like, hey, this person's great, wonderful. If not, because I had dated a couple of people, I was just like, yes, it's not going anywhere real fast.
Yeah.
So, and then with her, it was a totally different ballgame. So,
nice.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Are you able to give me, as this, we'll just top music off with this, and then we'll get into some dicier stuff.
Yeah.
Are you able to give me like a top 5 of all time favorite
like
bands, artists, singers, whatever the case is?
Yeah, for sure. So I would say,
doesn't have to be 5. It can be more. It can be less.
one of my favorite artists would be Tupac for sure.
Okay.
I would say definitely Stained for a band, Linkin Park, Incubus. Red Hot Chili Peppers. They're a good band.
Yeah, they are.
Wait until you read Anthony Kiedis' book.
Frank Sinatra.
Oh, I haven't read it yet. Is it new?
No.
Okay.
But they definitely had some stuff though, right?
No, it's not very good. Okay.
Well, I mean,
because of his stuff,
it's
right?
good, but
yeah. Well, that guy's had all of them. They grew up in Hollywood, right? Like his dad was a producer, and right, like he was there. He was like friends with River Phoenix.
Yeah.
And he was there the night he died in that bar and all that stuff. It's just crazy.
It's amazing too how Hollywood's like falling apart now.
Yeah.
Everything's just come to light and now everything's falling apart. You know,
right.
they're trying to make themselves relevent now, and there's no one really
right, nobody cares. Like whatever.
There's like, you're a star, yeah, we don't care.
Yeah.
No one cares. You know? I've been like that my whole life, but I mean, you know, that's what I told her. I was like, my friends and I used to go down to Beverly Hills and stuff like that, and we'd see people all the time, like be at a club right next to them, and I'm like, yeah. They're a human just like us.
Right.
They just sing or act or whatever.
Yeah,
like,
see?
I can care less. You know?
See, I've always been that way too. And then that's why, I think that's one of the reasons why my friend asked me if I wanted to work at the ranch at Neverland, because it was like, there's parties out there with famous people all over the place. And he knew I didn't get starstruck like that. I was almost kind of had not a negative view, but almost like, I'm definitely not going to treat you as if you're better than everybody else, because I know you're not better than everybody else. Just because you make millions of dollars and you get to be on screen for a living or whatever. Although we had lots of people out there that thought they were the greatest thing.
Oh,
you know,
sure.
I used to get a lot of, do you know who I am? And it's like, yeah, I do. They just tell the rules.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know what to tell you.
Exactly.
The rules, show me in there where it says these rules apply to everybody but you. I don't see that in there.
Absolutely.
But like my wife is the opposite, and it's funny because she used to get like all excited when she'd see like the weatherman from TV. Like from like the local news station, right? She would see him in a store or something. Oh, there's Jim Byrne. Do you see Jim Byrne? Oh, there's I said, yeah, whatever, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, stuff like that, or some of the newscasts. I don't know if you guys remember Drew and Narissa Sugars. Do you remember when they were they were a married couple that were
I remember their names.
Reporters or they were newscasters or whatever they were. But their kids were playing in the same soccer league as our kids when they were younger. And they would be at the fields on the same day, and Bethany's like, "Oh, look, there's
You're like, I really don't.
Yeah, you know, it's like they're just look. I know, I think it's cute, but I mean, it's funny because I think if she ever worked at the ranch, she'd probably lose it.
She'd be going out to get signatures from everybody.
Right.
Hey, come here.
Yeah, which is exactly what we're told we're not allowed to do. So that's funny. Are you good with song titles? Are you able to give me 2 or 3 favorite songs from these artists that you've listed?
Let's see. So
Tupac would be the first one?
Tupac, with him. Let's see, what's one of my favorite songs with him?
What's your favorite album by Tupac? Do you have one?
Probably some of his later albums, honestly.
Okay. After Death albums?
Well, no, not After Death. He was but it was kind of when he started to push away from Suge Knight and all that crap that he was kind of told he needed to be focused on. Yeah. And he started to kind of go toward, I can't remember the name of the album, but one of his later ones, like right before he died, I don't know if it was released right before he died or not, but he was literally talking about just like much deeper things. Okay. I can't remember the name of the album, but I remember when that one came out, I was like, his songs are going deep on that. And those are, like I said, those are the songs that always draw me in. Those like actual, not talking about the money in the cars that they have.
Right. Yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean?
The women, like, the drugs.
Like none of that mattered to me. It was like literally the deep stories about life and about the changes that need to be made. Like he had that song "Changes," which was just like a great song because he was just talking about like the change we need to make to like, make a change in the world, stuff like that. Because my heart's been like that my whole life. I've been like looking at like how can I be a difference? You know what I mean? People have told me since I was young, like like I told her I never fit in with any of the crowds. You know what I mean? Like even though I was like an athlete, like whatever, blah blah blah. Right. I was still always very different just because I was just like, you guys are acting like bozos. Like, why don't we do something different? You know what I mean? So, I don't know. Just always been.
You never really had like your clique, or you just kind of.
I kind of bounce around a little bit because it's like, you try to fit in, right? So I would try to go into a group and I'd be there for a little bit and be like, no, I don't want to do this, you know? Yeah. I hung out with talk about like thugs. I hung out with some thugs for a while, you know what I mean? And because I was always really like physically strong and things like that, like I could fight, you know? Sure. But then I'm like, I didn't want to go I knock somebody out and I feel bad about it. Right. You know what I mean? So right. This isn't fit for me. Like I shouldn't be doing this. You know what I mean? I'm like, why do I feel bad that I just did that? You know? And so I was a guy too. I always tell the football guys, I'm like, listen, if you watch video of me, like I'll be running and like take somebody completely out, and you'll see me go over there and like help them right back. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. Sometimes my coaches will be like, "What are you like? I'm like, dude, why not? You know?
So no intimidation factor coming from you.
Yeah, exactly. No, I mean, they didn't want to play against me, but then they were like, well, he's not mean though. You know what I mean? Like, he'll pick me up.
Well, I mean, there's the sport, and then there's being a jerk.
There's being like, like I was like that my whole life, just watching like these professional athletes be complete idiots, or the ones that modeled themselves really well, like Montanas and the Rices and people like that, where I'm like, these guys are very respectable, all the time. You know? So I don't know.
Best team in NFL history, right there. Montana and Jerry Rice.
Always. Yeah, that's the one I grew up watching. I mean, I've been a Niner fan my whole life, but that was the team that I saw, and I was like, yeah, that's great. That's amazing. So
my cousin became a Chiefs fan only because Montana went to the Chiefs, and he's still a Chiefs fan. He has been ever since. Really? But
I was heartbroken when Montana left.
Yeah.
You know, getting older, understood the business aspect of it, which sucks, but still, it was like, I understood it. But when he left, I was like, that sucks. Young did well, but still.
Right. Yeah, he was pretty decent.
Yeah, he did really well.
Okay, so anyway, Tupac. So got a couple changes you mentioned.
One of them. What would be another song? There's several of them I really like. I don't know if I remember the name of the actual song though. Throw some names of some songs out there now. Throw some names of songs. I don't know. See, that's the thing.
My favorite all-time Tupac song is a song called "Pain," and it's off the Above the Rim soundtrack. Although it was included later on some of his. After he died, they put on like a compilation albums and stuff. But it's the one that starts with that. I don't know if it's a quote from a movie, but it's like, I couldn't help but notice your pain. My pain. It runs deep. Share it with me. And it's got that, and that beat drops in, and like, it's that one.
I'd have to hear them. I know what you're talking about, the beginning, the intro.
That's my all-time favorite. Okay. But I think, I started listening to him back in the Digital Underground days. So, when he was doing Same Song with Humpty Hump and all those guys, right? And I loved his flow in there, right? Yeah, I was like, dude. But then even when Tupacalypse Now came out with Brenda's Got a Baby and some of those old songs, those were fantastic. Yeah. But my favorite all-time album is probably All Eyes on Me.
That's probably album. One of my favorite of his.
Just because it's just,
classic him.
Say what you want about Death Row, Suge Knight. Him and Dre and Snoop all working together on that album was just phenomenal.
They did great. Yeah, absolutely.
So many good songs on there. But
that was a really good album. I think it may have been the album right after that I really liked too.
Okay. Which was the last one he put out before he died. Well, if you count that one, because he put it out under Machiavelli. Yeah, which is like a stage name or whatever, but that was technically the last release before he died. And that one had like To Live and Die in LA was on there.
Like I really like that song. I really like that song.
Oh yeah,
I don't know why that song was just so catchy to me.
Oh yeah, totally.
Always very very catchy.
Yeah, for sure. Okay.
So cool, man. I'm not good with the names of the songs, but yeah.
All right, how about Stained?
Outside, I love that song.
Yeah,
great song. Yeah, just I feel like that one is just him talking. Yeah, getting real, seeing the ugly inside yourself.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like that's why I tell people, like, listen to what he's talking about.
Right.
And he's looking within himself, like he sees it in you, but he sees it in himself too.
Yeah.
Because that's what I love. Like you said, Air is so real.
Yes.
And I'm all about that with his music. Is like he's getting people to also like look at themselves too, and not just. Look
Did you ever see the video where he played that song live and he was nervous to do it, and Fred Durst went out there with him?
Oh, I believe so. Yes. Yeah. Fred Durst came out on stage.
Yes. Yeah. Because if you go back in Stain's catalog, they were heavy. Yeah. Like it was a lot of screaming and a lot of really heavy stuff. It wasn't a lot of the melodic.
Mud Shovel and songs like that.
Exactly.
Crazy.
Yes. Like, totally. Which is great. Don't get me wrong.
No, it was good.
But what they morphed into later on with Break the Cycle and after that was just, I think, a better sound personally.
So do I.
But like it seems like he was kind of scared to sing that way, like in front of a crowd. Like, I'm a hard rock singer. I don't know what is. I'm on the what is that? Yeah. But then Fred Durst, I think the story goes. I might be getting this wrong, but the story goes because Fred Durst signed him to his label. Okay. That's how Stain kind of got going. But he heard that song and he's like, dude, you have to play this song. Yeah. And Aaron Lewis is like, no, this is not Stain. This is not our style. He's like, dude, this is where it's at. Yeah. So then he actually went out there with him, and then Fred Durst was out there, and they kind of sang it together that first time. That. Yeah, and I think that was before the Break the Cycle album came out, which is what that recorded version of that song was on. But if you hear Break the Cycle again, the style totally changes.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. And
it's
Break
so
the Cycle
good.
Was amazing.
Oh my gosh, so awesome.
By far, probably my favorite. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, even some of his new, I'm sure you've heard his stuff.
His country stuff?
Some of his country stuff is not bad either.
Oh, it's great.
Like Country Boy is a great song. Yeah. I'm just talking about, really who he is.
Because he's still the same.
Because he's still him.
Right? He's like, look, I'm going to be real even in country music.
Exactly, absolutely. I love it. I remember this older guy worked as this older medic, and he liked Stain too, and he was just like, our music's stupid, like his new music, and I was like, listen to what he's saying.
Yeah,
he's being real.
He's still the same.
He's still him.
Right.
You know what I mean? And he's being real. I was like, that's what I love about Aaron Lewis. You know.
Yeah.
So yeah, awesome.
Okay.
Yeah, I love his stuff. By far, probably my favorite band artist. Everybody would be Stain. Would be Aaron Lewis.
Oh, okay, he's on the very, very top.
He'd probably be on the very top.
Nice.
Yeah, I love that music.
Very cool. Linkin Park.
Well, they have a lot of good ones. See, they have their, of course, their popular songs like what was the one? What was the name of like their biggest song when it first came out?
Oh, like off the first album?
Yeah,
Crawling in the end.
Crawling.
Or in the end was a big one. Yeah,
those were good, but they had some of the other ones I don't remember the names on them, but that were probably in the same album but deeper.
Right.
Like some of his songs were deeper. Like, and then he had the one that he had one that he sang with. Who was the girl that he sang with? They're like they're I don't know if they're like in a rehab group. If you watch the video, I don't know if they're like.
I don't think I've seen it.
It's him, and I can't remember her name. I have to look it up, but it's just Chester and her singing, and they're basically like it's like they're in a rehab group in the music video anyway. He gets frustrated in the group, gets up, walks out, goes to the bathroom, and he's kind of like breaks a mirror, just like super frustrated, but listening because I know he had battles with that addiction and stuff
for
like
sure.
that, and so. I can't remember the name of the song. That was a really powerful song, though. So there's songs that like a lot of people probably were like, oh, I haven't heard that one. But if you were to look it up and listen to it, that's generally what would happen with me with folks. Is I'd be like, have you heard this song? And I'd like look it up, put it on YouTube, and people are like, oh, jeez. They're like, that's really good. It's like heavy, and I'm like, yeah, but it's because he's actually speaking to the truth of things.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Well, you gave me enough information on that song to now I'll be able to find it.
Yeah.
Like even if you don't know the title, I'll just type that in Google.
Just
or whatever.
Just put Chester in like I can't remember her
Chester
name.
Sings with a girl in rehab.
Yeah,
it'll probably pop right up.
It'll populate. Yeah. No, it's a great song. Yeah.
Incubus.
Ooh, Incubus. I like Drive. Drive was good.
Okay.
Wish You Were Here.
Yeah, see, that's the era of Incubus I like the best too, and a lot of people they like the earlier stuff better, where it was kind of more rappy.
No, see, I like Drive. I like Wish You Were Here, Stellar. Stellar. I still like that. Like they had like that music. You know what I mean? That's true Incubus.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah.
Those were my favorite.
I think the Wish You Were Here is where he says that's a poetic one. Where he says the ocean looked like 1,000 diamonds strewn across a blue blanket. Love that stuff.
Love it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like great words, just like great meaning. You know what I mean? That's why that kind of music, like I said, with them, again, the songs have actual meaning.
Right.
You know, it's not just a bunch of spewing out.
I think my cousin knew his younger brother. I think went to school with his younger brother or something.
Okay.
The singer Brandon something. I forgot his name.
Okay.
I think his name is Brandon.
It is Brandon. I don't remember his last name.
But something. I don't know. I could be way off. She might listen to this. Go too. That wasn't that. Different band, dude. Different band.
Just randomly throw it out there. They had decent music with Alien Ant Farm. They were okay.
Okay.
They were okay.
Yeah.
They weren't great, but they were okay. It made me think of that because you said that your cousin knew somebody.
Yeah.
There's a lady that was a nurse that I worked with. Her son was the drummer on Alien Ant Farm.
Okay.
So that's the only reason.
Because most people don't know any songs by them other than the Smooth Criminal cover.
Smooth Criminal, yeah.
Which was huge at working at the ranch because we would play that on the rides, and it was just like that was a cool version of
it was a great version of that song.
Yeah.
I just thought of that because you were saying that he knew. Yeah, I remember working with her, Rosa, and her son.
Okay.
Drummer for them. So
nice.
I thought of that,
Awesome. Very cool.
Cool.
Are they still doing? They're not still doing stuff.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't know.
So.
It's hard when your only big song is a cover song.
I know. I know. That's why these bands can't do covers and then become popular. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, covers are good. Like if that's what kind of gets you in the door, and then people hear the rest of your stuff, and I was like, oh, these guys are really good. But if that's all you're known for is the cover, then you're not going to go very far because they're like somebody's already done this song, and it was Michael Jackson, and it was better than yours. Yours is good. Don't get me wrong, but King of Pop,
not going to beat his.
Hello,
yeah, exactly.
And lastly, Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Californication's great.
Okay, nice.
I don't know why I love that song.
Because it's good.
It's a good song.
Yeah,
really good.
Because you have good taste in music. That's why.
Absolutely.
See, honey. See. I love your taste in music.
Yeah,
I know. I'm just kidding.
Do you like the Chili Peppers or no?
I do.
Okay.
I did.
Okay.
And then I read that book. And then I read that book. And I was like,
so it was one of those you got to hear about him as a person, and now you like them less because of that.
Pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you told me briefly what it was. You need to tell me again, but yeah.
Well, tell us now. I mean, it's in the book. It's not like you're spilling the beans on it.
It had something to do with him with a 14-year-old girl finding out she was 14 and then still...
I heard that story.
Yeah.
I think he told that story in an interview or something I heard.
Yeah. I was like, okay, well...
But he didn't know.
But then he did know, and then he still...
Oh, he still continued the relationship. Okay, gotcha.
So
Gotcha.
It was a little weird.
Yeah?
Yeah, but...
Yeah. Well, and now that guy's what, in his 50s, and he's what, he got his new... I just saw a picture the other day. His girlfriend looked like she's like 22 or something. Yeah, so he still likes him young, I guess.
Yeah,
apparently.
He doesn't realize that she doesn't like him because Jack likes him.
Right.
She was like 55-year-old guys.
That's some of these guys. I'm like, you can't be dumb enough to believe that they actually like you.
Yeah.
They don't like you.
If I was famous, I don't think I would. Well, unless I was like, if I got famous right now and I was already married to Bethany, that would be fine.
Yeah.
But like, if I was single and then I got famous, I would probably never get married.
Yeah.
I would never even have a serious relationship because I would feel like I couldn't trust anybody.
Yeah.
Because they just want me for my money or my fame or whatever.
Absolutely.
They want to be on the next cover of the magazine.
100%. See, and I've thought about that too, where I'm like, if I was with somebody before and then all of a sudden I get notoriety in whatever I'm doing, whatever I'm used for, great. But same thing though, if it was like I was already there and then all of a sudden these people want to be together, I'm like, maybe.
Yeah, that's why it's so exciting in a sense when you see a Hollywood couple that lasts.
Absolutely.
Like for years it was like Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman, which of course they finally fell apart. But
I think about like Kurt Russell and like Goldie.
Yes,
they're still together.
right?
They're together forever.
Stuff like that.
They're amazing.
Or Tom Hanks and his wife,
Yeah.
like the people like that. You're like, dang, you guys are doing it.
Absolutely.
Like I'm sure there's all kind of problems and turmoil under the surface, but at least they're still together.
Exactly.
It's not like these people that are with a new person every 2 months. It seems like so.
Yeah, absolutely. Jennifer Lopez.
Yeah, and then just keeps going back and forth between the two guys. You know, it's like,
Let's go back to the NFL.
yeah, right.
Oh, he's back on cocaine.
Yeah.
Jeez. Think about what you're doing.
Yeah.
Jeez, yeah.
Well, that's what I mean, and I don't think I could. It would be such a toxic environment to try to foster a relationship in. I don't know how.
Just every day-to-day people, can be toxic.
Yeah.
It's like already hard enough.
Absolutely.
Yes.
To,
Yes.
Well, that's why the people that are like in Hollywood or whatever that dissociate themselves from that when they're just living their personal life. Like, people like Keanu Reeves and stuff like that. They stay very private. And
Yes.
they're like, no, don't follow me.
And that dude's awesome.
Yeah, super.
Yeah, he's the kind of guy I'm like, I can hang out with that guy.
Super good dude, down to earth. Like, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because he's just like, I don't want anything to do with that
Right.
when I'm not there.
Yeah.
And so
he plays in a band and he just shows up on stage.
Yeah.
He hangs out and talks to the crowd.
Talks to everybody.
Like he doesn't have that era of him, air of him where he's like thinks he's better than everybody.
Yeah, exactly.
And the people respect that.
Yeah,
you know.
100%.
Yeah.
Those are the people that live here. That's why I say, like, whether you're an athlete, a star, whatever you are,
Yeah.
you're just like the rest of us. So when the people come and just hang out with you and they don't care what they do over here on the stage or whatever, that's great.
Yes.
That's how we should all be, no matter what we're doing. You know,
that's the kind of friend you would want.
Yes,
if you were
absolutely.
famous.
Absolutely.
You know.
Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
So cool. All right. So Californication, you got any other songs by them?
Yeah, but I probably
Okay.
I have to see. That's the thing is, or even just go back like Tupac. I'd go back to some of the songs. I'd be able to go.
Oh, yeah.
It's this one. It's this one. It's this one. It's like throw them out to
Right.
you know.
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah.
off the top of my head. I don't know.
Yeah. Because they're all going to go on a
what's
little
great
list.
is he puts out like a playlist.
A playlist
and
for
so,
each
like,
episode,
When you
yeah.
listen to the episode, that's how I found some of the people that we talked about as your previous episodes.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
I think we talked about it on.
It was the girl band.
Yeah, the girl. Oh.
Dang it. Girl in a Coma.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
In Cindy's episode, she was talking about Girl in a Coma. Yeah. Then that was a band I just learned.
That episode was she was talking about abortion.
Yes.
I think
Yes. Yeah, that was the first. That was the second
before.
episode of the whole show.
Before I decided, I was like, let me
Right.
listen to a couple
Yeah.
and see what I'm getting myself into.
Yeah, I think I specifically recommended that one to you
Yeah.
because I knew you and I weren't going to agree on a lot of things.
Yeah.
And I wanted you to hear what that sounded like.
Yeah.
And I wanted you to know that I wasn't going to be like, you idiot, I can't believe you believe, screw you. You know, I wanted you to hear me have a conversation with somebody totally disagreeing, but still civil, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So good. I'm glad that swayed you over.
They're great.
But yeah, Girl in a Coma is fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
I've never heard of
They only had like 3 albums. It's 2 sisters and a cousin, I think. I think they're all family. They ended up breaking up, and then the singer ended up doing a bunch of solo stuff. But she's got a fantastic voice, just amazing voice. They have a whole album that's all covers, which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. But probably the most well-known cover was the one they did a Selena song. It's in Spanish.
Oh wow.
And they do a cover of a Yeah, they do quite a few Spanish songs, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
I think the two sisters, that Spanish is their first language, but...
I have a guy that I work with. He's in a band, Los Tranquilos. Man, that guy, they sing in English and Spanish.
Okay.
And he has some amazing stuff.
Oh, I'll have to check it out.
Yeah, they tour with another, I can't remember the name of the other band, but they have done some tours and they're going to be doing stuff again this year.
What kind of music?
It's more, what did you say it was? It's kind of like rock, not rock. I mean, it's like a softer rock, I guess you could say. But like, there's just one song he made to his it's basically talking about his girlfriend. But like, he does it pretty much himself. But just the guitar and his voice is amazing.
Yeah,
amazing music. I was thinking about it. Made me think about him. He'd be a great person probably to have on.
Hey, send him my way.
Yeah.
I'm always looking for new people.
Yeah, and because to get his band out there. I mean, they're already like, people are noticing them. But he has
cool, man.
You might really like it.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to check some of that out. They got like a band camp or anything, or they got a like YouTube. They got
you can go. Yeah, they're all over. They're on all of them.
Okay.
They're on all of them. You can go on YouTube and find them. You can go on Instagram and find them. Yeah, so definitely.
Very cool. And they're called Los
Tranquilos.
Okay. I'm gonna have to spell that out at some point.
Okay. Yeah, for sure.
I don't habla very well, so. Oh man.
That's funny.
All right. Well, we'll jump into some political stuff. Where are you at politically? Right leaning, left leaning, don't care.
Don't care.
Head in the sound. Head in the sand.
That's what I was telling her. I was like, I really don't care.
Okay.
At one point, I guess I did, years back. But
okay.
I think as I started to see through all the lies and just the distraction that they put out
Wait,
there.
now hold on. Are you implying that the government doesn't tell us the truth?
No, I mean, the government is always truthful. They're like me, very direct, to the point, never.
Yes.
So, yeah, I think I just, over the years, I've just kind of pushed it away. Like, this whole thing that just went on, like I was telling her, the only person I even remotely cared about was, like, RFK. I was like...
okay.
I was like,
RFK Jr.?
RFK Jr.
Okay.
Like, I feel like with him, he has some good views, some good things that he would like to implement and, and try to change.
Well, how do you feel about Trump putting him in as the...
I think the position he's putting him into is good.
Okay.
I know he wasn't... That's far, well, I don't know, but it seemed like he didn't Trump or the other side, but which is why he didn't even want to be...
RFK didn't, you mean?
Yeah,
okay.
And that's why he pulled himself to independent, because he was like, I can't even associate with the Democrats,
Yeah.
But so who knows now with him being on that aspect of Trump's thing. If Trump just lets him be and lets him do his own thing, then great,
Yeah.
But other than that, I'm really just not super political. I don't get caught up in it.
Okay.
I don't let them distract me with
Well, there's certain aspects of it, though, that will affect your life, right?
Yes, I mean... So,
whether we want to be involved, I understand what you're saying, like, don't be all like, oh, no, I got to look at all this and I got to worry about all... No, I'm kind of with you there. I was never political myself until probably a while back. Trump era, probably. Yeah. So a lot of people became political just because it became such a spectacle to watch. Which it's always been, right? The U.S. government has always been just a clown show in a lot of ways. But I think when Trump stepped on the scene, it was like, okay, now this is a whole new level of clown show. Now it's like, this guy's like a stand-up comedian. You know, he's just saying things that like you're saying. Like things that we should never say around other people. Yeah. This guy's saying it from a microphone on TV to the whole nation. Right?
Absolutely.
It's like, wait, he said what?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So exactly. So it became something to watch in a sense, and I didn't really know where I stood on anything. I think I shouldn't say always. Back in my younger days, I was more left leaning, and I think as I've gotten older, I'm definitely more right leaning now. But it's such a spectacle, and when you look at even who we had, when we had Trump and Biden running against each other, that was already like, what is this? Like, this is the best we have, or what? You
have one with dementia,
right,
and one with orange skin. You're like, who do we pick? You know what I mean? Like, which one do we pick? It's so goofy. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So you're racist against orange-skinned people. See, I didn't know that about you.
Well, I'm with somebody with yellow. I'm with somebody with yellow skin, so come on now. Did I say that out loud? I'm just...
That's all right. We're not recording this, so you're good. Thankfully, this won't be out anywhere. Yeah, right? No one's ever going to hear this.
I did say that about myself the other day.
So okay, so let me start there then. So where do you, when Biden was out? I guess my first question is when Biden was asked to step down, decided to step down, whoever you talked to, how did you feel about that? Did you think it was a good move?
To get rid of him, yeah, but I mean, then you put Kamala in there, and that's not any better.
Do you think it was worse or the same, or like where do you stand on that?
Well, I mean, her IQ's not very high. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She's just not very bright. I don't know. Just to say, like I watched a video of her. You know who Andy Frisella is from First Form?
No. I don't think so. Maybe if I saw him.
It's called Andy Frisella Reels. Like that's his podcast. But like check it out. It's funny because he's just totally.
He's like a political commentator kind of guy.
No, he has First Form. Him and his brother have this company. It's a like supplement company, and so he's all about like wellness, whatever. But he just can't stand any of this book. So I'm saying like with Kamala, I was just like, man, there's a video he put out of her. She was in I forgot what country, and they were basically singing the song. Had a really good beat, but they were like talking crap about her in like a Latin language.
Love it.
And she was over there clapping along with it. and then the translator comes up to her, and you see the translator just like say something in her ear. She goes from this to like, oh. It was amazing. And Andy's like, look at this idiot. Look at this idiot. Yes. I'm like, so that, I mean.
I have to see that video now. I mean, that's right in line with the Let's Go Brandon.
Yeah.
Right, when he was oblivious to that for so long, to the point that guy even called in on the thing. He's like, oh, let's go Brandon. And Trump's like, oh, let's go. I mean, Biden's like, oh, let's go Brandon.
Yeah.
Dude, that was an insult. He just insulted you on national TV, and you repeated the insult.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
So that video was amazing with her, it was kind of funny,
Okay.
But just, I don't know, just like I said, to me it's not one side or the other, it's just more, who's the stupider one we're going to put in there?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, and at the end of the day, what difference are they really going to make?
Right.
That's my thing, is, you have to have the House and everybody agree on these things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that, now this year it's more Republican, I guess the House, everybody's like,
yeah,
they're running all of it now. So
it's going to be the most right-leaning government we've had in a long time, which makes people like Michelle very happy.
Yeah. See, did you hear the big sigh? Did you hear the big sigh in the background? Her and my mom both, the big sigh in the background. These two get together, and it's like, I'm like,
hey, you married your mom. So.
When her and my mom get together, and they're just like, oh, really? Trump, and I'm like, please, both of you just be quiet.
Yeah.
And they gotta.
And vote. So.
I know you will.
Yeah, and so like for me, like I don't even like Trump. Like and I think most people don't. Most people don't say, what, that Trump is such a great person.
A good man. Yeah,
I just love him to death. I'm gonna let him babysit my kids. That's how much I love him.
Exactly.
I want to hang out with him, go on picnic with him on the weekend.
Yeah.
Nobody's really saying that. I mean, there are some wackos that are on the far right, weirdos that are saying that. Oh, Trump is Jesus. No, he's not.
Well, like in Arkansas.
Right. Somewhere out there, there's this small group of weirdos.
Yeah.
But for most of us, we're just like, no, I don't like him. But I don't like Kamala Harris either. No. I don't like Joe Biden either. I could say the same thing about them. And the critique I would make about people, because I used to say, don't vote for somebody based on their personality.
Yeah.
Right. And I had to apply that to myself, because for me, when Kamala Harris would come on the screen and she would do her Joker laugh or whatever, she would just say stupid things. I had to think, okay. Or her voice was annoying, or like there's all those personal parts of her that annoyed me. But I'm like, Ryan, don't let that be why you choose to vote for somebody and not vote for somebody. She could run the country great and cackle like that all she wants in the White House. It's not going to affect my life at all. Yeah. What is going to affect my life is how much gas costs, how much groceries cost, can I buy a home, that kind of stuff.
Trump. When I had my business going on, and Trump got in there, and granted, I mean, he's a businessman, so things for business owners got that much better, and just overall, a lot of things did get better.
Sure.
I'm like, he's a blatant bozo, but I'm like, if things are getting better for overall living, then great. I'm not saying it was just him doing it, but still, as a whole. That's what I tried. That's what I told her. I'm not a Trump fan. I'm not any of that. I'm there for my biggest thing in politics or whatever is like, whoever is going to help the greater good for everybody, let's at least put them out there.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
But it's like hard to find someone like that.
Yeah. So let me ask you in front of Michelle. So sorry. Were you, when Trump won over Kamala, were you happy about that, or did you wish it would have went the other way, or do you literally not care either way? You think both of them would have been exactly the same in the White House?
Honestly, overall, I don't care. But if I had to pick one, I would have been happy that Trump won over.
Okay.
That's the way I look at it. You know that for sure. Come on.
I know.
I would have.
Good thing is your soulmate, or that might have been a deal breaker.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have voted for Kamala and Crayon. You know what I mean? I just wouldn't have.
What if it was still Trump Biden?
Would still would Trump.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Trump. Oh yeah.
All right.
Biden. I mean, jeez, he doesn't even know where he's at 99% of the time.
Yeah, I got
to show a video of him the other day. This was funny. This was just funny. See, it's like I love comedy. He was on a stage looking like out to a field, like waving.
Yes.
There was no one
to
there.
Nobody.
It was like, and they had to turn him around. I'm like, dude. Yeah. I mean, talk about Alzheimer's as hell right there. I'm like, I mean, come on, dude.
It gets to the point where it's funny, but it's sad. It's dude, this guy, he should not be living out his final years as a spectacle to the world.
No, exactly.
Because this is what happens when you get old. Everybody's going to go through this if you live that long, right?
See, and for me, because I would just laugh at myself, I would hope that somebody, if I was like in my deathbed, would show me a video of me doing that. Like, waving to a field.
Just so you would laugh?
So I could laugh on my way out. I mean, that's funny. You look like an idiot right there. It would just be funny.
You see that video, you're like, well, I guess it's time to go. Yeah. We're out of here.
Oh my God, take me. Yeah. It's time. I look like an idiot. It's like,
oh my gosh, that's so good. So awesome. Okay, so what reasons are you glad Trump is in there above Kamala Harris?
Well, obviously, for me, what I did see is I felt like our economy was better than it had been in a long time. So I'm really hoping that he shifts pricing on things.
Well, you felt that way because it was true.
It was true. Exactly. Yeah. That's what I mean. So I mean, it's like if he can bring things back to that level again, which I believe that'll be one of his biggest goals.
Right.
And then also like the term
himself.
But then also like the before what?
Pardoning himself.
Oh yeah. Well, okay, then you have Biden out there releasing all the criminals. Do you remember when all of that was going on?
Oh, okay.
Releasing all people? Exactly. I remember having a bunch of just random criminals roaming the streets where I lived in the Central Valley when I had my business. I was like, I'm like, okay, this bozo is really helping society right now.
Right.
I mean, come on now.
Right.
So, come on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whose vote is he trying to get?
Yeah.
How many strikes do you have? Cool, vote for me.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like,
well, then he pardoned his son.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is something there's video of him saying he would never do, which of course it's the government. Every politician in the world, you can find a video where it says that.
You can't believe that? Oh, I thought you were saying that you can't believe that he pardoned his son. Oh, yeah, of course you can.
Well, yeah. Why not?
Do you think he should have done that or no? Pardon his son?
No.
Okay.
No. Yeah, no, not at all.
Yeah.
And Trump shouldn't pardon himself either.
Yeah.
So.
Has he?
He will.
Oh, you think you're predicting the future?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. I don't know. The first 4 years, there was a whole part of the country that was predicting that he was going to push that button that was going to blow up the country.
Yeah.
And now that same people are saying he's going to do that now. Well, he needed 8 years, so now he's going to do it in the second 4 years.
Well, and it's funny though that I saw, especially like having lived in North Carolina when before this election, and people that were big time Democrat were now pushing for Trump. They were like, we want him back. Like, I don't care. And this is coming from like a lot of African American people. That, people were surprised. They were like, no, I'm so over these bozos. Like, we need to get him.
Well, I think Trump had the highest African American and Hispanic American vote that a Republican has received in like 20 years or something. Yeah. So those numbers were there for him.
Yeah.
I've had people on here lots of times that have said it like this, and I think it's true, is that they're lifelong Democrats and they believe a certain thing because they're Democrats and they believe it. And they said, and here we are in 2025 now, and you're still standing as a Democrat in the same place. You haven't moved. But the line for what is a Democrat has moved over here.
Yes.
So you need to either follow that all the way over there, or you remain where you are. And if you remain where you are, you're almost kind of on the right now.
Absolutely.
Because the marker has changed. And I think a lot of the Democratic Party is starting to realize that they have pushed that envelope way too far to the left, and I think they know that's why they lost the election. Because if you can lose again to a man who is not exactly loved for his personality, like both right and left, we don't like him, or his values, that's what I'm saying. But people are looking at things like you said. They're looking at the economy. They're like, look, I got a business. I have to feed my family. I have to live. I can't be paying this much for gas. I would like to buy a home someday. I have all these young people that I talk to, and they're like, I would like to buy a home someday. And I tell them, well, you better move out of California then, because you're not going to be able to do it.
Absolutely.
So that's the kind of stuff they're looking at, and that's why it makes sense.
And that's the thing. See, it's exactly that. Is because I would say, like I've told her before, I mean, I look at both sides, and I have over my life as I've gone through learning more, obviously, and looking at, okay, I agree with these guys on this side, and these guys to certain factors, right? But at the same point, like you said, then you look at the Democrats where they are now, and that's why RFK pulled away. He's like, he's like, I can't.
That is exactly why he
say that I'm a Democrat anymore. Correct. Because I do not agree with what they're doing.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So he's like, I'll just go independent and go with what I actually want to make changes in. You know? Yeah. And that's how I feel, because I look at what's going to actually benefit all of us as a whole. Right. That's my biggest point to people is like, how can we all make each other's lives better? Not just this or that. You know? And
what do you say to the claim that people would make about Trump and say that he's not trying to do what's best for everybody? He's only trying to do what's best for a rich white man, basically,
people
for
always
lack
say
of a
that
better
he's just
term.
for rich white people. I don't necessarily agree with that because I feel like he definitely has points. I don't think he has great values, and I don't think he has all. You know, I don't agree with a lot of the stuff he agrees with. But again, I do think he wants to see the betterment of, again, if our economy was benefiting all of us, that wasn't just rich white people that were benefiting from it.
Right.
You know, because that's why the people that were once Democratic are now saying like we do want him back in because he was helping all of us as a whole.
Right.
You know.
Yeah.
So some of his stuff is definitely to benefit of all of us, but like I said again, do I agree with him as a person?
Right.
Not necessarily. Do I like that he shoots directly? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's more your style.
That's more my style right there. You know what I mean? But there's certain things he says that makes him sound like a complete idiot. So,
right.
You know.
Right.
So I don't agree with that.
Did you watch the debate, the Harris Trump debate? Did you watch it?
Nope.
Really? Oh, you would have liked it. You would have thought it was good.
Would I?
I think so, because everybody on the right was really upset about it because they were like, this is like, they were only fact checking him.
I heard that.
It was terrible. The moderators were very obviously Team Kamala. And it was bad. It was real bad.
Andy Priscilla talked about that as
it was terrible. And I mean, hats off to the Democrats in some ways because they knew what they were doing. They knew exactly what to say to get Trump in the element of being a 5-year-old. All you have to do is mention crowd size, and that's exactly what Kamala Harris did. Said something about you see his rallies. And of course, his chest puffs out. Now he's going on a rant about how he has more people at his rallies, and we're all going, dude. Who cares?
Yeah.
And now you sound stupid on national TV in front of everybody, and she's over there grinning ear to ear because she knows exactly what she did.
How to get him?
Yes,
because they know he's very ego based.
Yes,
he's all look at me, you know, like you said, like you know,
somebody
rooster
like
chest,
that
you know,
actually run the country though.
No, well, that's
based on ego.
Ego. You know how I feel. You know how I feel. That's why I say I'm not a fan of him.
Right.
I'm not a fan of his ego or him because I always tell her like.
Who he is.
You think that'll affect his policy?
That's what's making decisions is ego.
Yes, but there's also other people that have to agree with him.
Yeah, I know. But
do you think there's any areas of the first 4 years of his term where his ego did bad things for the economy? I mean, not just the economy, just the country in general. Like, did you see that into play at all?
See, one thing I look at with that aspect of things is like, you know, like us having tension with all these other countries was to a minimum. He was in there and he is very, very egotistical, but he wasn't out there like, let me go blow up every country I can.
Right.
He was like, let's just stay away from
But they knew he would if it came to that.
If he needed to, he would. But
there was a fear factor there.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So the other countries knew, like, he won't play games with us, but at the same time, he's not screwing with us. So let's just keep it at that.
Yeah.
So, hey, let's not have all this turmoil because right now everybody's out there blowing up everybody. So, you know, why is that?
Yeah. Well, that's the point he makes too, is that there was no wars when he was in office.
That's what's going on.
And there's how many have started now
that's
since,
what I mean.
You know.
There's like, it's like a record number right now.
Right.
And that wasn't existing when he was in there for his 4 years.
Right.
So something he did was working. And
it's because he's a rich white man who bought off all those people.
That's what it was, yeah.
And that's why they didn't go to war.
Absolutely.
He said, look, I'll give you billions of dollars as long as you don't go to war till after I'm out of the White House.
Yeah, exactly. Because that would absolutely work. That would absolutely work. They would take those billions, they would get even more weapons.
Yeah,
and blow us up.
then they'd blow up. Yeah, exactly.
You know,
so we wouldn't be here.
Nope.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, boy. Okay, so let's kind of, in a sense, veer off of government stuff and just talk about like world issues. Like, what kind of issues are happening in the world right now do you feel passionate about? Either like this shouldn't be happening, or I wish this was happening, things like that. Like, do you like, in other words, if someone put you in charge tomorrow and said you have all the resources you need, you have all the financial you need, fix the country, where do you start?
So just focus on our country?
Just our country for now, yeah. We can expand that to the world too, but I think maybe we'll start with just our country.
Honestly, so one of my biggest beliefs and thoughts is, so all of our basic human needs should be met. We have plenty of resources, you know what I mean, for all of our needs to be met.
Like food, water, shelter.
Food, water, shelter. That should be.
So there shouldn't be homeless people anywhere.
There shouldn't be homeless. There should be, other than, of course, there are homeless people that choose to be out there. Because I've met homeless people over the years of being in EMS and stuff like that.
Yes.
That choose that lifestyle.
Right.
If that's what they choose, okay. There's a lot of them that do not choose that due to severe addiction, mental health issues, things like that, and we're not giving them the proper help. Looking at this country, we have the resources we need, but what do? We turn everything into a business.
Right.
Everything is money focused, and everything is a business. Even rehabs and things like that are all about money, right? Or you have, of course, pharmaceuticals. Having been in that EMS, in the medical industry for years, watching you're creating drug addicts by just handing out pills, sending them to methadone clinics so that they can just continue to be high.
Get hooked on that instead.
Just get hooked on
that.
Right. So you're putting people out on the street by not actually helping them.
Yeah.
I look at a place like my family, not because my family's from there, but being Portuguese. In Portugal, you can literally be addicted to anything. They will help you for free to get off of any of your addiction.
Okay.
They actually work with you to help you get away from that kind of stuff.
Interesting.
And, why are we not doing that?
Okay, so here's my question, and I know nothing about what you just said, so that's why I'm curious. What's the interest in that in Portugal? Are they wanting that, the people that are addicted to drugs? Are they using that resource a lot, or is there...
I believe so. That's why the crime rates and things are so low over there. You know what I mean? Because they're actually... I always tell people, no matter how... I believe this anyway. No matter how far down some hole you've gone, at the depths of who we are like a pure soul, I believe. You know what I mean? Yeah. You're drawn into things by the world and by people telling you to live this way, do this, do that, going through traumas and whatever the case is. But I believe at the depths of who we all are, if you give us the right help, the right resources, the right things, we're all going to come out and do good things in this world. I believe.
Right. Okay.
So like a place like Portugal, they have very low crime rates. The people there all really look out for each other. You know what I mean? Everybody loves each other. The president rolls around with 2 people. And he doesn't have a barrage of people protecting him.
He rolls too deep?
That's it. Because no one wants to kill him. You know what I mean? No one wants to kill him.
Yeah.
You have a country like ours that's supposed to be at the top of the world, but yet everybody wants to kill our president and each other. And you know what I mean? So what are we doing wrong?
So what's the drug, do they even have an epidemic in Portugal? Okay, so it's very low.
It's very low. Any kind of crime, any kind of addiction, anything there is very, very low.
Which is probably a big part of what you just said, because the reason why there's so much crime in America has a lot to do with that.
Absolutely, because I tell people, you have people... Literally, if they're struggling with mental health, if they're struggling with an addiction, right, and they're trying to survive, they're trying to feed that addiction, what are they going to do? It's going to turn to crime because they can't go get a job. They can't, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so if we were actually giving them the help they needed, not basing it on a business and how much money we can make off of them, we'd have a healthier overall society, right?
Yeah.
So if we were all here, I always tell people we all came to help each other.
Sure.
So we all have different gifts, we all have different passions, things that we can use to help the whole collective. But... we've been told that everything is all financial based and it's a business, so that's why you have everybody against each other.
Right.
Yeah, people pose against each other, so how can I get all... Well, guess what? We're actually all here to help each other. It's not about what can I get, how can I serve you?
Sure,
right?
sure.
And your needs are going to be met anyway, and exceeded oftentimes.
And if everybody on the planet had the philosophy of, I'm going to look to others' needs above my own, could you imagine... the world we would live in? Can you imagine
we would live in? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There wouldn't be the crime. There wouldn't be the war. There would be none of that.
There'd be people fighting over who got to do things for each other.
Exactly.
I'm going to give this to you. No!
Let me push you out of the way so I can serve you first. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
I'd rather have somebody be pushing me to serve somebody than...
4-way stop signs would just back up.
Everybody
waiting for the rest of them to go. You go first. No, you go.
No, you go. I'd rather have to have a person directing traffic to just please go, as opposed to the people that are stop and go, let's get in wrecks because it's about me first. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Something simple like that. I always tell people, I'm even just from state to state, coming back to California, it's all these that are in a hurry to try to get in front of you, right? And because where you're going is so much more important than where that person's going. It's actually not.
Right.
You go to North Carolina, everybody's kind of just cruising. Not everywhere. Don't get me wrong, Charlotte and Raleigh. And
well, there's the big cities.
There's big cities that people are pumped and just going.
Right.
But some of the not so big, even where we were in Fayetteville, it was people were just kind of taking their time, cruising around. It's good to go.
Yeah.
So I think about if we just put others, and that's the other thing we talk about, putting others first. You go to a place like North Carolina, people there are like holding doors for you purposefully. Hey, how are you? Walking to a store, like, hey, how are you? Get to know people that work in the store.
Southern hospitality, right?
Yeah, just everybody's actually taking time to get to know each other. California, it's like, you're going into a coffee shop and someone sees you like 2 feet behind. They can't even hold the door for 2 seconds. They're like, I'm not worried about you. It's like, why are you? Dude, hold the door. It's something.
I got places to go.
Yeah.
I'm late. I'm always late somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. It's so self-centered. And so that's why I always tell her, it's like, I tend to be driven by how can I serve first. You know what I mean? And I know that my needs have always been met and exceeded oftentimes. And so I definitely, not like I haven't had selfish moments, but I've caught myself in them and been like, is it really what you're here for? Or are you here to actually serve? Yeah. So if we did that for each other as a country and just showed people, hey, because then the other thing is people just trying to get their basic needs met also pushes people into, it shouldn't, but pushes people into that survival state. So they're living from the primal brain majority of the time, right? Yeah. So then they're like, hey, it's all about me because I got to survive. I got to help my family survive. So even if I got to go steal or do whatever I got to do, if we didn't have to, if everybody's basic needs were met and they were able to live from that more centered state, imagine what they'd be able to do with their creativity and their gifts and things that are there, without trying to be like, well, I have to go get mine. Yeah,
So do you think that the vast majority of like theft crime is because of needing food or needing like necessities?
No, I mean, you also, I think sometimes, especially when it goes generation to generation, you have kids that watch their parents do stuff like that, maybe to meet needs. And then now that stuff has been glamorized by a lot of the stupid music and these guys with their cars and their chains and their guns and their drugs and all that crap, right? Yeah. So you're encouraging that. That's why I'm so, she knows. Like anything glamorizing ghetto hood, any of that I cannot stand. Right. And I can say that having hung out with a gang that was very notorious, like when I was younger for a little while, like I said. And now looking back at that and being like, that was
you didn't look like a gang. When you walked in here, I thought that guy's definitely a gang.
Oh, for sure, yeah, for sure. 100%. Yeah, thank God, not nowadays. She saw, I think, an old picture.
You should have seen him at 17.
Yeah. The picture she saw of me at that time.
Oh, nice.
I'm sure I did look like that.
I even asked you. I was like, was that you?
Was that you? I'm like, that was me.
Well, but there's a definite truth to what you're saying because, like I grew up listening to all that stuff, and I grew up listening to NWA and Too Short and that kind of stuff, which I think is great music. But I had a very low view of women when I went into my junior high and high school days. Not because I was trying to be too. I just
programmed with it.
Yes, I was listening to these guys I looked up to, and I was like, oh, I want to be like Too Short. Yep. Oh, this guy's cool. It sounds like he's got a glamorous life. I want to do this.
Absolutely.
I also hated the police.
Yep.
They never did anything to me,
nope.
But I would listen to NWA and they would make me think they did something to me. Like, and here I am, this little suburban white kid, and I'm like, oh yeah, screw the police, man. Yeah, they're always trying to do this, and it's like I didn't have any idea what I was talking about. But that music was so influential in my young brain that I just, it did all that. And the other thing to say was, and I think we might have talked about this with you, I don't remember, but the idea that everybody's up in arms about Trump saying what he said about grabbing a woman, that whole thing, right? And I'm not justifying that in any way. That was wrong to say. But these same people drive around bumping music that's all it's about.
Every song is about.
Oh, and I gotta beat this woman down and hit her with this, and she's gonna give me this, or I'm gonna do this, and everybody's like, yeah, this is the music I love. Exactly. But Trump says it, kill him. He's the worst person ever. I hate this guy. Screw him.
Absolutely.
Whoa, like, why is there such a double standard there? I don't get it. They're both wrong.
I completely agree.
They should not be talking about women that way. Either one of them. Exactly. So I don't get it. But
that's why I say. So that's why I feel like there's music and these artists and things that are, if you want to call them artists, glamorizing that stuff. And then so why do we have society running around thinking that that's cool to do, right? So that's why you have these kids running around pulling guns on each other, going and stealing cars, stealing, whatever, breaking into homes, because these guys are glamorizing that, treating women like crap. Instead of treating us all, and like instead of singing about like let's all be united, let's all be one, let's treat them with the exact same respect as anyone else, right? I mean, but that's not what's out there. So you have the youth thinking that that's a good thing. This is why when I'm around these high school kids and they like they will not put that around me because I'm like, yeah, you're not gonna. That's why they're like, Coach, can I listen in my AirPods? I was like, it's the only place you're gonna listen because I'm not listening like, in the gym like that right now. Because like we're not gonna do it because that stuff is so. I was like, you guys are all functioning off of one brain cell. You know what I mean? Like, come on, like it's just ridiculous. So yeah, she knows I'm just not a fan of that crap at all. Yeah. And I feel like that's why you have the youth especially, and that's who. We're all being programmed at all times, right? And so unless you realize the power of our mind and we can pull away from those things. So that's why I tell people, like I tell the kids all the time, think about what you're consuming all the time.
Yes.
What are you consuming via, music, movies, all these things? Is it glamorizing you killing people?
Right.
Social media. Or are you actually like looking at how can I go make a difference in the world and actually like uplift everybody?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And that's why I say with even people like Tupac, if you look back on his beliefs and some of his interviews and things that he was in, he got caught up in some of that stuff because of the money, because of where he was at, whatever. But his overall beliefs were actually to try to make positive change, which is what he really wanted to do. Right. So that's why I tell people, like, let's glamorize and put people like that on stage as opposed to, these idiots now that are, singing a bunch of nonsense, and you have kids out there, like you said, bumping it, and I'm like, hey, this is great, look at that bee over there, and, like, let's go do some cocaine off the back, and dude, why would you put that out there? Who was that helping?
That was Hunter Biden that did that.
How do you think his dad was able
snorting
to maintain the whole time
through
his dementia?
Cocaine? Yeah, was that snorting lines off a prostitute's butt or something like that? I don't know.
His dad was probably in there too.
Probably.
And Trump was right next to him.
Yeah. They're all in it together.
Trump was the kingpin.
No, Trump was with Stormy Daniels at that time, probably.
Oh yeah.
He was in with the porn star.
They're all awesome.
Yeah, they're all upstanding role models for my sons. I say, be like those guys. That's what you want to do. So kind of back to the homeless and the drug epidemic and that kind of thing. I'm with you, like saying like we need ways to help. Like we need to help these. A lot of them are suffering with severe mental illness, whether that's whether it's trauma PTSD, or it's just drug use. Sometimes the PTSD leads to the drug use. Sometimes vice versa. But I think when they do like studies and statistics and they look at this kind of stuff, what's really interesting is that it seems that the vast majority, and again, statistics you can only take so far, but the vast majority of them don't want the help. And that becomes a problem because we can either do some government-sanctioned program where we force people into these clinics and these places where they're going to clean up, get a job, rehabilitation centers basically. And we take all these people and say, look, you cannot live on the street. It is illegal for you to live on the street. So we have two options for you. You can either go into this rehabilitation center, get your life together, make something of yourself, get a life that you love living, get a life where you can eat and live in a house and, maybe even start a family. Who knows, right? The sky's the limit. Or you're going to jail. Right, those are really where you would also get somewhere to live and food and and a TV to watch and all that stuff.
Why some people do
exactly. They just keep going back. Yeah, they know they're absolutely take care of their needs right. Better than living on the street, especially in the winter in some of these cities. So I that's the only option I see to the problem of so many people not wanting it. A lot of times it's presented as like, no, these people they just need a hand. They just need a hand, and we just need to give them the money to get it back on their feet. Sometimes that's the case, but it seems like the vast majority that's not the case. They're like, no, I don't. If you give me money, I'm going to go buy more meth.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or more tequila or whatever my vice is. I'm not going to use that to make a better life for myself because I'm already in this life. I'm addicted to this stuff. It's not like you can just turn a switch on. Yeah, at that point, maybe not, right? And then there's that whole discussion, right, about, well, they made the decision to begin with, and now maybe that they're in it, they're like, oh, I wish I could go back in time, which is a lot of them, And this is why I always use people I see at the library as an example to my kids. I say, look, stay away from this stuff because I see these kids that are your age. They come in there and they can't even. Their body's doing this and they can't even move right. They can't talk. They're asking me for a guest pass so they can get on the internet and zone out for 3 hours and then they go sleep under a tree. I said, dude, and sometimes that's because they tried it one time.
Absolutely.
And it just sucked them in, and now they're stuck on this stuff, and it's just destroying them. All the teeth are falling out, and they look terrible. I have seen.
They still need
I know they do. But the question is how.
See,
right? That's the question. What's going to work?
I think there's a fine line. So there's like education, right? Teaching people and educating even these people. So that was one thing I did with whether it was homeless, drug addicts, whoever I picked up as a medic. If I had, generally my transport times were short, but the time I could talk with some of these people in the back, I let them know like there are ways out of this thing, right? And there was plenty who would break down in tears and be like, I want a way out of this.
Yes.
I just don't know what.
Don't know what exactly.
Like they have no clue. So what's the easiest way is to get that next dopamine hit to the brain by going to get another fix, right? But you educate them on those things. Educate them on the power of the mind. Educate them on, hey, so give them places to go where you're actually educating them, not just on, on addiction, but on the abilities that they have if they get to a place of having a clear mind, a clear body, healthy mind, body, and soul connection, right?
Sure.
And what the potential is for them to go and do. Perfect example, when I had my business, we had these two homeless guys that would be kind of like in this alley behind my business. Winter time, getting cold, I would tell some of my trainers, hey, make them coffee, go take them coffee, whatever the case is. I saw one of them at a liquor store, at a grocery store, but like a little market, right?
Yeah.
And he was there hoping for money, could barely talk. I mean, just looked horrible.
Yeah.
I happened to walk out of the store and he was there, and I recognized him. I was like, hey, don't you usually stay in this one area? He's like, yeah. I said, my business is right there. I talked to him for like 5-10 minutes, probably like 10 minutes, and I was like, hey, this is not your end all be all. Literally, there are opportunities, there's help, there's things you can do. I said, God didn't put you here for this. You have something greater. I promise you. Like, God's got a different plan for you. Right. This may be a part of your journey that you had to go through, but don't let this be like the end for you.
Yeah.
And I was like, in any way I can help you with that, feel free to come by. I told him, hey, my business is right there. We're the ones that take you coffee sometimes, whatever the case is. He listened, and it seemed like this. And anyway, and then it was, whatever. I didn't know what was going to come. I didn't think anything was going to come from it. I just talked to him, gave him that time, and walked away.
Planting seeds.
Planting seeds. That's it. Probably like 2 months later, I was in the midst of with a client, whatever. One of my trainers comes with, hey, somebody's at the door for you. It's this gentleman, cleaned up,
crazy,
normal clothes, could actually understand what he was saying.
Wow.
He goes, yeah, that it's like this. It's like a church, but they focus on people that have addiction and stuff like that. In that city where we were at. He found him after that conversation. He said it was shortly after that. He said he went and talked with him.
That's so cool.
He goes, they're helping me. He goes, he goes, I just want to say thank you for talking to me in that moment, because everybody else was just either walking by him or throwing some money at him or whatever. And I'm like, why don't you, instead of just throwing money at him, I'm not saying don't help them, but give them the attention to show them that you actually care.
Right.
Because every human wants love and wants connection, no matter what.
Yes.
I don't care who you are.
It's almost like they were designed that way.
Yeah. We exactly right.
Right. Yeah.
Absolutely. So it's like it's intentional, people. Sure. We're here to actually have that connection. We're all I always tell, we're all interconnected. We're all one anyway. Yeah. So if you show somebody like that they actually are loved and that you care, that could be the one thing that turns them around. That was my proof for me. I was like, whoa, because I didn't think anything of it after that conversation. I was just hoping whatever that would do for him, maybe a little bit, Yeah. And for him to fully turn around after that, I was like, great, hopefully you stay that way.
Right.
But I think if you show people you cared, and we had enough of those facilities that it's not just based off money, don't feed their addiction. Yeah, they're gonna go through all of the withdrawal and all that good stuff when they're coming off of their stuff. But when you start to show them that you actually care about what you do, it's like the student I work with at school. That kid, they basically said he was almost a lost cause, or his behaviors are horrible. He's too far on the spectrum to where he's not even going to be productive in life.
Right.
Now even his mom says he's changed at home. And, nice. So it's showing him that I actually care about him, showing him that I love him, and I'm like, hey, I'm here to actually help you.
Yeah.
Gave him a whole different perspective on things.
Yeah. See, that's so awesome.
So imagine if we all do that in everything in everyday life.
Right.
So
what do you say, if there's, let's say you had another scenario like the guy that you talked with, and then you saw him a couple months later and he was all cleaned up. Let's say there was another guy like that, because I'm sure this has happened to you too, where you'd have that exact same talk.
And they don't care.
One, they never, that's not the outcome. Let's just say maybe he goes even deeper down the drug route, and then you see in the paper that he died from an overdose or something. So what do you think is the difference between those two people? Why did one respond so favorably to the love you were showing, and the other one is just like, screw you, I don't want anything to do with this, and then I'm going to die of a drug overdose?
Honestly, I don't know. I think the one that died of the drug overdose probably just felt that he was so far gone that even what I told him didn't give him that ray of light that I guess, that he needed.
So you think maybe he was farther down the path than the first guy?
Possibly. I mean, I think that you can talk to these folks, and some of them do like hear you and understand like there is hope, there is potential for me to get better. I think others feel like, because I've talked to people with addiction that are people that I've known, with the severe addiction. Yeah. They're like, "Oh, I'm already too far gone." And it's like, you're never too far gone.
Right.
You need to hit rock bottom sometimes to come back up. But some people just, and then the other thing is if they're especially on a certain drug, right? You just take one bad hit and you're done. Yeah. I mean, so maybe that person did want to change. Maybe he was thinking about it.
Yeah, that could be.
One bad batch. Yeah. One bad hit and he's gone.
Sure.
Could be. Yeah. Because I think if you show anybody that you care, I always tell people, like, addiction, people have to be ready to change. Just like you were saying, we can have these government sanctions that say you have to go do this. Right. Well, the soul never wants to be pushed into anything. So I always tell people, even in addiction is a part of your journey, right? If you're addicted to anything, a part of your journey is to figure out a way beyond that and move forward, because that addiction is helping you do something. Yeah.
So how far do you go with that? If someone, let's say, God forbid, someone does die of a drug overdose, would you say that was also part of their journey?
Yeah, I believe so. Okay. I believe in reincarnation. I believe our souls come back many times. Okay. So I believe that, for whatever reason in that lifetime, that's what they had to go through. And then,
so whatever happens is supposed to happen.
I believe it's supposed to happen. Okay. But I do believe we have a sense of free will. So I believe that, I believe that our free will is when we interfere with what God is intended for us to do on that journey. So,
but if we interfere and we do something with our free will and it happens, you would say that was supposed to happen.
That was supposed to happen because you interfered in whatever that journey, that part of that plan was for you on this journey, right? Yeah. So now you got to come back and deal with what you had then, and even on your next journey, whatever you have. Okay. That's ahead of you.
Yeah. We'll definitely get more into this in the spiritual part of it, but so things like school shooters. You look at something like that. Do you look at that and you say, well, that was supposed to happen? That was part of the plan. And if the answer is yes, I would say part of whose plan?
I believe that's more a free will aspect of things. See, so you have someone that's come through whatever kind of maybe trauma they came through, whatever they've experienced in their life, right? And whatever they consumed, like via watching it, right? I mean, the things that they're listening to, the things that they're hearing, things they're watching, things they're being programmed with, basically. Sure. And they probably have some kind of internal battle that they don't know how to have a healthy outlet, right? I mean, like where to turn that anger, that rage, that hurt. Pretty much it's hurt, right? Sure. I tell people anger typically comes from hurt. You're hurt inside from something, you become angry, and then oftentimes people turn that anger into let's turn on other people, right?
Not everybody though.
Not everybody.
See, that's what I find interesting, and I think, and this is the part of that kind of what you were saying that I would push back on in a sense is that I forgot which shooting it was. It was quite a few years ago. But they were, as often they try to blame music, or I mean even the girl that was killed in Napomo 30-40 years ago, they were saying it was because of the band Slayer, they were really into this band Slayer, and that's why they killed this girl as a sacrifice, all this kind of stuff. Terrible story. But this more recent one where it was a school shooter or something along those lines, and they talked to the family members of this kid who did the school shooting, and they said, oh, we used to play Call of Duty all the time. Always used to play Call of Duty. And the whole call was like, oh, well, see, that you can't be playing those games like that. And I thought to myself, Call of Duty at the time that article came out was the #1 selling video game in America. That means more kids are playing that than any other game. Yet only that kid decided to shoot up his school. So that tells me right there, I mean, I'm not condoning violent video games, but I'm just saying that to blame the violent video game for whatever was going on in that kid, I mean, even a little bit would be like, I mean, because my point is he would already had something cracked to begin with.
Absolutely.
And to have that exposure maybe to the video game from being cracked, because again, 99.9% of the rest of America is also playing that video game. They didn't do that. They're totally fine. They're totally normal. They're wonderful kids. They play, they shoot their friends online and stuff, and then they go have dinner with their parents, and everybody's great. I mean, they're normal, wonderful kids. Absolutely. So I feel like whatever the reason for the crack there is really the issue we need to be focusing on, and it could be something. It could be something environmental, like as far as like maybe they grew up in a bad way, they had abusive parents. I mean, there's all these different factors. It could be, but it could be that they're just screwy. I mean, sometimes you're born that way. You're born with a mental disposition that just is You know what I mean?
And I definitely believe things are handed down. I mean, I tell people like just through lineage, right? I mean, there's like you said, it could be a chemical imbalance in the brain.
Yes.
I mean, it could
yes.
And that could come from many lines of many generations of your family. Right?
Yes. Yes.
And so that could be the case. I think it's definitely usually, maybe I'm wrong, but usually coupled with other types of traumas and things they've experienced, probably from a very young age.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Things that were handed down from their parents. Their parents were handed something, they just keep handing it down the line.
Stuff you might not even remember.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Right.
Like they have no clue.
Yeah.
They're so young that they have no clue those things were done to them or what they saw or what. Because like they say, from birth to 7 years is when you're like most programmed, because you're in that theta brainwave the whole time. So you're just taking everything in and think that it's real, right? And so if people are abusing you, you're sexually abused, you're whatever you are, and that turns into some kind of, because that's very traumatic no matter what it is, even if you don't remember it, right? And then that turns into some kind of anger and rage that you don't know what to do. It doesn't give the school shoot any kind of violence toward anybody else. I tell people, you have no, in my opinion, there's no excuse for you to do it. I don't care what you've watched, what you've seen, what you've experienced.
Of course.
You know, there is plenty of help and plenty of ways for you to heal by not taking down other people.
Sure.
I just feel like some of these people go so far down that rabbit hole, so if they did experience something from a very young age, or even couple that with a chemical imbalance that's probably handed down from your parents, now you have some kind of trauma added into that chemical imbalance.
Sure.
Then you're watching all this crap that you see in society, and you're like, hey, well, this is one way for me to go and and let me let this anger out.
Yeah.
Right? Let me take it out on other people.
Well, plus it'll bring you notoriety.
Yeah.
Which is something they're looking for because they want attention.
Absolutely.
And did you ever see Natural Born Killers?
Yes. With
So
Woody Harrelson.
Which was the whole point of that movie, right? Like we glorify these killers, and then we have all these people. Oh, I want to be like that.
Yep.
My life sucks anyway.
Yep.
I might as well go out with a bang and be down in the history books as the guy that killed 45 people and then killed himself or whatever. You know,
like a lot of these serial killers. And stuff like that too. Yeah, same thing. I mean, that's the thing is. That's very true. Very, very true. Yeah.
Right.
So you have these people that want to be in the limelight, which another reason is I'm glad Hollywood and all that stuff is breaking down, because then people start to understand it's really not that great to be out. It's kind of like Jim Carrey, like he said. He goes, "I wish everybody could, be famous and rich." He goes, he's like, you really see that it really doesn't mean, you know what I mean? Like it doesn't matter,
Yeah.
Because I think so many people glorify that stuff. And they put that on a soapbox, like, hey, look at me, right?
Right.
But it really doesn't matter at the end of the day.
Well, I've always, as long as I can remember, my kids were little. I think. And Robin Williams was an example of this, but I know there was ones before. But when I try to talk to my kids about, look, that's not the answer. Hollywood, money, fame. I said, these guys have everything the world has to offer, right? But they don't have inner peace. They don't have inner happiness.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they have all the toys. They have all the women. They have all the money. They have the 5 mansions, all that stuff. And they're killing themselves.
Absolutely. I tell people all the time, why is it that you have these multimillionaire and billionaires that are the ones ODing on a regular basis? I was like, because they're empty inside. I tell people, there's nothing more priceless than your inner peace. Yeah. We have that conversation all the time.
Right.
I'm like, it's literally being at peace inside yourself, knowing that you are hopefully making a difference with why you're here. Sure. You know what I mean? Being a positive light to other people's lives. I always tell people, if you're, it's one thing Ram Dass, one of my spiritual mentors, but he said, he goes, if you're depressed about something in your life, go serve someone else and see how much it lifts you up. Yeah. One of the most selfless things you can do, but also it's in a sense selfish because it's going to give you that natural high, right? Right. But most people think it's looking external. That's why I tell people, stop looking external for things, because these things are very temporary. I feel like in my journey, I was given all the materials very young, and I was like, oh, got the house, got the truck, got whatever, and I still don't care. Right. Right. It didn't make me any happier. Yeah. Yeah. I was wondering why I was still inside. There was always that void. I'm like, what is that about? It's really cool, because that's not what you're here for. It's to gain all this crap that people are telling you. Right. So people like that, that go and do school shootings, like you said, even if it's for the notoriety, I mean, whatever it is, but it's because we're glorifying that kind of crap, which is like the music. It goes back to the music. Right. Glorifying the wrong things. Yes. Yeah, for sure.
I want to hear about what did make you have peace when we get to in the spiritual section in a second. But before that, is there any other political world issues that you see as a problem or?
Well, plenty of problems. We could be here all day with problems, I just really feel like I said. I mean, overall, I just feel like if we put on the top of the list that we're all here with greater purpose, that we're all here for each other's benefit, things like that we're all here as service, you know what I mean? We would show the whole world that that's what we're here for. You have so many places where people are struggling in the basics, and from my understanding of studying, looking into things, there's more resource than we need on the planet for many lifetimes of people. But it's just the way we do things, again, turning things into business. Water, power, all this stuff is a business. It's like, why? When everybody could have this stuff very freely.
Right.
Let's find a different way of doing it instead of everything being financial.
Okay. So how again, you're in charge. Mm-hmm. How do you start implementing that?
I think about more of just, I'll go back to like kind of like a barter system. I mean, you have a gift and I have a gift. Let's help each other with that. And it's
I have chickens. I'll trade you some eggs for some.
Yeah, whatever it is. You know what I mean? Like whatever your gift is. I know how to farm. You know how to build a house. Okay, cool. Then let's do that for each other and let's help each other with that. Right?
Well, I think it's awesome. Fairly
simple because in that way it's like you don't have. And again, if you want to get more, which you don't really need to have more, it's kind of like in the Tao. It says when your cup's full, stop pouring. Right. It's very simple, right? And you have what you need. Why do you need more than that?
Yeah.
But we're taught to consume, especially in this country. Consume as much as you can.
And stockpile.
Yeah, stockpile, consume. Let's go buy much toilet paper.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, how much are you going to wipe? You know what I mean? And so...
That was so weird. Of all the things to be afraid of, you think they'd be stocking up on food, all this stuff. No. To go without toilet paper, that's the end of the world.
As long as my butt's not dirty, I don't care if I'm hungry.
Yeah.
My butt's not gonna be dirty when I die.
Well, like the upsell in bidets too during that time was just like, hey guys, we can save all this money on toilet paper and beat the rush at Costco.
Yeah,
just get this bidet installed.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's like, jeez, I'm like, who? Somebody was very smart in that moment. That was just like, one thing you don't want is a dirty
That's right.
comes to an end.
That's
you know
right.
what I mean? Like,
yes.
hell yeah.
And then there was just, lines out the door.
Cottonelle CEOs, they're like, we're rich,
I thought that was the weirdest thing.
Yeah. And that's what I mean, but it's that's consumerism at its best right there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's why. So it's like in this country, is instead of teaching people, go get more of this crap you don't need, literally, and it's like let's focus on just get what you need and go help others with it. And if you do end up with more, give it away. When you start to live from that place inside, like you realize I can consume a ton of stuff. I can have a ton of stuff handed to me, and I'd be like, what do I need this for? Let me give it away anyway.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm grateful that I'm at the age I'm at, and I've come to that realization because like I said, I mean for a long time I'd get more, do this, do that, and when I would get those things I was just like, okay, so if we can teach everyone, hey, we all have gifts, like I say, I mean someone can, my dad's a mechanic, I always talk about that, he's like a gifted mechanic and he wasn't taught that stuff, he just literally, it was within him, he could just fix cars, boom, so that's what he did for most of his life. And I tell him, he looks at that as not a big deal. I'm like, how many people want you to fix their car? And imagine you just doing that for a very like reasonable cost, or not even like, oftentimes he's done stuff in a barter sense. He's fixed a car and someone's done something else for him, right? And I'm like, that's perfect.
Do you think ultimately, okay, so this is cool. Do you think ultimately that that's the way things should always work?
I believe so.
Like we can almost eliminate money altogether.
I tell people the only reason money exists, it's an agreement. I tell her that all the time.
Yes.
It's an agreement. We all say that this currency, which is a currency, it's a flow, it's an energy flow. I tell people that is only exists because we agree upon that.
Right.
Why do we have to have that when we all have gifts and we all know how to do things, so we don't need that money to live?
Do you know why? I'll tell you why. Because I've had this thought since I was, as long as I can remember. I can remember 10 years old telling my mom, why do we have money? I mean, if I like to do this and I'm good at this and this guy's good at this and we all just do what we're good at, everything's going to be taken care of. And as the years went by, I started thinking about it. I said, I know why. It's because of greed.
It's greed.
And it's because of hierarchy. Because if I'm a brain surgeon...
Power and control.
Because my whole idea was like, okay, just do what you do. Right? If you're a brain surgeon, then fix people's brains. If you're a guy who puts the cheese on the burritos at Taco Bell, then put the cheese on the burritos at Taco Bell, right? Yep. But there's no money, there's no paychecks, there's no anything. So what's the payout? Well, everything's free. Like everything's free. If you want a burrito, you go to Taco Bell, you just get one. If you need brain surgery, you just go to the hospital, you get brain surgery. But the problem comes in when the brain surgeon says, now hang on a second. My gift
is better than yours.
Is way more important because I'm saving someone's life. You're just giving them beans and cheese.
Yep. Perfect example, because, and I will say this, and I will tell you the example that she probably knows what I'm going to bring up. when I was a young medic, remember the one I talked? So talking about catching the ego at a very young age and saying, okay, I'm gonna quiet that. One day I was out with a friend and we were out, and talking to these girls, and I don't know, this girl was brought up something, she was just very much in her ego, so then I all of a sudden let mine be like, I was like Trump in that moment. Right. And she said something about what she did, and I was like, I can save lives for a living. Right. What do you do? Right? And I caught myself in that moment. Remember we left that conversation.
Did you catch yourself after the words came out?
After the words came out. It came out. So
you didn't really catch yourself.
I didn't catch myself. It came out. I said it, and then my buddy and I corrected myself.
Right, okay.
And I was like, okay, that was ignorant. I was like, I shouldn't have said that.
Yeah.
But that's the point. That was very arrogant, and that was the point. And I was very young. I became a medic at like 21. You know what I mean? So I was a very young, like, oh, I'm saving someone's life, And but then I caught myself, and I was like, you're just doing a job.
Yes.
And if we can show people, like, so Wayne Dyer used to say ego stands for EGO, edging God out.
Yeah.
It's basically pushing God out of the equation.
Okay.
And I tell people, whatever you're doing is a part of your journey. God put you there for this moment, right? So don't, like, again, we go back to, like, movie stars or whatever. You're no better than anybody.
Right.
A brain surgeon, you're no better than anybody.
Yeah.
Okay, cool, you have that gift.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, you're not better than the guy that's sweeping the floors where you're doing surgery. So, like,
it's a higher value, though, right? Would you say, in a sense?
I mean, in a sense, but you have a guy who's a janitor who has greater wisdom than, like, the whole hospital put together, right? And it's like, if he's giving that wisdom, that's going to go impact millions upon millions of lives. Sure. Right?
But I guess I'm looking at it like on a personal level. If my son or my child has some problem,
and they need that surgery,
and they need a surgery, right? Absolutely. And then also at the same time, my floor is dirty.
Yeah.
Right? Both things need to be taken care of. Who am I going to be falling on the feet in front of and thanking when one of those two things happens, 100%. Right? Because the value is more to save my kid's life than to make my floor shiny.
100%. But what if we weren't taught that one thing was greater than another? Right? What if we weren't from I mean, you can't go reverse, right? But what I'm saying is what if we weren't taught that one thing's greater? Like you said, you need brain surgery, you go to this hospital, to this place, you get brain surgery, right?
Sure.
You need the burrito, you go to Taco Bell.
Yeah.
But no one is ultimately better than anyone because we're all at the same level, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't say better than. I'm just talking about the value of the service.
Well, the value,
like saving a life versus cleaning a floor, I think has much more value.
But then what happens with the money based system, right?
Yes.
What happens?
Then it creates a better than.
Ego. It creates better than.
Yes, for sure.
I paid $300,000 a year because I do this, so I'm now better than you.
Right.
Which is what humans take.
I save lives, you clean floors, therefore I'm better than you.
Absolutely.
Right.
So that's my whole thing is how do we change the system to where everybody's needs are being met, to where each gift is just as important. Of course, like you said, the value of it, if you're doing brain surgery or sweeping the floors, 100 times more valuable.
Sure.
It still doesn't make that person any more important.
I agree.
So that's my thing is where do we go to bring it back to each person has a very important purpose being here. Because how many people that are sweeping the floor go home at night and feel like they're just nothing. Like my dad's a perfect example. As a mechanic, he's like, well, I'm just like a grease monkey. I'm like, dude, your service is extremely valuable.
Yeah.
Like, not all of us
people got to drive places, right? Yeah.
I was like, we use vehicles to get us from point A to point B. We need your service, right?
Right.
But he thought of himself a lot less than. Like, perfect example is he would look at me as a paramedic and him as a mechanic, and he's like, look at what you're doing. And I was like, I'm just fixing people. You're fixing cars. We're both doing something valuable.
That's a good point.
That's what I told him. I was like,
different parts, but you still got to connect them the right way and make them work, right?
Exactly. So I told him. So I was like, we're still doing important. Like, both of us are doing important things, and that's just the way I've always looked at things. I mean, it's not always, but I had that moment. But I was like, wait a minute, you're no more important than anybody else.
Sure.
So I feel like the money system and then the system of just like you're given this and this person's given that.
Right.
Is what causes a lot of the divide.
For sure.
I tell people that's just like politics, money, religion. A lot of these things cause so much division and they keep us apart.
Right.
When we're all supposed to be one.
Yeah.
We're all put as a unit.
And I think that the whole thing with the money being like you were talking about like so and so makes more money, but the value. In other words, like when I was talking about when I was a kid, and I was like, well, let's just do no money and everybody gets everything free. So, well, how do you show this person that their job is more valuable than this person? Why do you have to do that?
Yeah.
I mean, if everything is free already, what more could you want?
Exactly. That's what I mean. So what more could you want?
Yeah.
I mean, and again, that also takes away from, well, hopefully it would take away from the whole consumerism aspect of things, right? Because you're not like, I need to get more of this, I need to get more of that. Like, hey, all my needs are met. I get to help a ton of people. This is amazing with my gift. Right. And you're not worried about, let me get more money to go buy more crap I don't need to impress people I don't care about.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Look at my car.
Yes.
Oh, you have a cool car. No one cares.
Yeah.
You know, it's like people do that,
Oh, or people that are like, oh, I have a 85 inch TV, and someone else has an 87.
Yeah,
my cousin got an 87. Oh, I got to get a 90 now.
Well, yeah,
it's like the 85 is not big enough. It's like a movie theater in your living room. I mean, what else do you want?
Well, that's what I mean. Or you have or like the people that go, and they buy a house. Like, I have 10 bathrooms. What does it matter? You're going to use the same one, so who cares?
Yeah.
What's the point of it?
Unless you're having huge parties or something.
Yeah,
I mean,
all the time.
500
you're
people
just living
over.
in a party all day. You know what I mean? You're not going to, right? And, you're going to use that house to house family members and people that are in need, something like that. Great. Otherwise, what do you need all that for?
Well, and that's the funny thing about like really like wealthy people. Mm-hmm. It's like you get to the point you're like, what else do I buy?
Yeah.
So you said, you remember that show Cribs?
Oh yeah.
So it would show these people like, oh, let me show you. This is my 4-story house, and like you said, it's got 14 bathrooms, and here's my, my gold studded. This is real gold, by the way, on the sink here, and they say crazy things. I'm like, well, how often do you use this bathroom? I've never been in here before. Been in there, yeah. And it's like, and it reminds me back to the original Batman movie. Do you remember the scene, the one with Michael Keaton, where he's sitting with Vicky Vale, and they're in that long table, and they're each, and they can barely talk to each other, just so far down. And she says something about the room or something. He goes, actually, you know what? I'm not sure I've ever even been in this room before.
Yes, exactly.
It's like you just have so much wealth.
Yes.
That, like, what do you do with it? Well, you could, like, help people with it.
That's what I say,
right?
Help people.
Yeah.
I look at I personally know people who go, like, clients that have gone in their home, and same thing, walk by a room, and they're like, I don't ever go in there. Like, so what's it there for?
Yeah.
Because that should be used. You know what I mean? Like, so what are we creating these spaces and things for that we don't need?
Yeah.
Again, when your cup's full, stop filling it up.
That's why I like those little tiny houses. Have you seen those little tiny houses?
Those are great.
It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, they're great. And I tell people, literally, her and I have talked about just like a nice, quaint little place to live in and have our own garden, have our own things. You know what I mean? Everything very self-sustaining because we don't need a ton of other crap.
Yeah.
I already had it and didn't do anything for me. So what does it matter?
And ideally, like, live off the land, maybe.
Live off the land. Those teach people these basic things and help each other. So the guys that are just naturally, great and gifted with that, go teach others how to do it, right? And then we all have our needs met. We're all helping each other out, and no one really cares about going to buy the extra truck that you don't need anyway. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I don't want that thing anyway.
Yeah, my cousin lives up in Camas, Washington, and he, which is just like 20 miles north of Portland, so it's barely into Washington. Mm-hmm. But he's been attempting to do that for years. Awesome. Like I think he's on 1.25 acres, and just beautiful property. He's got a huge pond in the front yard, and he stocks it with trout, and he hasn't quite gotten to where he wants to be like totally living off the land, but he's like where they're at now compared to when. Oh, dude, they have I think 12 beehives now, and they got all kind of vegetables. They got fruit trees. He's got chickens for eggs, ducks for eggs. He's got what else? I feel like I'm missing something. But they got all this. He's got a well, so you can literally just get water out of the sink, and that's fresh water. Yep. And then he finds himself, he'll have people come over and like fish his pond, and they'll bring, like a hunter who maybe hunts elk. Yeah. He'll bring elk meat over and trade with him for, it's just beautiful.
It's literally living now.
Or trade honey for something. And they harvest their own honey now, and it's really cool.
It's just living natural the way I believe we're intended to live.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
We lost sight of all of that because again, it's greed, it's power, it's notoriety, it's all these things that we don't need. You know what I mean? That's why I say it's just we need to re-show people that those things are not going to bring you true peace.
Right.
It's kind of like Wayne Dyer said. It's like, you can have all the things in the world. If I promise, like you said, he was like, I could have 2 wands, and this one says, I'll give you all the material things that you want. I'll give you true inner peace in every aspect for the rest of your life. Which one would you really pick? It's like, that's true inner peace. I don't care about all this crap.
Right.
So many people think it's the crap until they get it, and they're like, it's like the millionaires from lottery. They end up broke again because they. Right. A lot of them were living like okay, they were fine, and then all of a sudden they have these millions upon millions of dollars. They go buy all the crap, and all the money's gone, and they have all this garbage they don't need, and then before you know it, they're broke even worse than they were before.
Right.
And they're usually addicted and kill themselves. I think they have a really high suicide rate because it's like, well, why? Because you didn't need all that garbage in the first place. Yeah. So stop being programmed or allowing yourself to be programmed with that. Do
you remember? You mentioned Wayne Dyer. Do you when he died? Do you remember all the talk about that? Because he was talking about how if you do these things you can live forever and you can kind of
I know. So he died in 2015. I don't remember I remember that.
Well, there was people kind of talking about how like almost like, which I think is so stupid, but people are like, see, all everything he believed is all debunked now because he died. It's like, dude, he's a human.
Yeah, he's a human. Well, he used to always talk about that. Your souls. He's like, we're a spiritual being having a human experience. Right. He's like, this body is temporary. It means nothing. Yes. He's like, it doesn't mean don't take care of it when you have it. Use it well. Take care.
So when he said he was going to live forever, he meant his soul.
He meant his soul. He didn't mean his body.
And these morons were
and these morons were like, why isn't he still here? Well, he didn't say he's going to be 4,000. That's what I say. People sometimes, that's when you're in your small, stupid mind. You know what I mean? Get out of that thing. And it's not what he's talking about. Well, because like there was actually her and I've showed her. It was him and Eckhart Tolle in they had a talk together, and it was like 30 minutes into the talk, and Wayne Dyer basically said, in other words, he goes, I feel like I've done what I need to do. I'm ready to leave this body. I'm ready to leave this body. And it was within 2 months he died.
Nice.
So he felt it. He was like, I'm good. I don't need to be here anymore. Yeah. And that's why I tell people, you're not supposed to be here forever in this body. This body comes, you serve your purpose, hopefully you serve it well, and then you move on. Yeah. You know, that's what I believe.
I can't pass up the Eckhart Tolle reference. Mm-hmm. Now, if there is any person on the planet who would prove to me that Middle Earth is a real place, it's that guy. Tell me that guy does not look like he would be like in Narnia or in Lord of the Rings.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like Lord of the Rings,
right?
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yes. Like the dude is like he's an elf or something, or a dwarf or something.
Yeah, he's from somewhere else.
And it's not just because he's the size. I mean, like his face,
he looks, his features. 100%.
Trip out on that guy.
I've said that too when I first saw him. I was like, remember the very first time I saw him, I kept hearing his name, and then first time I saw him, I was like, ooh. What is he? You know? I was like, it's gonna be crazy. Yeah, the very first time I saw him, I was like, what is he? Like, he's not him, man. Like, you know, but it's like, hey, you know, and he understands things on a deeper level. And they say it.
Maybe that's why.
Like, yeah. Well, because they, like, I'm sure you've heard all this stuff too that's come out, which, you know, they say there's all kinds of different, like, actual not humans and things in amongst us that, you know, different species and things.
Yeah.
You look at them and you think maybe they're human, but then you kind of wonder sometimes looking at certain people.
Yeah.
You know,
this next section is going to be fun.
Yeah. Wow.
What's the name of the podcast?
It's Warriors of Light.
Warriors of Light. Okay.
Yeah.
111.
Yeah.
So it's Warriors of Light.
Warriors of Light. 111. Yeah.
Okay. What's the significance?
It's angel number 111. So angel numbers. Have you ever heard angel numbers?
No clue what you're talking about.
Okay. 111, 1111. So they're like there's significance behind them. Like so, like the universe they say. So I don't know. Have you heard of Robert Edward Grant?
No. Is it like numerology kind of stuff? You mean?
Well, it's numerology, but yeah, it's numerology in a sense. But it's so they say like repeating numbers like 111, 222, 1111, 1212, things like that. They, if you look them up, they all have significant meanings, right? And they say the universe speaks to you, or like in an angelic realm, it speaks to you through numbers. Okay. So like when you see repeating numbers and things like that, a lot of them have significance. And so like you could literally, it's kind of crazy because sometimes you'd be thinking about something kind of into depth, you know, and I'll be driving and all of a sudden I look over and I'll see like an address 444. And you kind of just like you think about what were you thinking about in that moment, and it's just kind of like oftentimes you get like these different messages, different things that come out of it.
Is it only repeating numbers?
No, because like Nate, he's gone even deeper into it to where I kind of I guess I kind of showed him those numbers, but then he's gotten deeper to where to be like 632, I don't know, whatever, right? And he'll find them. There's meanings behind it. So I say like Robert Edward Grant, because Robert Edward Grant is big on he has shows on like Gaia and different things where he goes to Egypt into the pyramids and takes people into the pyramids.
Oh, fun
stuff, yeah. And he will talk about how the universe speaks in numbers. He's very mathematical. He was a CEO for like Juvederm. He was like a CEO for places like that. And then he left all of that and just dove into his spiritual aspect of things. And like, he talks a lot about how like the universe, there's patterns and numbers. And he goes, that's how you're being spoken to. He goes, pay attention to the patterns, pay attention to the numbers. He goes, you're always being spoken to. It's just most people are missing it because they're so blinded by all this other crap that the world says to follow.
So for me, it's 828.
You see it all the time?
All the time.
So
it's my anniversary.
I'm gonna look
so
August 28th.
So look up the meaning, because I'm telling you, that's what they'll always talk about too. Is if you have a repetitive number, even throughout your life. So like for me, I was a star running back. My number, why I picked this number back then, I now know why. But 33, right? 33 was my number. I was like,
because you were a Scottie Pippen fan, obviously.
Nah, I wasn't. I wasn't. I was like, see, I wouldn't even know that was his number. I wasn't a basketball fan at all, and you know, and so, but I picked that number from as a kid, right? Okay. And so I looked through it, and then as I started to learn these things, like 33 is a very powerful number. Like that's like Jesus was 33 when he basically, you know, all these different things, right? So when I looked into 33, I can't remember what all of it said, but it was like, so like that was something that came natural to me. Or like the number 8. Number 8's been a big number in my life, and my life path number is 8. And so it's like the infinity sign and all these different things. And so I'm just like, oh wow, like okay, like this stuff all has significance. So like for you, if it's 828, look back and see why that number keeps showing up, because it's trying to show you
signifies a message about manifestation, abundance, and achieving balance in life through faith and positive actions. It signifies a spiritual awakening and evolution, urging to connect with our higher selves, embrace new experiences.
Now, here's a question I have. So however you checked that out, are there other people that are into the same thing that would have a different understanding of 828?
Yes.
Or is it pretty universal?
If you go somebody that's like deep into spirit or to numerology and they've been doing that for years, they'll go really deep into it and they'll break it down and how like so 828 oftentimes they'll break it down like 8 plus 2 plus 8 and then you get your total and then so like so
it'll break 16, it down on here.
So like 16 so 82 plus 8 so you have 16 18 and then it'll be like 8 minus 1, and they'll break it down, and then they can come down to a smaller number and show you what that meaning is.
Well, I guess what I'm asking, like, is not so much is there are people that will go deeper into the same, like, and kind of getting the same meaning, but going even deeper with it. But like you found, like, let's say that the answer. I'm just going to use a stupid example, but let's say you found the number and it says it means that the sky is blue, and then if you go to another person who's into the same thing and they say, well, they say the sky is like a literal actual negative to it, like the sky is not blue. Would be the meaning. Is there that kind of a contradicting, like contrarian viewpoint from people that are into the same thing, or is it pretty universal? Like, this is what the number means. Yeah, there's a lot of deeper ways we could go with it, but it's all just deeper understanding of the same kind of thing.
I've seen it. From my experience of looking from different sources, it's all pretty universal.
Okay.
Like you usually don't have like the antithesis to it.
Yes.
It's not completely different.
Okay.
You know? I have not found that.
Okay.
I mean, and at the same time, not all of the meanings are like super positive. Sometimes you'll read them and it'll be trying to redirect you. You know, like you need to find shift in this area of your life because blah 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 is going on. So it's always trying to lead you to the right thing. Like I tell you, I always tell people, do you live in a friendly? Like I think Albert Einstein said, do you live in a friendly or unfriendly universe? That's one of the biggest questions you can ask yourself.
Yeah.
And if you live in a friendly universe, you're going to see that it's actually always trying to help you. If you think that you live in an unfriendly universe, you're going to see all the problems. Right. So that's why I tell people I'd rather have my head in the clouds and be like, hey, you know, things are really trying to help me. And actually, when I do look back on my life, even the stuff that I was like, why did it happen?
Yeah.
I can look back now and be like, it needed to happen, or else.
Yeah, because you see the outcome of that.
Of those things.
You see the fruit on the other side of the trauma or the
Yeah, because most people live in like victim mentality. Not most, but a lot of people. You're right. Like, this happened to me. Poor me. Why did this happen? I get it. That's
20-somethings today.
Yeah,
big part of the 20-somethings today. Yeah,
all the time. Yeah, 100%.
Nothing is their fault. Everything is everyone else's fault.
Yep.
You know. Yeah.
Yep. It's amazing because it's like, you know, my son, my oldest son. You know, same thing with him. You know, he's 25 and we'll talk about things. Even though he saw me very optimistic and very positive. You know, majority of the time, even going through some of the difficult things I went through.
Yeah.
But you listen to him talk and it's like, bro, who raised you?
Yeah.
I had full custody. Right. Because it wasn't me. Jeez, you know, because he's so caught up in like all like the negative of things. Oh, poor, you know, this is always happening to me. Well, no, it's actually trying to help you. If it's repeating, I tell people, if you keep repeating the same cycles and you wonder why you just keep going through the same thing, it's because you're not learning the lesson the universe is trying to teach you. Right. Like God's like, I just need you to get this lesson and then you're going to level up. Yeah. But most people are just like, why, poor me, I just keep going through the same thing. What aren't you learning?
Well, that's so funny you say that because my whole life I've been, I mean, we'll get a little bit into my spiritual stuff, but I've never been an atheist. I've always believed in God, and that who that person is has morphed over time, obviously.
For sure.
But my whole life since I was 13, I always struggled with anxiety, a little bit of depression, that kind of stuff, like panic disorder stuff. I didn't know what it was till I was 33. So for 20 years, I just thought I was dying, basically, like all these weird symptoms and all this stuff happening. But it's funny because as I would pray, I as long as I can remember, I always remember praying, help me to learn whatever it is I need to learn because I don't want to go through this again. Absolutely. This sucks. Absolutely. Like, I don't want to do this anymore. Yep. So don't let me miss it. Yep. Make this be for something. Absolutely. Right? And of course, it didn't always happen that way. It was a lot of times I had to go through the same things over and over. Somebody say it's like, no, not again. Yep. You know, and it sucks to go through that stuff. But like you said, sometimes you can look in hindsight and you can see something you didn't see when you're in the midst Absolutely. Of it. And that's why when I talk with people that have been suicidal or that are down on life or whatever, I'll just kind of ask them because your mind doesn't go there right away, and I'll ask them, say, well, how many times have you felt this way in your life? And they'll say, oh, countless. I said, okay, this exact place you're in right now, you're talking about taking your life. They said, yeah. I said, how many times have you been in this place where you think about taking your life? Oh, countless times. I said, okay. And you haven't taken your life up to this point, right? They say, no. And I say, after you felt the way you feel right now, did you have any times where you felt good? I say, well, yeah. Bingo. So whenever you feel like this and you want to take your life, remember that.
Yeah.
Because it's not going to last forever.
Absolutely.
You'll get out of it. You'll be in a place where you're like, oh, I love life right now. Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure. 2 months from now, I might be suicidal again, but right now, I'm loving this.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, so
it's
but
always the opposite. I tell people, like, if you feel depressed, you know what depressed feels like. That means you know what it feels like to feel elated and like life is amazing, right? Like
yes.
I said, you know, you feel tired. Well, you know what it feels like to be rested.
Right.
You know? I mean, like, you know both because you have to have both to. Mm-hmm. You have to have experienced both to understand what one means over the other.
But it seems like the negative tends to take over. And when you're in that deep dark spot, it's like
I tell people why, because our brain was created that for survival, right? For survival. Our brain was created for survival. So the primal instinct. I tell people, like, you're living. Well, how many people live in primal states consistently for the majority of their life, right? Mm-hmm. How am I going to make it? Where's the next meal coming from? Am I going to have enough money? You know, people are always like thinking, like, am I dying from cancer? Like, there's always something in their head, as opposed to understanding, you have control of your thoughts. So why not dial it back and be like, what good can I focus on right now? So I tell people, replace those 10 negative thoughts with 10 positive thoughts. Make a list. Like, what do I have that's great in my life right now? I have people that love me. I have a roof over my head. I have, you know, food to eat. I have like a beautiful, you know, like the beautiful sunshine outside. Sure. Focus on the things that are going good for you, because there's always a million things going good for you. Mm-hmm. Why is the news so successful? Because they can show you like 3 stories in one good one. You're going to focus on those, right? Because the brain goes into survival mode. Right. So I tell people, you have to learn. You're either in a primal state or you're in that peaceful state.
You have to counter it.
Which one do you want to be in more often, right? And
when you say controlling thoughts, you remember me when I took Psychology 101 at Hancock when I was like 20. Mm-hmm. One of the things he was talking about that in the beginning, and he goes, I'm going to show you how you don't have any control over your thoughts. He says, whatever you do, everybody in the room, tells the whole room, he goes, whatever you do, don't think of a white polar bear.
Of course you're going to think of the white polar
Correct, bear. Because he planned it. And then the whole class, you can't stop thinking about a white polar bear. Like, and the more you try not to think about it, it's going to stay there.
It's just redirection. Like I tell people, so it's redirection. So that's why when I say control, I guess it'd be more redirection as opposed to control. But in a sense, you do have a sense of control, I guess, over it, because, you know, you can control where it goes. So like you said, if it's a white polar bear and you want to think of, you know, a black snake, well, then think of the black snake. Yeah. The white polar bear is going to disappear. Yeah. You know what I mean? But
what if the black snake starts to wrap around the neck of the white polar bear?
Well, then that's when you know, that's where you got to like really work on your mind.
Then you got to get a book on dreams and visions and figure out what's happening.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
All right. Well, cool. So that's kind of a little cool little segue.
Yeah.
Kind of. Obviously, you believe in God.
Absolutely.
Whatever for you that is. So, have you always believed in some form of God your whole life? That as long as you can remember, never been any kind of atheist or?
No, I've always believed in God. I was raised Catholic.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm like, as Alex would say, recovering Catholic. Yeah, you know, it's like, you know, because I say, like, you know, with Catholicism, all those rules and all those things, I never agreed with that. So from a kid, I would tell her, like, I was out in my backyard at my mom's house looking up at the stars. I always had this deep connection looking up at the stars, the moon at night, and I pray, I talk to God, right? But it was never really in a religious sense, I guess. It was just more just knowing that there was some greater creator out there, and I'm talking to this creator and, you know, lead me. It's kind of like you said about learning. Like, that's something I realized I did ask for a lot, was like, give me the strength to understand this, to learn this, whatever. Even from like a small kid, like, what am I supposed to know with this? You know, whatever the case was.
Yeah.
I didn't. I was never a fan of all the rules and stuff in Catholicism, because my grandmother, you know, God rest her soul, but whenever we were in church one time in Catholic church, and you know, we're stand up, kneel down, stand up, sit down, kneel down, you know, like all these rules, and I was just like in Portuguese.
Get a workout, man.
Yeah, exactly. So I was like, Bob, that doesn't make any sense what he's saying. She got all mad at me, right? Because I was like, you know,
how dare you?
Yeah, don't question the priest. You know what I mean? I'm like, you know, now knowing he was probably touching some little boy behind the scenes.
Probably,
you know what I mean? You know,
probably.
But,
we can assume anyway.
We can assume, yeah. I'll assume that, hey, there's a lot of evidence put out there, you know.
Yeah.
But no, so I never really like fell into the rule-based aspect of religion. Mm-hmm. I just knew that I always felt the connection to something greater than myself, right? Mm-hmm. And so I've always questioned, but I always knew there was a God. So I always talked to God kind of in my own way. Yeah, I learned like the Our Father. Not saying that any of those prayers were negative or bad.
Sure.
I think there's strength behind some of them, but at the same time, I just realized like you can have this conversation. I don't need to go talk to Joe Blow and he's gonna like intercede for me. I can just talk to God.
Right.
So
right.
My whole life I've always felt
that. Which is one of the biggest critiques of the Catholic belief system, is that it has to be through men.
Yeah.
priests and that kind of thing, the confessional and that kind of deal.
Yeah, to get to God. And I'm like, no, that's completely, in my opinion, untrue.
Yeah.
We have consistent communication all day, every day.
Right.
You know.
Well, that's exactly why the Reformation happened.
Yeah.
That's why Martin Luther's like, nah.
Yeah, exactly.
We're not doing this anymore. Crap anymore. Yeah, right, like we can just talk to God. Like he's the God of all the universe. You're telling me I need another man to somehow interpret my language because he's got a little collar on? I mean, what's going on there?
Exactly, absolutely.
So, yeah. Okay.
So, I've always believed in God.
Okay, so like at what point did you start to, what's the beginning of the journey of you kind of discovering who this God person was to you? Where did he become less of a religious relic and more of a personal being?
So I would say probably early 20s. I started going to a Christian church. So got away from like the Catholic Church, went to a Christian church. Is a non-denominational, so that one actually less rule-based, I would say, more focused on just kind of more of an openness, right? And I'd go to a men's group there, had guys with a lot of good wisdom. Yeah. Started to see but then I still had questions because you had the ones that were still very indoctrined with all the kind of religious-based stuff.
Sure, because even non-denominational
they're still denominational. They're still denominational.
Exactly.
So I hear some of these older gentlemen, and they'd be like saying stuff still very like rule-based and in this box, and I'm like, I'd have questions. I'm like, why do I need to be in that box? Doesn't make any sense, right? So probably early 20s at that point, and then still went through the church or through that Christian church for quite a while, and honestly, in 2017. So I had found Wayne Dyer. We're talking about Wayne Dyer. I found Wayne Dyer in 2009. My mom had one of his books. I read his book, Excuses Be Gone. Okay. Loved the book. Didn't stay with his work, but really loved it, right? It resonated with me. Loved it. 2017, come to a place where I'm just like, it was into 2016, early 2017, I come to a place where I'm like, something's got to change. Like I still working as a medic, whatever, but just had this, it was like that void was never going away, right? Yeah. There was something inside of me that was longing for more. Like,
you just didn't feel fulfilled.
Didn't feel fulfilled, no matter what. I had the career, had a relationship at that time, which that wasn't great, but still had that, the home, whatever, right?
It's because you're waiting for her.
Yeah,
so I mean, obviously,
absolutely,
they're all going to fail until you meet her.
That's what it was.
Just
that's what I believe. Yeah, I truly believe that. I'm like, that's for sure how I believe, because I'm like, I always tell her, I'm like, if those were supposed to work, I would have been in those still.
Yeah,
not. They weren't intended to.
Right.
So about 2017. At that point, it's funny because you talk about YouTube. I had not, I had never got on YouTube. Like I didn't even bother. Like I didn't think anything of it, right? Yeah. And I wake up one morning, I have this little YouTube icon on top of my phone, and I'm like, what is this thing for?
You're like, I didn't download that.
Like, I didn't do that. Like, you know what I mean? I mean, obviously the YouTube was on my phone, but it's like I didn't use that app, so I'm like, here, right? Yeah. I hadn't had those before. So I'm like, that's goofy. Yeah. So I get on it, and it was a Wayne Dyer. It was like a clip of like a Wayne Dyer talk, like whatever it was, right? It was one of his talks. So I'm like, oh, Wayne Dyer. I remember when I read his book. So that morning, I'm getting up, getting ready for shift, and I just click on it, see what it is, listen to it, and that like inspired me just in that 20-minute whatever it was as I was shaving and getting ready for work. That drove me into really like going deeper into his work. Yeah. And I started buying some of his books, reading his books, finding a bunch of his talks on YouTube, and just listening and really.
So that was like a life-changing experience to hear what he had to say.
Absolutely.
Can you remember anything specific that he said that really hit you?
Just the whole aspect of like, so he had like have a mind open to everything and attached to nothing, right? And so your mind is very open to learning from all different sources. To that point, like he talked a lot about meditation. He always was big on teaching people meditation, meditate, mindfulness. He talked about like Buddhist teachings and the Tao. He talked a lot about the Tao, different aspects of things.
How about the NASDAQ?
Yeah, the NASDAQ as well.
Different Tao. Gotcha.
He was always giving numbers. not those numbers.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Oh my God.
Sorry, didn't mean to derail with the joke.
I know. What a dad joke, man. What a dad joke. No, I'm just kidding. And so, like, hearing those things, it's funny, though, coming from a person who's been indoctrinated with these beliefs, right? He's talking about these other things, and this stuff's resonating with me, but then the ego aspect of me is like, wait a minute, you can't follow that stuff. Like, meditation, that's evil, right? Like, just from
who is saying this to you?
Wayne Dyer was talking about these. No, that's my voice inside.
Oh, gotcha.
That's like the ego telling me, hey, like, you can't listen to these things.
Because of what you have been taught to believe.
What I've been taught to believe, my belief systems. So... But I remember I was like, well, I'm going to start I want to learn more about meditation. So I dove into meditation, right? Started meditating every day. I started with like 10-minute meditation. Of course, mind bouncing around, going everywhere, but listening to more and more him, and then finding other people teaching about meditation, teaching about these different things. Still feeling like I was going against what I was taught. And at the time, my ex-wife, her dad's a pastor, very Christian, right? Wow. So me going into
brave man marrying a pastor's daughter,
right,
That's a whole other
that's a whole different ballgame.
Yeah, I
bet. So I remember when I started to go into like these other teachings and other practices, she was like, "What are you doing?"
Right.
Which made me in turn
a heretic.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Which in turn made me question myself at times. But then I'm like, no, but this stuff actually is resonating with my soul, right? Which also deeper showed me that, okay, God is this all great, creator, whatever, that I am connected to at all times. The deeper I go, I have this power in my mind to co-create with God and to be able to kind of like bring, I start learning more about manifestation, things like that. Which prior to that, I had never even looked into any of that, thought about any of that, because I was so... one way thinking of like Christian people say do it like this, right? But I was wondering why I was never fulfilled with their teachings, with those things. I was always like there was just that void. Right? So going deeper into Wayne Dyer's work is what really led me to understand my full connection to God, the openness to understanding, like don't have your mind attached to one belief, one teaching, one source, right? Like my ex, her and her family, like the books they read had to be Christian authors, had all those things, and I wouldn't knock them for it, but I'm like, hey, why? I'm learning a lot from like this person over here, and to them it was like, why are you listening to someone like that? Well, because he's not teaching me rules, he's teaching me that openness to just be open to what God has for you, right? So I would say 2017 is probably the time that really hit me. Okay. And I started to really understand my connection to God and to broaden my view on overall life, right? Yeah. It's kind of like the veil started to lift. I started to see beyond all I was told, and it was keeping me a ceiling over me. Yeah. And it was like I got beyond that, and I can go and live life more free and more open, and understanding that I believe that everything has a divine purpose. So even like the things that look horrible in your life or the things that look horrible in the world, yes, we have free will, but at the same time, there's a divine purpose behind everything we do. So...
Yeah, I mean, I view it as, and a lot of Christians, I'm a Christian, by the way, I'm sure you already knew that, but like I'm at odds with a lot of other Christians. Often, actually, I get in discussions with other Christians where we don't see the same things, and I'm kind of an outlier in a lot of ways. Yeah. But we'll talk about the idea of like God's will. Christians always throw the idea of God's will. Oh, it's God's will. It's God's will, and I'm like, what do you mean by that? Are you saying like his pleasure, like his desire, like, so again, back to school shooters, are you telling me that when a school shooter goes in and shoots up 25 kids, he's up there going, oh, this is great. Yeah. This is the best. This is exactly what I designed you for. I'm so glad you're using your free will to do that. And of course they say no. And I say, well, then we need to make a distinction between God's will and God's desire. And even that for a lot of them is just like, I don't understand what you're saying. Well, what I'm saying is God knows, from my view, God knows all things. He knows past, present, future. He's got it all, and he's outside of time as far as I'm concerned. Absolutely. I mean, there's no time that for us doesn't exist. Everything is now for God, right? Yes. So here's the beginning of what we would call creation, the universe, whatever, and here's the end of that, if we believe there's an end of that, and he's got it all right here in front of him. And he knows everything that's going to happen in here. He knows every decision I'm going to make, even though I have free will to make that decision. I can't pull the wool over on him. I can go, oh yeah, well God, what if I change my mind and I choose? He's like, oh, I didn't see that coming, Ryan. Exactly. No, he knows, right? I can't fool God. He's all knowing. So within this picture here, this time frame, here's a school shooter, right? This is a school shooter. This is a human being that God has created and given free will, given purpose. God loves this person. But this person decides, for whatever reason, to use their free will to do a horrendous, horrible, terrible thing, right? And murder a bunch of people. Now, there's different options here, because you could say, well, is God all-powerful? Yes, absolutely. Could he have stopped that from happening? 100%, in my view, absolutely. He could have, and he does sometimes. Absolutely. You'll hear stories of this guy
gets in a car accident.
Yes, absolutely. Like, he had all this ammo and guns. He was on his way to the school, and he didn't make it, right? But sometimes it happens, right? So the only plausible explanation for that, in my understanding, is that God allowed that to happen. but that doesn't mean he likes it.
No.
Or that he wants it to happen. Exactly. But by creating beings that have free will, you're allowing for the possibility of evil. Right? You're allowing that possibility. Now, he could have just made us all robots.
Exactly.
I'm going to program you all to love me and to love good and to love everything that's holy. Absolutely. And to hate all. In fact, I'm not even going to create evil. Evil's not going to exist because there's no free will. You can't choose evil. You can only choose good. And there it is, right? So I call that God's will is this. The beginning and the end. This is the plan. This is God's plan of events. Everything's happening in here. But that doesn't mean everything that happens within this is God's desire or his pleasure, absolutely. If that makes any sense. Okay.
And the way I look at that, so the thing with the example of school shooting, the conversations I've had with people in the past is they're like, well, the same thing. Well, then why did God let the school shooting happen? I'm like, well, I go, okay, horrible, horrendous that these 10 children had to die. But look at the foundation that was now created out of that is now helping hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people, right? That's another way to look at it.
It is.
So people look at something that was brought to light through that horrendous act.
But the hard part about that, because on like kind of a global area, the people that are dealing with the dead loved one, they're the ones that are like, no, this is like my kid.
This is horrible, yeah. And see, this is the thing I always tell people, and this is not meant to be heartless or to look at things in a negative light, but having been a paramedic and all those years seeing a 3-year-old die, me having kids, me having grandkids, right?
Yeah.
Like my mom and I have had this conversation, I think you and I may have. I tell people, that 3-year-old that passed was only supposed to be in that body for 3. That soul came to only be in that body for those 3 years. We, with our human our human mind, can't conceive of why would that be okay.
Yes.
Why would God allow that child to die? And God's like, well, that child came and did what it needed to do.
Yeah.
And it was time to leave that body. Yeah. Right. But we don't want to. We believe we're all supposed to be here till we're 110 and everybody has perfect health and everything's great. But
which goes back to selfishness.
Exactly.
Right.
But it's not going to be the case. And I tell people, so even your struggles were put there purposely so that you can learn something, grow, maybe use them. Like I tell people, you've experienced abuse. So if you can learn to heal that, grow through that, what can God use you for to now go help others that have experienced the same thing?
Right.
Right. So I look back on things I've experienced that I look at and be like, this was really crappy. But now I even hanging out with the thugs that I did, right? Now when I go talk to people, or as a medic, or when I was in law enforcement talking to people that are in those same shoes, these kids, guess who has a greater impact on them?
Right.
Someone who can relate to them.
Correct.
So when I sit and talk to them about, hey, this is what I did, this is what I went through, this is why I was going through it, what's going on in your life. Yeah. Oftentimes you see them let the mask and the walls down and they're like, oh, yeah, I want to talk to you. Yeah. I'm like, yeah, exactly.
It's like prison ministry. That's why the people that are in prison ministry are people that have been in prison.
Exactly, yeah. So that's what I told her. Like, I literally can go, like, actually, it's an interview I have an interview coming up Monday. It's to work with people in prison, but
oh wow!
And the thing is, it's funny because having like dealt with a lot of these guys, I used to pick up people out of federal penitentiary in the valley all the time. We get called out there, and they had stuff going on. It'd be interesting the conversations I'd have with these guys. And in
Taft?
No, it was in Atwater.
Oh, okay.
Atwater Photo Print, yeah. And I picked these guys up, and to the hospital we'd go to is like a 15-20 minute drive, right? And so I'm back there. I'd maybe have to be starting IVs, doing whatever on them, but I'd be talking to them. And it's kind of crazy because, they're oftentimes formulating crap in their head and they're trying to like come up with stories and different things, right? Because they're doing this while they're sitting in prison.
Right.
It'd be amazing how I could just instantly feel them drop that with me just from talking to me the first 5 minutes. They'd feel that they could trust me and they start just talking about things. Like talking about actual, just them being in this human experience, right? Yeah. And I love that because I love to be able to give people that opportunity to not feel like they have to put on a show for me. I'm like, just be who you are. I don't care.
You'd be good in one of those interrogation rooms then for the cops because then the criminals would feel comfortable with you and they'd spill the beans.
Yeah, they're like, yeah, dude, like, I shot him, man. I'm like, sweet, you're done. Seriously, it's funny because it's just weird how people will like, come to me and just be like, yeah, like something they hadn't told anybody in 40 years of their life, and they're like, here you go. But first day they meet me, I'm like, perfect. Great.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I say God put something in me for me to use to be able to give people that safe space, I guess, to come and talk, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, no, like that's the way I look at it with going back to the school shooting thing. Is I tell people, of course, the parents aren't looking at it that way, like, oh, this was created. But I mean, like the Sandy Hook, like that. One of the parents, he created this whole organization because of his child being killed in that thing, right? So he took it to a different place.
Used it for good.
He used it for good, right?
Used the most horrendous situation anybody could ever be in, and turned it for good. Yeah,
and that's why I tell people, if you can look at things that way, it's not going to be easy. It's not like your child's going to die, and you're like, this is great. No, but if you can if you can look at it that way, you can create good out of any situation.
Right.
You know.
Yeah.
And I believe that's what God's intent is. Like you said, but I agree with you. It's not like God's like, yeah, I created you to be Hitler and go kill all these people.
Right.
No.
Right.
That's not what I did.
But he could have taken Hitler out.
He could have taken him out.
He could have made Hitler's mom miscarry because he knew what Hitler was going to do.
Exactly.
So that's what people have a struggle with.
But it was put, yes, but it was also put there to basically show you a great example of what not to do, who not to be.
Could be, yeah.
I mean, that could be one reason. I tell people like these dictators or these, Saddam Husseins and all these people, they always end up in their demise anyway. And I was like, so they look like they have power, they look like they're doing great things, they look like they're living it up. At some point, they're taken out, or they take themselves out.
And then you learn later with Hitler that he was part Jewish, which I think is hilarious.
Right.
I mean, in a sick kind of way, but I mean, it's like
it is
because you learn stuff from that too. You're like, dude, your whole life was spent murdering and saying these people are inferior,
and you're
one of them.
Part of them, yeah, exactly.
It's like dude, it's just craziness.
Exactly. Well, it's like a black person that wants to be white. You know what I mean? It's like the same thing. It's like he was a Jew that didn't want to be Jew. You know what I mean?
Right. So, right. He was.
Like they hate what they are.
Yeah.
You know,
like on the. Do you remember the old talk shows with like Phil Donahue where they'd have the people on there and there'd be like or is it like a white girl or whatever? And she's like, I hate white people.
Yeah.
I just hate. I only date black guys. I only have black friends. I hate white people. And like whoever that talk show host is like, dude, like you have you looked in a mirror?
Yeah.
Like,
have you seen yourself?
Yeah. It's like, would you hate yourself?
Yeah.
And a lot of times they would say, yeah. I do. I wish I wasn't in this body. I wish I wasn't, and it's like, man, who didn't give you a hug when you were growing up?
Yeah, absolutely. See, then I wonder because of my belief of the whole like our souls coming back. I'm like, were you in a black body before? And you just really in this white one? I mean, maybe who knows?
Okay, so let's touch on that a little bit. So I've had people on here before. I don't believe in reincarnation, but I think it's fascinating as a belief system. Because a lot of the time, you can tell me where you stand on it, but a lot of people that believe in reincarnation feel like it's like you're kind of going through these different lives, and the whole purpose is to learn. And then each time you're reincarnated, you're basically your soul is growing more and more and more. But the hard time I have with that is I feel like in order for you to grow, you need to remember, right? You need to know what you did wrong, but by the same token, they say when you're reincarnated, like you say, like if this white girl used to be a black girl, and now she's reincarnated, or maybe even a black man, and now she's reincarnated as a white girl. She doesn't remember that. She's not sitting there going, "Oh yes, in my previous life, I was a black man."
Yeah.
She has no recollection of that. Yeah. So as a baby, she's like starting fresh. So then I think like, well, how does that work then? Like, what's the purpose? Well, is it like an unknown here, but it's known here?
It's known there. So that's my understanding is that the soul, like right now, our souls, like I tell people, so when your mind is in chaos, your soul's at peace, right?
Yeah.
So your mind, your ego is like, hey, you need to do this, you need to survive, you need to whatever, you need to get more, right? And your soul's like, you're fine just where you are right now, everything's okay. So my understanding is our soul comes back into human form, we forget, veil goes over. The way I look at things, and we were just having this talk with Donnie, with her son yesterday, the thing I tell people is, something as I've studied into this more, and it's kind of resonated with me more, I can go to a city or a state that I've never been to in this lifetime, right? And go there and be like, this place feels like home. Like, wow, this is really familiar.
Sure.
They call it deja vu, right?
Yes.
But
yes.
I tell people, why is it that you go to that place and it feels like home? Or why is it that you meet a person from day one and feel like, I feel like I've known you for 50 years or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And you meet another person, you have zero feeling of that.
Yeah.
Why does it differentiate so much, right? And so I tell people, so think about that. So could it be that your soul at some point existed, or like a time frame? We talked about like me with the Sinatra era or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Why is it that things like that resonate with me so much, but then this other era, I'm like, that doesn't mean anything to me, I can care less. But this one thing keeps drawing me back. Like I really... This is where I feel like that feels like home to me.
So reincarnation is your...
So I'm just wondering if it's because the soul has experienced different lifetimes, different things, different places, right? Met other souls along their journey, where you come back to it and you're like, wow, you feel like home to me.
Right.
well, it's because we've met in other lifetimes.
Yeah.
Right.
So like maybe you guys were married in a previous life.
Yeah. So like we went
in the 30s.
Like
you were Frank Sinatra.
I was Frank Sinatra,
and you were like one of
Yeah.
One of wow.
Well, let's be honest here. Frank Sinatra wasn't exactly,
Yeah, you were one of my wives.
Mr. Monogamy. Yeah.
Well, that's why Sabrina said that the 2 other times we didn't complete. This time we completed. See. This time we stay married.
Oh boy.
No, because so I don't know. Like I'm sure, obviously, you've heard of tarot readings and things like that. So we had a tarot reading done. I kind of like delved into that a little bit, just like really looked into what it means and stuff. And she also talked about and kind of confirmed. She goes, "You guys have been together in 2 other lifetimes, but you didn't."
2 others.
She said 2 other lifetimes.
Wow.
She goes, but did not complete. She didn't know what it was. She goes, did not complete whatever it was you're supposed to complete. She goes, this lifetime you guys will complete whatever it is that you were intended to, the past 2.
Yeah.
She goes, and you guys will be married this time.
But when you came into the shop, it's just my mind goes here. Sorry. You go into the shop. Does she already know you guys are a couple? Mm-hmm. Like, what if you would have went in and you would have said you guys were siblings? Would she have even come to that conclusion and been like, "Hey, you guys were married in 2 other lives, and now you're"?
Well, she didn't say we were married. She just said we came together in 2 other lives.
Okay.
And there was something we didn't complete. She didn't say we were married in 2 other.
Okay, you were connected in some way.
We weren't together. Like we.
Gotcha.
We were, but we weren't.
We were just connected. Basically, there was no like set detail on. Because so when we went to her place, like to her place, the little house thing that she had it at, the studio that she had it at. She knew nothing of us other than our first names. Like she didn't know any. We didn't.
And that we wanted a couple's reading.
And that we wanted a couple's reading. She didn't give a history.
Okay.
We didn't give a history. We didn't give even getting there. She didn't say, "Tell me about yourselves" or anything. It was none of that. It was literally like we just started talking, and then she's like, "All right, like let's get the cards out."
Afterwards, like after we had
our the reading was done, then we talked
about
things.
Met, and we told her everything.
But that's what was crazy is in the midst of the reading, some of the stuff she was saying was stuff that we've either talked about deeply or experienced already in certain in scenarios, or we've also talked about doing things in the future,
right? And
stuff that she literally was like pulling out of the cards was like literally talking on and touching those things to the point, like to details to very specific details to where we were like, how would you know that unless we called her and said, hey, let me let you know this stuff, right?
And the ultimate place where we would love to end up, like geographically. She pretty much told us.
She knew that. So before me even saying that I'm Portuguese, because we've talked about Portugal, and her son is stationed in Spain, which is and they go to Portugal. This whole thing. She said like to the point, not even just like Lisbon, the mainland. My family, part of my family, was from the Azores, from the islands. She's like, yeah, she goes Portugal, and she was the Azores. She said the islands itself. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like, that's odd. You know what I mean? So it's not that it's odd. I have a mind very open to all these things. And so I believe that, like, again, there's people that are fake, and you can literally, they'll ask you for these questions and things, and that's what they build off of, right? Yeah. She had nothing to build off of other than Brian, Michelle, and here you are. Yeah. Here we go. Good luck. Because then it could have been totally, like, off the wall. What the hell is all this stuff?
Right.
She was to the point on things where we were like,
Yeah. We've seen Whoopi Goldberg and Ghosts, so we know.
Exactly. Exactly. You have people like that.
Oh my god.
You have people like that.
So okay, so you've said a few times about, talking about like Wayne Dyer and some of his teaching to be open to all these different beliefs,
just possibilities.
Like
he says, one of his big things was with God, all things. He said God didn't say some things are possible, a few things are possible, all things are possible. Sure. So that's why I always say, like, when we're looking at whatever in life, I always tell her, I'm like, everything is possible with God. I'm like, God doesn't say, like, it's like we're talking about linear time. God's not like, okay, Brian, by this age you need to be here. God's like, if I don't put you there until whatever it is, I'm going to do that, because our man-made linear time doesn't exist to God.
But what about that age-old question is, can God create a rock that is too heavy for him to lift? Right? It's one of those questions with no answer. Because if you say yes, then you say, well, he's not all powerful then. If he can't lift something, he's not all powerful. And you say, well, but if you say no, he can't, then he can't create anything.
Yeah, that's true.
Then there's limits. He's limited. I'm just throwing it out there because that's a stupid question. People have asked me that before.
I just believe there's no limit. I believe with God all things are possible. That's why I tell people. So it's like, it's just like making something happen. In our human mind, we can only conceive so far. We're like, well, I can't see that happening. Yeah. I'm like, well, but God, typically if you look back on the way things came to light in your life, you're like, there was a whole lot of synchronistic things that needed to happen to get you to that place.
Sure.
You know?
Well, that kind of brings me to my next issue or question for you is like, do you believe in is there evil? Does evil exist? Is that in the same way that I'm assuming you believe like God is good, right? Is there evil that counters that good, or is everything good?
No, see, I believe in spiritual warfare, so I do believe there's like negative dark entities, right?
Okay.
So I do believe in that. I believe that, like, you know, when you're trying to create, or not trying to create, so God brings two people together that, hey, I'm going to use this partnership to go bring great into the world. I do believe there's like dark entities that are like, okay, I'm going to try to intervene and try to break that apart as much as I can, right? But that's why, I mean, I get to people like, whether it be addiction or things like that, I was like, you know, there's these things, you know, they go back to the old adages of them, these footholds on you, right? Like these footholds of whether it be addiction or different things.
Sure.
We can go beyond those addictions, come through all those things, and then basically there's not really anything, I feel, that can be held against you, right? Or used against, not held against you, but used against you, right? So in a sense, I do believe there is like an evil, dark entity out there. Right. Not so much like, I don't think there's like a horned man in fiery hell running around with a pitchfork. I don't believe in that, you know?
That's nowhere in the Bible, by the way.
Yeah, exactly.
A red man with horns and a pitchfork, that's
what I mean. Just the way people depict that whole thing, I'm like, that doesn't, in my eyes, it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
But I was like, do I believe there is like spiritual warfare and dark entities?
Okay.
I do believe so.
So you believe there's a bad or evil spiritual side that's counter to the good spiritual side.
Absolutely, because
and God would be on the good side of that.
I believe so. I believe God is more just. This would say God is good. Like I believe, you know, like you have God G-O-D and you have good G-O-D, right? So if you want to use
just
words,
one letter difference.
Just one letter difference if you want to use the words. But I believe that God is all loving, all like, you know, even these humans that went and did the stupid stuff that they do.
Yeah.
I don't believe God's like, oh, I don't love you anymore because you went and did that.
So would you say it's impossible for God to hate?
Well,
if he's
so.
all,
I don't know if it's impossible, but I believe that God doesn't hate. That's just I don't know if I say it's impossible.
But when he sees a school shooter, do you think he hates that action? Not the person doing it, but does he hate the action?
I think he's definitely like that. So I don't know if God's even hate, but I think God is like that. Like God, that spirit is probably definitely can feel, right. So God can feel through us.
Sure.
So when God feels our emotions, so we see these kids die and we're feeling down,
Yeah.
God can feel that. So does God feel down on that action?
Sure.
Absolutely.
Sure.
God can feel that, like depression or that sadness that happened from that action, that grief for that action. Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
Because like I tell people, I believe that God is experiencing life through us in human form, right? I mean, so God knows what we're going to come do. But like you said, could God have stopped that action? Yeah, but God allowed that action so that it could lead to whatever else it was supposed to lead to.
Right.
Even if it's just drawing humans closer together. I mean, like an act like 9/11. How many people came together that you have a place like New York where people were just 100% consumed with themselves, but so many people came together in that in that one day.
Churches were filled up, and
everybody was coming together like, hey, let's all stand by each other through this, right? So I mean, I think some of these horrendous acts happen to try to God's intention, like you guys need to all come back together. This is not. Don't let these man-made concepts of like division be real to you because we're not supposed to be divided. Right?
So you it sounds like you believe God has a standard, in a sense, right? Like he has an idea of what this is something good, this is something not good.
I believe. See, I don't know. So when I look back, I look at like Jesus as like a ascended master, and I say like Jesus came, and I believe Jesus was teaching unconditional love and not judgment. Like two of the main things that Jesus was like.
Sure.
Just love everybody unconditionally. You're not here to judge people, right? Because we can run around all day and be like, that person's an idiot, that person's smart. I mean, I use the word, you're being an idiot, you know. But at the end of the day, will I help that idiot?
Yeah, it doesn't mean, you know. See, there's a difference between loving somebody and having a critique of them, or even a constructive critique, right?
Exactly.
So you
I constructively critique myself, like, you know what I mean? Like, I tell people, like, I have plenty of self-love, but I look at myself sometimes and be like, that was really stupid.
Right,
You're an idiot in that moment.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it doesn't mean I don't love myself.
Well, and I guess that's what I'm saying. Like when we look at God, or even as Jesus, as a person that was here on the earth, when he taught love, and I do believe he taught unconditional love. I agree with you on that. But that I don't think that necessarily means that he's happy with or condoning of or okay with everything.
Certain actions and things that people
correct. So like you could say, I'm very saddened and angry about the school shooter.
Yeah.
Right. Absolutely. And I would even say Jesus or God could say, I hate that action took place.
Absolutely.
I hate the circumstances that just happened. I still love the person that did it because my love is unconditional. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to love them even if they use their free will to do these horrendous things. The love doesn't go away, right? It's like a father to a child. Like our children, we're going to love them no matter what.
Even if they go kill somebody,
correct.
You're still gonna love them.
Yes,
Absolutely.
It's going to break my heart. Absolutely. Because I'm going to watch this child that I love so much using their life for all the wrong reasons. Mm-hmm. And that's going to be heartbreaking. Mm-hmm. But it doesn't make me love. The reason it's heartbreaking is because I love them.
Yeah.
If I didn't care about them,
whatever.
Yeah, just some other moron went out there, shot a bunch of people. Whatever's. Mm-hmm. But no, I don't have that. I mean, so I kind of view God in the same sense.
Yeah, I do too.
Okay.
I definitely do too.
Okay.
I believe that God definitely loves all of us. That's what we've talked about too. I've said that because we've had those people ask me the same question, like, what about people like Hitler? I'm like, well, God still loved Hitler.
Right.
God didn't love what Hitler did.
People get mad at you when you say stuff like that.
Oh yeah, they do.
At least they get mad at me when I say.
No, they do, because they're like, "What do you mean they love?"
Yeah.
And I was like, "Because God loves every single one of us."
Right.
Again, God doesn't love some of the things we do. It's just
Correct.
like when we go out and hurt somebody in a way of, like you're in a relationship and infidelity, whatever. Like you do these things, God doesn't love that you did that because you still hurt one of God's creations, right? But God still loves you.
Yeah.
And I gotta tell people that doesn't give you the right to be like, well, let me go screw off and do a bunch of stupid stuff because God will still love me.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, you know, and that's where what I believe in energy, and I believe that you carry negative energy or positive energy. Mm-hmm. I'm like, what you're putting out, you're attracting back. So if you're putting out a bunch of negative energy, guess what? It's gonna find you. You know what I mean? In one way, shape. It may not be the exact same thing you're doing, but you wonder why a bunch of stuff topples over on you because you're putting that out there.
Yeah.
Right? The universe is gonna reciprocate what you're giving out.
Yeah.
So it's just like these people that are very greedy or very selfish, very whatever. They wonder why stuff eventually comes back on them,
right?
In one way, shape, or form, or they just
it's kind of like a karma kind of
it's kind of like karma. It's kind of like karma because I tell people so when I talk about reincarnation, I believe so if you're doing a bunch of negative stuff in this life and then you exit this body, you come back. You're coming back with whatever, like we're talking about lessons, whatever you're supposed to learn this next lifetime. Plus, you have all that negative karma and energy from the past lifetime.
That would be like the dung beetle that came back as a dung beetle.
Basically,
Do you think people reincarnate into other creatures or just humans?
That I don't know. See, I don't know any of it for sure, right? But just from what I understand, we can create where we can come back as animals, come back as other things, right? So that we experience these different things. Now, I tend to believe it's more we come back as people, but I don't know. Yeah. Maybe we can come back as humans. As like animals, we've talked about like a dog having its a dog having a spirit where it's like, dang, this dog reminds me of.
Well, because people have said that.
Yeah, and
they're like, I think this dog has the spirit of my dead grandma or something, right?
And I've experienced where it's like, man, this dog reminds me of someone. You know what I mean? And it's like, geez, what is that? So could very much be the case.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And then of course you're gonna have people say, well, that's just your mind playing tricks on you. Well, it's like, well, yes and no, because especially for me, if I'm like looking at this, I'm not sitting there constantly thinking about my dead grandma and being like, and I wish this dog would act like my grandma. Like, I don't, you know what I mean?
When's that dog gonna make me some of those cookies?
Yeah, it's like, come on, grandma, make me that pie you used to make.
That's right.
This stupid little chihuahua. It's like, no, it's like, no. So
I don't know, if you got a chihuahua, you got more issues than I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say that out loud.
God forbid, see that? You mean right? Come on, Trump.
So I guess when I'm talking about like a standard, that God has a standard, I'm not talking about like he loves someone more than someone else or anything. I'm just talking about like
what would be considered good
actions.
I
think you think that he has a form of saying that what that guy did was good, that what that guy did was bad.
I think so.
What their actions.
I would tend to believe so. Because like you said, you put it in the way of the school shooting. I don't believe God's up there like, or wherever God's at, all over and being like, oh, that's wonderful that you went and did that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. So how does that play into kind of what you were saying about rules? Like when you were, do you say you're not a big fan of rules only kind of in the spirit realm, or like what about in the human world?
Well,
there's obviously rules that are
there's rules obviously in place because of people going to do ignorant things.
Sure.
Right? I would love, this is just my own way, like I've explained to you. I would love people to understand we're not here to ever like harm or hurt anyone else. So if you want to go live and you want to run around in a fairy suit all day, like every day, go for it. As long as you're not harming anyone else. Right? Yeah. That's my thing with like.
You just gave me permission to do my lifelong dream.
You get to run around a fairy suit. I wish you would have worn it today. It would have been great.
Well, I didn't know you yet, so
That's
I mean,
true,
if we ever do a second one, I'll be sure to wear it because
I got that'd be great.
Now I feel accepted.
That'd be great. So, then I'll feel super excited to be here. No, it's just so I've always thought it's like when people have their own like styles of wanting to live and be. I'm like, go for it as long as you're not harming others. Right?
Correct.
You're not affecting someone else's life in a negative manner.
Yeah.
You're not harming someone else. Go do your thing.
But to harm someone else in order to prevent them from harming somebody else. What about that situation?
I think at the core of who we are, our heart and our soul knows that we're all here to be one, right? It's the human mind. It's the stuff that we're fed and that we're indoctrinated with.
Yeah. No, I guess, but what I'm saying is, like, let's say you walk into the mall and you see this person who's just pulled a gun, a shotgun or whatever, out of their bag, and they're raising it up to aim, and you're behind them. You have the ability, through harming them, to prevent them from harming others.
Of course I'm going to do that.
So that's so in some scenarios, harming someone else is okay. It's actually a good thing.
I think if it comes down to, I think that violence, if it comes down to, like, say, protection of your family, protection of others, like life, like that,
self-defense,
I would say that, I mean, I know that's conditional in a sense, but at the same time, you are preventing the harm of other people. Perfect example wasn't like we didn't take someone out, but the guy yesterday.
Oh yeah.
So, like, we followed a guy yesterday who was obviously extremely intoxicated all over the roads in AG. And so we followed him and we were on the phone with dispatch until the units pulled him over. Now, I feel like we were strategically placed there. This guy made, like, this really random U-turn in front of us, then just stopped in the middle of the road, and then all of a sudden was swerving everywhere. So I was like, well, let's just follow him and let's call 911 and tell somebody to get some, because otherwise he was erratic. I mean, he could have definitely in the middle of a city, taken out someone walking on the street, whatever the case was.
A little kid or on his bike or whatever.
So I mean, were we placed there to stop that? I mean, because we could have ignored it and just kept going, but I was like, no, we probably should stay behind him. And thankfully, they stopped him when they got him. So you never know. I mean, you're placed to stop these negative actions, right, or these things that could happen. So I mean, if you had to, like, I always say that, do I want to harm people? No. But if someone was going to harm my family or someone I love or anybody, a stranger, am I going to take them out? Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And so what about things that are more subtle in a sense, where you say somebody who's, how about somebody who's harming themselves? Like somebody who maybe, let's say the guy you mentioned yesterday, he's driving around. Obviously, if he's driving around, he can potentially harm others. Yeah. But let's say he's just somebody and he's an alcoholic, and he's drinking his life away. He's destroying his liver. He's harming his liver. He's harming his mental capacity, all this stuff, right? If someone's harming themselves, do you think that... Do you intervene?
So, do I offer intervention and love and show them that I love and care? Absolutely. Is it my job to be like, I guess in a sense, I had my dad who was addicted to pain meds, and I basically told him, like, you have to go to rehab.
Right.
He obviously didn't have to go. I didn't hold it by gunpoint, but he did because he saw that I cared.
Right.
So do I intervene and say something? Yes. But at the end of the day, it's ultimately their choice, especially if they're an adult. Right. If they're a child, they don't have a choice. But I mean, if they're an adult, they... Yeah.
But because you love them,
I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna say something. I'm going to offer up wisdom and help and be like, hey, I'm here to help. But I can't stop them ultimately from... It's almost like you said earlier, me talking to the guy who's a drug addict, and one of them's like, great, I want to go find that help, and the other one basically goes and takes another hit and dies.
Yeah.
I mean, I offered. I tried. I gave you my...
You did all you could do.
I did everything I could, but at the end of the day, you're going to make that final decision.
Correct.
So,
yeah.
But will I try? Absolutely. Okay. I'm always going to try to do anything I can to help. You know what I mean?
So but from that standpoint, then, do you think there's certain... I'm using the word standards, and it's probably not the best word to use, but, like... Do you think that us as humans, because you said we're all here for a purpose, we're here to... Would you say we're here to do what God wants us to do? Would you say that's a fair thing to say from your viewpoint? So what certain things in your belief system would you say that you should be doing in that realm? Like, are there certain standards of God's that you think you should be upholding, even to the point of potentially preventing others from doing the wrong things in that sense?
I don't know if there's certain standards. I think it'd just be, so one thing I do when I pray in the morning is I tell God, show me how may I serve today? Like, what am I here to do? Yeah. And it's like living in the present moment. One of the big things I've been taught is the present moment is all we got. We don't have the past, we don't have the future. You can look back on the past. Hey, look, I saw this patterns that I needed to learn. Yeah. You can hope for like manifestation in the future of like this life or certain things you want to do. At the end of the day, all we got is right now. So for me, I mean, I think that each day, whatever I'm called to do in that moment to serve, to help others, I mean, that's what I focus on, right? So if I have a situation where God's like, hey, there's this person I put in front of you that's depressed, suicidal, and I just want you to give them 10 minutes of your time to see if hopefully like your intervention can stop them from potentially doing something to themselves, right? Then I slow down enough. Instead of being so all consumed with myself, I slow down enough to say like, hey, this person needs you for 5 minutes. Can you just give them that time?
Sure.
So I believe that that's where we're being used, and that's kind of God's standards. Like each day, think outside yourself, and I'm going to put people in front of you. I'm going to put situations in front of you, like the drunk driver yesterday. Like I could have just drove away and be like, no, we're going back to my mom's house.
Yeah, and then saw on the news that he mowed over a bunch of people.
Yeah, that he killed somebody, right? But instead, we said, no, let's follow him. Potentially putting us at risk, and we're there to intervene.
right.
Well, it's like I told her.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm over there.
This one's over there. Like, keep getting behind. I'm keeping distance and doing my thing. I told her. I'm like, listen.
Right next to
I don't have any of my firearms on me. This guy kept like reaching, like he kept going for something. And I told her, I was like, me having spent time in law enforcement, I don't know what he's reaching for, and I'm not armed right now.
Right.
So if he just puts it in park and gets out with a gun, and I have all of you guys in the car, I'm not going to be right here in.
Did he know you were following him? Was that why?
I told her. I said I kept seeing him look up in the rear view, look in his side mirror. He kept like his head kept going. I mean, he was super intoxicated, but even with that, doesn't mean he couldn't have been somewhat aware to see that this one red car is behind him the whole time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because at one point he came to a stop sign and just dead stopped, just sat there.
Oh,
and we were like a little ways from him, and so like I told her, this is in my mind. Having experienced some of the stuff I have, that's where he's like park out with a gun and unloading, and I have nothing to do to return, right? And so
that's when you just have to run at him kamikaze style and take one for the team.
Absolutely. Yeah. I would just tell everybody duck, and I would just floor him right over. But that's the scenario where it's like, hey, like it's a potential for me to intervene and prevent something from worse happening. Sure. And potentially the thing I thought about was maybe helping this dude. Like he had never been in trouble before, never whatever. He was going through something hard in life. Now he's going to jail, and now he's experiencing these things. Maybe that helps him shift his path as well, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you never know. So.
And that's an important aspect, because you may never know.
Yeah.
And you don't have to.
I don't have to know. That's the thing. I always tell people, don't go help and don't go do something to either get a pat on the back or to know for sure that you did help. Right. I oftentimes as a medic, like I told her, there was a lot of times as a medic where I would take somebody in that I kept stable, potentially was like on their way out, right? Mm-hmm. And sometimes I would check on the person, like either call or when I took another patient into the hospital, hey, how'd they do? Oftentimes I wouldn't. Yeah. And I remember I had other medics like, you don't want to know? And I'm like, no, because I did my part. I mean, God used me in that moment to do
that. Would be hard for me. If I was you, that'd be hard for me. I would want to know.
And because to me, I used to tell people, God has me in this moment. Like I told her that. I was like, God has me here. This is my job. This is what I'm being used for right now. It matters to me. I'm going to give them my all.
Right.
But I don't need to. So, for example, I told her, I had a lady in Mariposa when I was a medic up there, had a heart attack. When she was having a heart attack in front of me, put her on the monitor, whatever, was medicating her. Because we were up in the mountains, I was going to fly her out to a cardiac facility. On the way to the landing zone, she went out on me like she coded. And I had the pads on her, shocked her one time. She came fully back, which normally doesn't happen, fully back to life. Like, eyes open.
Wow.
Conscious, coherent, like, well, kind of coherent, still some confusion, but I'm like,
I hope so.
Yeah, but I'm like, Mary, like, you know where you are? And she's like looking around, she's like, no, and I'm like, holy crap, because I had done that many times where you like shock people. I already had it intubated, medicated, so it's like I see them on the monitor, they start to, their heart starts to have a good functional rhythm, they're breathing, but they're not eyes open looking at me like ready to talk again, right? Yeah. So that whole thing went on, whatever, flew her out, she lived, everything was great, and they wanted to give me some award for that, and I was like, I don't care about the award. Because I just, to me, I was like, I'm doing my job. Right. Why do I need to go get some award to put on the wall and be like, look what you did. Right. This is what I do every day for a living. Like, it doesn't matter. You know what I mean?
So people talk about how awesome you are. That's how you know you're better than the guy that works at Taco Bell. See? You have to show him your trophy.
Let me feed my ego. Yes. Look at this. I'm going to blow it up. So, put it on my garage door so everybody can see it. No, it's like I just didn't need it. I don't care. I don't know. I just look at things like that differently.
Yeah, for sure. So all that we just said, I want to so when we go back to what you said about rules, like you talk about how you struggled within certain churches because of the rules that they had in place. So those rules are there in a sense because of what we're talking about, right? They're there in a lot of ways because these people that have, they see these in the Bible maybe, or they say, well, this says this, we shouldn't be doing this, we shouldn't be doing that, and it sounds like rules and don't do that, don't do this. So what specifically is the struggle with there being rules there? Is it because you don't agree with the rule itself, or is it because you don't think there should be any rules at all within a spiritual kind of setting?
I think that just in some religious based aspects, especially like with Catholicism, there was so many like, if you don't follow these, you're banished to hell. You're whatever, right? That's more of what I think it really turned me off from being when I was young.
So this is more in a Catholic sense, because I thought you said that was going on in Protestant church.
It was more in a Catholic sense. I mean, in that Christian church that I went to, I felt like there wasn't so many rules. The non-denominational church I went to, there was some of the older guys that were just like, you have to do this and live like this and whatever. You know what I mean? And I'm like, okay, you know, you're 950, and that's why you think like that. You know, but some of these other, folks. But you know, but some of the other guys, I mean, that were still like 20 years old. I mean, they didn't look at it that way, right?
Yeah.
They were like, no, like God has just shown you this, and so it was more of an open way of thinking. Yeah. So I just think when there's this rigid structure. Yeah. Of like, if you go outside of this box,
he doesn't like rules. Period.
I don't like rules. She's right.
Talk
I don't like rules.
Your ultimate.
She's right. I don't like rules.
But you're an anarchist or what?
That's what her son would say. Let's go. You know. No, but see, that's the thing though. Is for me, and again, it's there are those people, there are those exceptions that are like, okay, there's no rules. I'm going to go buck wild. For me, it's like I don't need this list of things to tell me how to treat others and how to love people. Right. That comes naturally out of who I am.
Sure.
And I would say out of the majority of people that comes naturally out of, other than the fact that we've been indoctrinated with a bunch of crap from the society that says that's why people are so selfish. It's all about you. Go for you. Go get more. Go do these things. Right. If you understood that you're actually here for others outside of you, to love yourself and take care of yourself. But if you're actually here to serve others, and you start to adopt that mindset and realize that that's actually why you're here, you're naturally not going to go do things to go harm other people, and you don't need a list of things to tell you. If you do X, Y, and Z, you're bad, right? I don't need a reminder every day. Hey, don't go kill anybody today. Yeah. You know what I mean? I don't need that reminder, right? And that's the majority.
Well, that's a big one though. Like murder is probably for most people they would say that's wrong.
But even see for me, even the smallest thing of hurting somebody in a sense of like a relationship, hurting somebody in that, right? Like that's still a big deal. I'm still harming somebody.
Or about like stealing.
Or stealing.
Telling a little white lie.
That's the same. See, that's the thing. So I tell people. In general, that's why the whole truth, being direct, being like that. I tell people, don't tell me a white lie to spare my feelings. Be honest with me, right? Yeah. Just be 100% truthful. It's like Don Miguel Ruiz said, be impeccable with your word in the 4 agreements. He says, be impeccable with your word. Everything should just be truth out of your mouth, right? Yeah. And why not?
Well, the Bible says that too.
Yeah.
Let your yes be yes and your no be no.
Yeah. So I tell people, why not? And however people think of you, they think of you. But as long as you're being honest, like for me, when I'm point blank and directly honest, I sit well within myself, Yeah. Oh, you didn't like it? I'm sorry, but I
feel great. You're sobbing uncontrollably, but I feel great right now. I got this off my chest. I told you suck, and we're good to go.
Not in that sense. That's the thing, is I don't go do things to break people down. Right. See, that's the other thing, is like, be honest, don't go break people down. But I'm saying if someone asks you a question, be completely honest about it.
Sure.
Because most people will try to find a way to make it sound better, so either they don't go or
I got a scenario for you. Okay. How many kids do you have?
I have my oldest son, my daughter, and my youngest son.
So you do have a daughter?
Yeah.
Okay. So your daughter's 4. She comes up to you with this picture she made. It's terrible. It's the worst picture you've ever seen. Daddy, what do you think of my picture?
It's very ugly, honey.
And he was.
And here she is laying in the shrink. She's laying on a thing. My dad told me when I was 4.
Well, it's funny because I'm like, you have that scenario. It's funny because like I've had, whether it be my kids or something, show me something like, look, Dad, like this and that. I'm like, oh, that's great. Like with a face, And my kids know, like, I'm joking in a sense. I'm like, that picture's not going to change the end of the. It's not the end of the world that you made an ugly picture.
Right.
But instead of me. It's like the kid, it's like, hey, son, what's 5 plus 2? And he's like, 26. And I'm not going to be like, you're a genius. I'm like, no, you're not very bright. Yeah. But, like, I'm going to help you. You know what I mean? Whatever.
Sure.
I don't know. I get, like, what you're saying, the little white lies. It's I just feel like, be direct with people. Not in a mean sense. Don't break them down. Because there's a way of being honest with them, not being like, you're a complete nutter, whatever.
There's a positive way to say it. Like, well, honey, I think you can do better than that.
Yeah, honey. Like
you could say,
honey,
right?
That picture, honey,
you don't have to answer directly the question. Daddy, is this a great painting.
Yeah.
You don't have to say, no, it's terrible. You can say, well, I bet you could do even better than that.
I bet you can make an even more beautiful painting.
Right.
Like something like that. I would go about, like, you know, what that mean.
Yeah.
Like, we can always get better. You know, I always tell people like that. Well, we can always improve. You know what I mean? So it's like, you know, that's not me lying to them. That's not me, you know. But I'm not also not like...
Wait, so when I ask you... No.
Uh-oh. I'm about to get you in trouble here.
We'll talk about these things when we leave. I'm just kidding.
Oh, my gosh.
I know.
I'm just kidding.
So back to... you guys short on time today? You got time?
No, we're good.
Okay. There's a couple more things I want to hit here. So when we go back to the idea, we were talking about good and evil and that kind of thing, and then back and coupling that with the idea of being open to all things, and when it comes to spiritual teaching or spiritual, do you ever think there's any danger in receiving the evils that you I think you mentioned the evil?
There's like a dark
entity, like a dark entity. So do you think there's any danger in getting the evil or the wrong, bad teaching through that philosophy of just being open to everything?
Yes, but I think that you use discernment, right? So like, what sits well with your soul? Like I tell people, I mean, even when I'm speaking to people on a spiritual sense, and I'm teaching them or speaking to them about the way I feel and see things, whatever the case, I always tell people like, what resonates with you and what doesn't. So if you hear me say something and you're just like, oh, that doesn't make any sense to me, like I don't feel that at all.
Yeah.
Then don't adopt it, right?
Okay.
So can people potentially try to feed you negativity and evil through that? Of course, people are going to try that because you have people that have like super dark beliefs and they're, stuff that they feel is good to them, but to us it's completely
different. That's exactly my point. So to them it's not evil and dark.
To them it's great, yeah. But
to you it's wrong.
To me, if it doesn't resonate with me.
Okay, right? But would you say it's good for them? Or would you still say it's evil for them?
Well, it depends upon it depends upon what you're doing. So if they're saying like, hey, my God says, let's go kill these 20 people, right? Like, because you do have these other, I'm not going to put people down, but these other belief systems, right? Where people are like, hey, our God says go and massacre all these people. Yeah. Do I believe that the all-creating God says to go do that? Absolutely not.
Well, what if with them that resonates?
Yeah, but I see, and that's the part where I any kind of just going and killing people just because I don't agree with. Right. At all. Period.
But I guess what I'm getting at is, and this is kind of, I guess I'll just get to the point. Get to the point, Ryan. The point I'm making is like if we base our morality on what resonates with us, I feel like that's a little not trustworthy. Because you might find somebody who says, well, it resonates with me. Like you can go to other countries, like tribal villages and stuff, where to them it resonates that they throw their kids into a volcano. Yeah. That's how they appease the god of whatever, right? And to them, that's the right, good, noble, holy thing to do. Yeah. And we're going, what are you doing? That's evil. That's wrong. That's bad. Yeah. So
I guess that all comes down to a belief system, though, too, right?
Well, it comes down to a standard, and where that standard comes from. Does it come from somewhere beyond us, or does it come from only us? And that's kind of the question that I would wrestle with.
I agree. No, I agree. Okay. See, what I tend to go to internally, and when I'm talking to somebody else, is at the depths of our soul. Or do we want to actually do harm to anyone? I don't think so. Right. I think it all comes from the mind and from what we're taught. Right? Okay. So even like a tribe like that had to have been handed down by man over the years. Sure. Right? Yeah. So hey, this is what shows you love God, right? Right. So then why is it that you don't look at that and question it? That's why I question everything. So if someone said that to me, if I had a family member that said, you sacrificing your child actually is the ultimate love to God. Yeah. I would sit back and be like, really? Right. I'd question it. Again, why I question things in Catholicism. Right. So I tell people, question things. Right. Does it actually sit well with you? Does that make sense to you? Because I think that, again, even like, I'm sure there's plenty of tribes that probably have some odd things like that, right? To them, it may not be odd. Sure. But to some of them, it probably is. But they just go with it. That's just like following society, and they say, this is the end thing to do, and it makes you cool. Right, like Nazi Germany. Yeah. To them, it was the right thing to do, to round up Jews and put them in concentration camps. To them, it was the right thing to do. Sure. Right? But at the end of the day, though, a lot of the people that were doing it, even a lot of the soldiers, were probably like, this doesn't make any sense to me. Right. Why are we actually doing this? Sure. Right? Sure. So people will conform to things just because of whatever reason. I tend to not conform to fit in, and like I tell people, like if I'm taken out for that, then so be it. Sure. But at least I'm going to stand by what my soul's actually convicting me of, not my mind or not what society or this group is telling me. Right. I'm going to go by on a soul level. So like on a soul level, I know I don't want to harm anyone. Period. Yeah. Again, you just have to question things. Like question what everybody's telling you. Yeah. Right. but be open.
Do you ever question your own soul, or do you feel like that's always
not if I question my mind, thoughts
your
that
mind?
come from my mind.
Okay.
So like from my heart, when I'm thinking from my heart, I'm like, okay, this feels right. I know I'm not harming. I'm not doing anything to harm somebody mentally, physically, or spiritually in any way, right?
Yeah.
But my mind can tell me, hey, go do this because it's going to make you feel good, and yeah, that's like an ego-based impulse that I want to go do.
Yeah, because some things that are bad can make you feel good.
It can make you feel good, but,
right.
But then you have to. That's where you educate yourself into
right.
like,
right.
What's giving me a dopamine hit? What's an impulse? What
yeah.
is like? What am I doing to
sure.
to fulfill a flesh-based impulse?
Correct.
And what am I doing that's coming actually from the soul? Right?
See, and I'm glad you're clarifying that, because there's a big difference between that and just feelings.
That's what I mean. So feelings to me, no, it's not on a feeling-based thing.
Yeah.
Feelings are fleeting.
Yes.
Feelings, thoughts are fleeting. So
right.
I tell people, like, you can have any kind of feeling, you can have any kind of thought, they're very fleeting.
Yeah.
They may give you a very quick hit of, this feels great and makes me happy.
Yeah.
And then immediately you wonder why you're depressed afterwards.
Yeah.
It's because your soul was like,
well, yeah, the example of that I often use, because I know so many people that have fallen into this, is someone who's married with 4 kids, happy, loving marriage, all this stuff, meet their coworker, whatever the case is, they for that moment, their passion takes over, their lust takes over, whatever the case may be, and in that moment, that's what makes them feel good.
Yes.
So they cheat on their wife, and then the next day they're broken, their whole family's destroyed, the whole thing's over, and they're sitting there regretting what they did.
Yeah.
But in the moment, there was no regret.
See, that's why
it was like, this
exactly.
is where it's at right now. I want this more than anything.
This is why you have to, this is why I tell people you have to understand the brain and heart, and understand, like, trying to have brain and heart coherence, right? Is like bringing them together and understanding what is actually coming from your heart,
right,
and what's coming from the monkey mind.
Yeah.
Is that temporary, like, oh, this is going to be great.
Like instinctual in a sense.
Yeah, it's just it's that primal state, right? Like you said, I fall into that lust, and now I just ruined this whole beautiful thing that I had for that moment of quote-unquote pleasure that didn't do anything for me.
Correct.
Right? So that's the whole difference there. Is like, I always tell people, is it coming from your heart? Is it coming from your brain?
And how do you distinguish?
I think if it's going to cause anything. So think about that. The person, if you look at that scenario, so you're in that scenario, even in that moment of lust, you can stop yourself in a moment and think, like, is this actually going to give me long-term happiness, or is this going to really ruin something great? Right.
Although I know guys in those situations, they don't generally think like that.
No, but do they have the ability?
It's possible.
That's what I'm saying. It's possible.
Yes.
And see, that's the thing that, like, for me, I've been put in situations where I can literally put a stop to things, knowing that, hey, in the long term, what is that going to do for me?
Right.
This is just a real quick dopamine hit, and it's going to be over.
Right.
And I'm going to regret this whole decision.
Yeah. Like when you're on a diet.
Yeah.
And then somebody has a pizza or something. You're like, ooh.
Yeah, it looks great.
Ooh, what's one piece going to do?
Exactly.
And then you eat one, you're like, well, I already had one.
Exactly.
I might as well eat
two. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Absolutely. So that's, again, it's just, and that's discipline. That's self-discipline and self-control.
Right.
I mean, you know what I mean?
But my point is, in the moment, you might be so wanting that.
Of course.
And then hindsight, you're like, oh, dang it.
Yeah.
I was on a diet for 2 months. I was on track, and now I completely threw myself off the wagon.
That's what it is.
Right.
It's consistent practice, and it's being aware. So that's why mindfulness and meditation are so important to me. Those practices to me are huge. Just slowing down the mind, being very present, and then also understanding, like, okay, this thought is fleeting. This emotion is fleeting.
Yeah.
Is this actually serving me on a soul level, or is this just my primal monkey mind saying this is going to make me happy right now?
Right.
Right.
And that's great. I mean, I think that's great. If a person can get to a point where they can actually distinguish that and have the ability to remove themselves from situations where they are desiring things they shouldn't be, and to actually think rationally and be like, okay, I'm gonna stop and think and meditate on this for a minute.
Absolutely. No, I tell people, like, it's just as important where you're not as to where you are.
Right.
Right. So the situations you keep yourself out of is just as important as the situations you allow yourself to be in. Right.
Yeah.
And so you have to be able. That's why, again, slowing down instead of just falling for every impulse that you get or you experience, right, is just saying no. So that's why I tell people, like, mindfulness and meditation practices change everything for you, instead of, because otherwise life's gonna throw stuff at you all day.
Oh, of course.
And you're just gonna be like, oh, I'll do that, and then at the end of the day you wonder why your life's a freaking train wreck, and you're like, what happened? You know? That's why when I train people physically, I'm like, listen, you can make a pretty outside, but the inside's not matching, it doesn't matter. Like, it really doesn't matter, because you have to have that internal balance, right? Yeah. And again, like the whole mind thing, like you said, people, it's like fasting. I can do like 72-hour fast and be like, hey, it's fine. And how often people are like, what? You don't eat? And it's like, yeah, you don't have to. You'll be fine. You know? People just think
I haven't learned that one yet.
People just think this like self-control thing. I'm like,
Yeah.
it's really not as hard as you think it is.
Yeah.
You just put a little bit of effort and practice into it.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's really not that
I don't know.
hard.
You've had pizza before, right?
Oh, I love pizza.
Ice
I
cream,
love pizza. I've never eaten
cheeseburgers.
pizza. What are you talking about?
I mean,
I've never touched pizza. No, I'm kidding.
I don't think.
I
like,
love pizza.
I mean,
I
I
love
just.
pizza. But can I say no to it? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Perfect example. We talked about go back to addiction. I used to drink. I used to love drinking.
Yeah.
I haven't drank in 4 months and won't go back to it. It's a more of a understanding the negative effects it had on my life for a long period of time, like off and on. Even though I wasn't drinking every day, I wasn't doing anything like that. But I can look back on plenty of scenarios and be like, wow, that was it. Absolutely not helping me in one way, shape, or form.
Did you ever feel like you were addicted to it at all, or?
I just felt like I used now looking back on it clearly, understanding that it was a crutch for many situations. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Like
self-medication.
It was just self-medicating. You know.
Yeah. Because I look at that and I think like I don't drink anymore either, and it's been a long time for me. But like people say, well, were you an alcoholic? Did you ever? I say, no, I never felt addicted to it in any way, shape, or form. And people say, well, why don't you drink? The first thing people say, especially when they know I'm a Christian, do you not drink because of your religion? Is that why? Yeah. No, it's got nothing to do with it. I said, also, why don't you drink? I said, well, here's why. Because if I write down the 20 stupidest things I've ever done in my entire life, 19 of them were done while I was drinking.
Yep. I tell people all the time that. Yeah, it's like, you know, like you can equate the majority, 99.9% of the stupid stuff I've done, alcohol was involved.
Yes.
You know?
Yes. And now that I don't drink, when I'm around people that are drunk, I can't stand them.
Me too.
They're the worst people on the planet. I was like, what is wrong with... Stop talking.
I don't want to be around drunk people.
Oh, it's terrible.
I'm just like, dude, you look ridiculous.
Yes.
Like, you know? But then what it does to me, though, is it makes me self-reflect.
Yeah.
Hey, Brian, you did that
That
too.
used to be you.
You look like them.
And there was some other guy who's you now going, man, this Brian guy. I'm about to slug this guy. He's driving me nuts.
Well, it's funny because I told her, I've told her, I remember going to places in the past and there'd be like someone there that wasn't drinking, right? Yeah. And I drank, and so I'd see them, but it always intrigued me. I'm like, And they were just hanging out, peaceful, calm, not looking like a bozo, right? You know, having a great time doing whatever, just talking peacefully. And then there's all of us over there drunk, being idiots. And I'm like, yeah, that's great. You know what I mean? So now I look at it, I'm like, jeez, dude, I'm so glad I don't do that.
Yeah, it's like when you're drunk people are great, but when you're not, they're terrible.
You look at them, and you're like, what are you doing? Yeah, 100%. So yeah, I look at, like I said, the self-control aspect of things, and you can make all these excuses as to why you took the edge off, and it was more fun, blah, blah, whatever. Yeah. But then you look at it from the other side, and you're like, okay, wait a minute. Yeah. This is so much better, right? So it's just like, so that's why I say, like, thinking from the soul, that's what my soul looks at, is that was giving me a dopamine hit and so much quote unquote fun in the moment. Right. But like I told her, I don't know how many times I did things through drinking, and then I'd look back and be like, the next day, and be like, I would have never done that. Like, why did I do that? Only because I was drinking, right? So I tell people, you can do that in a sober mind state at all times and be like, if I go make this decision, what is this going to actually do for me, right? Because I've made decisions sober where I look back on and be like, that wasn't smart. So now that I'm actually in a place of definitely giving myself time, I always tell people, you know, you have a few seconds, like when your mind's like, hey, go do this. You can literally stop yourself, even if it's like 3 to 5 seconds, and just really think about what is that going to do for me right now. Right.
What I'm going to say, drinking and being intoxicated is the opposite of what you're talking about with mindfulness, meditation. It's almost like the reversal of that. Yeah, because now you're under the control of something that's not you. Yeah, of a substance that's causing you to do things and say things that you wouldn't have said normally.
I tell people, I believe like being under a substance like that, it quiets the soul. Yeah. Right? The soul's yelling at you. I mean, I had plenty of times before I was going to go drink and go to this event or whatever, knowing I was going to drink. And I could feel it inside of me before even going. Oh, wow. Like, I shouldn't go do this. I shouldn't go drink. Shouldn't go do that. So when I would get to that event, or prior to getting to that event, I would have to have some drinks to even allow myself to be comfortable enough to be there.
So you're basically just like pouring alcohol all over the little soul in there that's like, hey, stop doing.
Yeah, that's like, yep. Let me quiet you.
Let me drown you real quick so I can.
I can go be a bozo for a few hours. You know what I mean? Sure. So I look at that now and I'm like, man, that's crazy. Why would you do that? You know? Yeah. Insane.
Wowzers. All right. How about an afterlife? Do you believe in like an afterlife, or do you just believe it's a continuous continuing of reincarnation just forever?
No. I believe there's an afterlife. So kind of from what my understanding is that there is obviously like heaven, say, right? There's a peaceful place. Okay. And there's just light. love, happiness, things like that. I do believe your soul, from what I understand, like I said again, it's just what I understand, is you go to this other place. So if you've basically kind of done what your soul needed to do, like you have from what I understand, you have an option on whether to come back or not.
Okay.
So,
but then you don't remember the choice you made when you get back.
No. I mean, you don't remember that you decided to come back. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
But so like I said, there's just, and that's still areas that I'm really diving into, because it's just like I obviously don't fully understand. It's just
why?
Teachings.
In what scenario would a person be like, well, you can go into paradise where you can live forever and with peace,
well, see, that's
or
the
you
thing.
can go back and reincarnate it as something so you can learn more lessons?
So I don't know, like,
who's going to choose that one?
Yeah, I know. Well, that's the thing, and so like I don't know how much you've looked into like near death experiences. So like that's something I've dove into.
I've had people on here that have had those.
Oh, really?
So yeah, we talked a lot about it. Yeah.
See, so I've like looked into like a lot of those. A lot of people with those, listened to podcasts with a lot of those, and like they say, a lot of times they cross over out of the body. But then they may see like family members or something, like their souls that are like, hey, you need, like Anita Morjani has the book Dying to Be Me, and she said that her father, who had passed 10 years prior, and her friend who had passed 2 years prior, she like left her body. She had terminal cancer. Left her body, saw, like, heard everything the doctors were saying, saw everything that was going on, was on the other side, did not want to come back, but her dad's like, you have things you need to go do. And so she did come back and was able to tell the doctors, oh, I heard you say this, and that. And they're like, what in the world?
They tell the doctors things that there's no way that they should have known.
They should have known, yeah.
Right.
And, she came back and ended up writing these books and does all these talks and helped a lot of people. So I do believe it's like you can go to the other side. You probably don't want to come back. But I mean, at the end of the day, if you have things to come and do, then you're going to come back and do them.
Right.
Because again, like our souls aren't, the human mind is what causes us to be selfish. I believe the soul is like, hey, go there and make a change.
Yeah. I figured bare minimum stuff like that at least proves loosely, of course, because it's spirit. How do you prove spiritual stuff? Exactly. But it proves to me anyway that there's a soul and there's a body.
Absolutely.
Right. There's a physical side to us and a spiritual side to us, because again, there's people that literally come out of their body and they see themselves like on an operating table or whatever. Yeah. And then they come back and then come back to life, and then so the doctors are talking to them later like, oh man, we lost you there for 2 minutes or whatever. Yeah. And like, yeah, I know. I saw you do this and I saw you do, and they're like, what? There's no way you could have known that,
Yeah. See, and that's the thing. The lady I was telling you that I shocked and she came back and was fully awake. I would have loved, I was telling Michelle, now I didn't understand a lot of this back then. And so when that happened, I would love to have been able to talk to her like a week later or whatever and say, hey, like, what kind of do you have any recollection?
It would drive me nuts. Yeah. It really would. Yeah. Like I would have to find her somehow.
Yeah. Yeah.
It would be my life mission to find her and talk to her about that stuff, because I couldn't do it. Yeah. I'd be up at night going, man, what happened to her during that time?
I think about it now though, because at that time I didn't think about the stuff the way I do now. Because I think that was back in like 2009, 2010.
Okay.
So I didn't think about it the way I do now. So now I'd be like, let's talk. Like, what happened when you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because you were gone for a little bit. I brought you back. Like, what happened?
Right.
Right. And I'd be very, very curious to know.
Yeah.
So.
What about hell? Do you think hell exists or just heaven?
I used to believe there was a hell. Now I don't know. Okay. I don't think I believe, like I said, there's some like fiery place. I don't know. Like, but then they say there is a dark, from what even people listen to now, that there's this kind of dark space that you can be in, which is what I've heard people kind of
like near-death experiences again.
Yeah, like I've heard, and they'll have like the life review of. So this is the other thing when I heard like people with near-death experience is you have like this life review. So in your life you go back. So people you hurt, you get to feel the hurt that they felt. People that you made happy, you get to, you get to feel their happiness. Yeah. And so I don't know. I just, with that whole life review thing, it's kind of like, it's crazy because to think about that, you end up going through and feeling like the pain you caused people, things like that. You know what I mean? In a sense, I tell people with hell, you think about hell, you can create hell on earth. I tell people all the time, in your own mind, heaven or hell, right?
I know a lot of people that believe that.
Yeah,
because this is hell.
But I tell people, like, through your own mind, through your own thinking. So if you're consistently, like you said, when you would struggle with some of the stuff you struggled with in the past, if you're consistently tormented by your thoughts and by the way you see life every day, that's like a hell in and of itself. Sure. Right?
Sure.
But, I mean, if you're looking at life and like, hey, everything's working for my highest good, everything is working out beautifully, everything's working out perfectly, to me, that's heaven right here. Because I'm getting to experience in my human self being with the person who I love, experiencing like, you know, helping other people, right? And going out and seeing this beautiful creation that God has made, like the ocean and the trees and these things.
Right.
That's heaven to me right there.
Right.
You know, or I can be sitting in my closet at home, like stressed out of my mind and freaking out about life. That's hell every day to be doing that.
Right. So I would look at those two things and say, that's good to be the first thing is good to be experiencing all the things you talked about experiencing. And then that's bad, right? To be feeling terrible and all this stuff. But from what you're saying though, it's like almost like there's nothing better than that good and there's nothing worse than that bad.
As far as like outside, so when we cross out of the body.
Well, I mean, yeah, in a sense, but I mean like the idea of heaven and hell would be something beyond that, like something worse than that, to say, yeah, we can go through some horrendous things on earth, some terrible things, feel pain and all these things, but the idea of like a hell is something worse than even that, to where the same on the other flip side of the coin is the heaven is something far greater than anything you can even possibly experience on earth.
Yeah, see, I just believe that all the souls go to, we have one, I would say heaven, if you want to say for you know, lack of a better word, I would say we have a heaven that we all go to. Even the crappiest of people that made those decisions to go do the school shooting, I believe their soul crosses over to heaven. Now, whether they carry negative karma with them and they have to come back and now experience whatever they have to experience, that's kind of what I see is like, okay, your soul, you did this stupid thing, you went and killed a bunch of kids, whatever the case is, you shot yourself, your soul crosses over, but now you don't have that choice of staying there, and now you are coming back and you're going to experience whatever heaviness with that, because you just created that negative karma, that negative energy for yourself. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, but do you think those people that do those acts, or let's say like a serial child rapist or something horrendous, do they go to this heavenly place as well when they die, or do you think?
Well, I believe their soul does cross over to that, but I think you're now taking with you this negative. But see, that's the thing. I do believe there is like this dark space. I just don't know if they stay in the dark space, like say that soul crosses over, like leaves the body, and they go stay in this negative space for eternity, like kind of like I was taught when I was young. I don't know if that's the case, just from what I've been learning over the last several years. I feel like it's like you cross over, but then you are sent back. Maybe there's kind of like a purgatory place, like you're kind of like in this space where you...
Only if you're Catholic.
Right, exactly. Only if you're Catholic, exactly. Like, that's why I don't know, like, other than those words that I've been handed, right? But it's like, you know... I know that I don't know. I believe that the soul comes back and has to now carry the heaviness that you...
Okay. So that's kind of the punishment, is now
you're coming back, and now you're literally going to experience a life with that heaviness plus whatever else you had to come through. See what I'm saying? Until you clear everything. Okay. You know? It's like someone it's like people like, I watched a documentary, I think it was Sweden, don't quote me on that, but where they have like, they reform people big time. So there was like a guy, they have these... Instead of just a prison like we have where you just throw them in there and feed them and whatever and they're there, right? They actually work with these people every single day and they want to help them be reformed and get better and whatever. So there was a guy that was learning all his culinary skills, and he had been like a serial killer. And so the person doing the documentary, the reporter, was like, am I okay being here with you with knives? Like literally just like, you know, like, is this okay? You know? And he's like, oh yeah, you know, he's like, literally he explained how, you know, how he looks at everything differently now and all this stuff, because they teach these people to be able to put them back out in society. And so that they're...
I'd just like to go to that restaurant.
I know.
Oh, this is Ted Bundy's Steakhouse over here. You know,
exactly.
No, he's reformed. I swear.
He's reformed. He's good.
It's cow. I promise me. I promise you, it's cow meat.
It's not a person. Jeffrey Dahmer did not put a human head in your...
Oh my god.
You know? It's like, geez, you know. So yeah, I mean, but I believe that people can be reformed like that, right? You know, I mean,
of course,
I do believe that. And so that's why. So it's like, you know, you have a scenario like that where they're still here on Earth, they reform, they go out and they start doing good.
So you think the same thing can happen in an afterlife?
I believe so. So like, you know, your soul leaves, you come back with that heaviness, you do whatever, but hopefully in this lifetime you can come back and kind of like clear all that.
And are you personally satisfied with that kind of a like when you think of somebody, again, like somebody horrendous, like somebody who's raped multiple children, young children, do you think I'm okay with that being their punishment, to just go through this life and reform and become better?
It's not my place to judge it. Do I agree with any of that? Absolutely not. Do I agree with pedophiles?
No, I know you. I know you don't. Yes, no.
But what I'm
if you did agree with it, I'd ask you to leave.
Yeah, what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly.
Because I can handle a lot of stuff on here, but that's one thing I couldn't.
Well, no, my thing is not. I'm not God, the All-Creator, to judge that.
And I understand that.
You know what I mean?
But I'm just asking you for your personal view.
For personal, do I think that's no? I mean, if
would that be satisfactory to you? Like to make it horrendously personal. Like I do this with everybody, so don't take offense. But it was like one of your kids.
Yeah.
And you knew the guy who did this to your kids.
Yeah.
And then say he got life in prison. He spent the rest of his life in prison. Mm-hmm. And then at the afterlife, he didn't really have any eternal punishment other than just trying to learn from his mistakes. Mm-hmm. Would you feel satisfied with that, or would you feel like, no, I wish that he had more hurt and pain?
From my human standpoint, no.
Okay.
I mean, from my human standpoint, I'd want to go kill myself.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, in all honesty, if I'm looking at it from that flesh me, that warrior side of me, I'm like, yeah, let me just go take him out. Right.
But a warrior of light.
Oh yeah, warrior of light.
So there you go.
That's why my buddy and I. That's the reason we went with that. The reason we went with that name.
Yeah.
Honestly, is because he's ex-military. I'm ex, like the law enforcement, the EMS, all these different things, right? Mm-hmm. And so we both had that side of us in us that was like, we'll just go shoot somebody, if we had to, right? Not for fun, but if we need to go do what we got to do, we got to do it, right?
Yeah.
But we both have, I guess, shifted so much into the spiritual aspect of our lives to where it's like, do we want that there all the time? No. Do I want to live in a state of my warriors is ready to go every second? No. I always tell people my warriors are asleep, but if I need it, it's there. Right?
Yeah.
But would I rather not do anything with violence? Absolutely. I'd rather
of course. And I think that's most people, way.
But it's just,
sometimes it's necessary.
But sometimes it's
necessary. But you hope it's never necessary.
Yeah. But I just think when I look at any scenario like that, I try to live from a space of, like I said, do I agree with any of it? Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Do I want to judge any of it? I don't want to do that either.
And I agree with you. It's not our place to make those calls. Decide, I guess as we're talking about the character of God, I guess I'm kind of in a blasphemy kind of way asking if we agree with a God who would not necessarily punish behavior like that.
It's kind of crazy. I don't know. I saw this. It was like a case study one time, but it was not Mennonites, but I think it was the Amish family, and a gentleman had killed one of their children. I think shot him, did whatever they did, whatever the case was.
Yeah.
And the family went to court and literally forgave him in court. The guy got life in prison, whatever it was, but they forgave him, sent him love, to him. He broke down crying, literally passed out in court. He was like, holy crap.
Yes.
That to me is a huge picture of God's love.
Oh, for sure.
You can go this is a killer of your child.
Yes.
And you can go in there and forgive him to his face and love him and not want to go strangle him.
I go as far as saying, to me personally, when I see videos like that, first of all, I can't even watch them. It break down so hard.
Yeah.
But I'm like, that to me is proof that God exists.
Absolutely.
Because that forgiveness that human being just gave another human being is not that human being. That cannot be. There is no way. Because I've seen guys that this guy literally raped and murdered his 12-year-old daughter, and they forgive him right there in the courtroom. It's crazy to me. I think that is a divine thing. There's no way a human being is capable of that kind of forgiveness.
See, and that's why I say that. And that's why I say the difference between the human aspect of things and the soul level of things, right?
Yeah.
That's why when you ask a question like that, I look at it from I tend to try to look at things from a soul level now.
Yeah.
My human mind, my monkey mind is like, oh, go shoot him, right? But, but my soul's like, is that the way you really want to handle it? I'm like, no.
Right.
It's obviously those are horrendous scenarios to be in, but to be able to respond like some of those families have, like you said, that showed me. I remember the first time I saw that clip, I was like, "That's amazing!" How could they do that? Right?
Yeah.
But that's because it's coming from, like you said, it's coming from a divine level, which is what we all are, is divine. I mean, we're in human form. Like I said, we're spiritual beings having a human experience, right?
Right.
We just take the human side of it too far sometimes.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
I try to do everything from a soul level. That's just since I've always had a really big heart toward things and toward people, toward everything.
Yeah.
But I say since 2017, it's gone even deeper to the fact of me saying it's not my place to judge anyone or anything. It's my place to try to help and make as much of a difference as I possibly can while I'm here.
Yeah.
Love as much as I can while I'm here unconditionally. Doesn't mean it's going to be easy, because obviously there's definitely scenarios where I'm just very challenged.
Yeah.
But I do catch myself in moments of judgment, like she knows we'll talk about it. I catch myself in moments of judging somebody And I'll stop and have a conversation with myself. I'm like, is this your place to judge that person? Do you know what they're going through? Do you know why this action was taken? Like the guy yesterday. He was drunk. He's all over the place. I told her we got back to my mom's minutes later, and I'm like, I wonder what he's going through in his life. Like, what is he struggling with?
There's always a story, right?
There's always something, right?
Yeah.
And it doesn't give him an excuse. I always tell people, this doesn't give any... When I explain these things, I'm not giving anyone an excuse for their actions.
Right.
I'm literally looking at it from a different space from other than my ego telling me, oh, go and this. There's like, no. I don't know what he's going through and what's happening, and so let me give him grace.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So when people come to me and they struggle with things, and I'm open, I'm like a safe place for them to talk to, I'm like, I'm not here to judge you.
Right.
I'm here for you to have a space to come and talk.
Yeah.
And let's see how we can try to work through this stuff.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
We all need that.
Of course.
Like, but
no, I agree with that
unfortunately,
completely.
the human condition is let's go put people down and talk bad about each other. You know what I mean? Because I'm better than you. Well, no, you're really not. You know, that's that whole one thing greater than the other. There isn't, you know, because at the end of the day, they're all on the same playing field. You know, they're all equal. You know.
Yeah. So. You say one sin greater than the other.
Yeah. Because people always do like, well, you did this and I did that. Yours is worse, and it's like, well, we're all missing the mark there, babe.
Yeah, and I think from a spiritual sense, this is a question that comes up a lot in like Christian circles. Like all sin, people say, well, all sin's the same. All sin's the same. I agree in the sense of like it's all bad and it's all like you're talking about judgment and all that. I can't judge someone else for their sin if I'm committing a different one or whatever. That's all the same in that sense. But like if we're talking about, you know, with my wife, you know, because Jesus says that lustful thoughts is a sin. He also says adultery is a sin. Yeah. But if my wife comes to me and she says, you know, I had lustful thoughts about a coworker, that's gonna suck. And be like, oh, bummer, you know. But if she comes to me and says, oh, I slept with my coworker last night, which one of those two is going to affect me more?
Oh, of course.
The second one, I'm be like, whoa, no, you know. But yeah, they're both sin. Yeah. But the consequences of those sin are different, right? They're both not good. Neither one of them are good things, but one is far worse as far as the consequences that's going to take place.
As far as how you're going to take it, what you're going to feel from it, of course, absolutely,
right.
And how it's going to affect your life. But at the end of the day, I mean, like I tell people, at the end of the day, work on releasing all of them.
Yeah.
You know, which is like that's why I say with myself, whatever it is that I've looked at, that I've struggled with, whether it was just in thought or in action or both or whatever the case is how can I work at eliminating all of those, right? And it's like I may never be perfection, but I can always work toward it and always have a vision of me being my best and highest version, which is constantly being aware of those things, not in a stressful manner. Like I tell people, I don't work on myself in a stressful manner. I just work on myself because I want to. Right. Like how can I? Okay, I just had that thought. How can I work on erasing that? You know what I mean? Sure. I just judge that person. How can I become better at not doing that again? You know, next time I'm in that scenario, how can I respond differently? You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah. I'm consistently self-evaluating just because I'm like, I can always be better.
Yeah. Yeah. Until you get to that stage where you're better than everybody, and then you've arrived.
Well, you know, there I am. then I'll be, you know, like Trump. Put me on the stage.
Hey, man, I'd vote for you. How about, do you believe that absolute truth exists?
Absolute truth.
Do you know what that means? Like absolute? Okay.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't think anyone knows enough. It is a Wayne Dyer quote. What did he say? He goes, "No one knows enough to be a pessimist." You know. So I mean, I don't know. I don't know that any one of us knows enough to say that this is the absolute truth.
Well, that wasn't my question. My question is, do you think it exists? Whether it's just with God and only God has an absolute truth, or if we can know it or not know it?
I think there's an absolute truth.
Okay. God. You think God is that standard of absolute truth? Everything God is
I would believe so.
Is absolute truth. So. Okay. But like when we take things like just common, you know, this is a pen. Would you say that's an absolute truth?
No, it's a man-made thought or concept.
Okay. Well, the word I'm using.
Yeah.
But the function of what it is, what's in it, it is the definition of a pen. Like she could say, "No, Ryan, that is a slice of pepperoni pizza." Right, her statement would be incorrect.
Yeah,
right,
or I could say that's a shank. Right, I mean,
well,
you're saying it's a pin.
You could say yes,
I
but
can use that for many things. I can.
But see, I
can unlock a door. You know.
Right. You could use the pen for different things. Yeah. And you could say, in this sense, it is a lockpick. In this sense, it's a shank. It's to stab somebody, or whatever. Sure, but it's still a pen.
Yeah.
But
just what if
the
I
truth.
want to say that's a French bulldog?
Well, that's what I'm saying, and I would support your right to say so. Yeah. But you'd be wrong.
Okay.
Right? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, but what if in my mind the pin was barking at me, you know?
Well, then I would help you get into one of those facilities we talked about. I'd be like, this is my friend Brian. He's the pin's barking at him. So I mean, whatever you got to do there. I don't know what your philosophy
you know what
is.
the protocols are.
Yeah. I don't know how you deal with something like that, but it's not okay. There's something going on there.
Okay, in that sense, yes. Then there's that absolute truth that's a pin.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Well, because I've met people that would totally they would take what you just said and they would go so far as to saying, if you believe that's a bulldog that's barking at you, it actually is a bulldog that's barking at you simply because you believe it to be so.
Yeah. See, I don't think I look at it that way at all.
Okay. Yeah, I got into a discussion with somebody one time about it's kind of a famous discussion because everybody I know knows about it, but it's the lawnmower and the banana. And this friend of mine, good friend of mine, we talk all the time. He very different spiritual beliefs than me. In fact, he'd probably line up more with some of what you believe than what I believe. But he was talking about, we had a banana there, and I was like, okay, well, this the absolute truth is this is a banana. Mm-hmm. And he says, yeah, but what if someone has dementia, and they literally, like, they're not joking around, like, they honestly think that's a lawnmower. Mm-hmm. They really believe it with all their heart, soul, and mind, mm-hmm. right? And I said, okay, what do you think about that? He goes, then it is a lawnmower. Mm-hmm. I said, no, it's still a banana. And then he started talking about how, like, for years people believed, I'm assuming you guys aren't flat earthers, but for years people believed the earth was flat and like all this stuff. And
it's not?
So that'd be a whole nother couple hours. But I mean, like, so for years they believed it was flat. So therefore, I said, yes, but it wasn't flat. It was still, the whole time they believed it was flat, it was round, right? That fact was still there. Yeah. So anyway, it got down to the point of saying, I told him, I said, okay, look, I said, let's say it's me. Let's say I have dementia, and I really believe that this banana is a lawnmower. He goes, okay. I said, is it a lawnmower? He goes, yeah. I go, what happens if I take it outside and try to cut my grass with it? Is it going to cut my grass? Mm-hmm. He says, well, no. Why not? Mm-hmm. If it actually is a lawnmower, why won't it cut my grass? Mm-hmm. You know why it won't cut my grass? Because it's a banana, mm-hmm. regardless of what I believe about it, mm-hmm. you know? So personally, in my beliefs, I take that into, like, Christianity, and mm-hmm. this is where I'm going to this is probably we'll end on this because we're really rolling. 4 hours we've been going. Woo-wee! So this is kind of where I'm going to ask your thoughts on, like, some of my beliefs. Mm-hmm. But I mean, when I view Christianity and Scripture, specifically Christian Scripture, I see that as absolute truth. Mm-hmm. I see when I hold beliefs, and this probably gets into some of the rules and stuff you're talking about, but like I personally don't think I can trust myself. Like I don't know what my soul thinks. I don't know what my mind thinks. I don't know any of that stuff. So I need to take what I've seen through my studies as being a divine book that's been passed down forever, and it holds up and it's true and all that, as something as a standard for me to compare beliefs to. If I say, you know, I'm really mad at that guy, he stole my girlfriend, mm-hmm. I'm going to go kill him, and I feel justified in that, and maybe everything in me says, yeah, you are totally justified, man. That guy, or even let's take it even farther, he killed your kid. Mm-hmm. I'm totally justified in killing that guy. He killed my kid. Mm-hmm. How dare that guy, you know? But then I read Scripture and no, murder's wrong. Oh, crap. You know? Mm-hmm. I mean, that's a stupid example because, like I said, most of us inherently know murder's wrong anyway. Mm-hmm. And I think that morality comes from somewhere. But anyway, so I mean, that's kind of what I would compare stuff to. That's why I keep talking about a standard, mm-hmm. a moral standard, or a God standard, or mm-hmm. whatever we want to call it. Because I feel like if we're just going off of our own thoughts and beliefs and what I feel, what I think, what I've been told, all this kind of stuff, then you can come up. You have no defense of saying this is not a lawnmower. If that's your only standard, is what I think, and I really think it's a lawnmower, then by that definition, it is a lawnmower, right?
So you were saying that you don't know what your mind or your soul thinks. Mm-hmm. So when you,
I can't trust it, I guess I should say.
So when you feel something from maybe, and a lot of people don't discern the two, right? But when mm-hmm. you feel something from in here as opposed to just a thought up here, you don't feel a difference.
I think there's a difference, but I think what I feel in here is emotion, which I also don't trust.
But emotion is also very fleeting and temporary, right? So
yeah.
like soul right. is at a state of just like peace. So when I have something coming out of my heart, mm-hmm. what I feel is coming from my heart, from my soul, right?
Sure.
There's not a doubt, and I'm not convincing myself of it,
mm-hmm.
right? Now my brain, my mind, my monkey mind will convince me of, go do this thing that's going to make me feel good. Could be, like you said, go kill the guy that killed your kids. It's going to make you feel good. It's going to make you feel like you got justice,
sure.
right?
Sure.
When my soul's like, that's not your place, right? So my brain might be telling me that, but then I catch my thoughts and I'm like, is that actually truth, or is that just an emotion of anger, right? Hurt
sure.
and anger. Now my brain's telling me, go do this action.
Yeah.
That's supposedly going to bring you peace. You're going to go do that action, and you're still not going to have peace at the end of the day, because you're going to feel at a heart level, I probably shouldn't have done it. I just
sure.
intensified what already happened.
But is the discernment happening in your mind or in your heart?
I feel like so I'll have the conversation in my mind, right? Mm-hmm. But my heart, if I sit back and what is actually best for me, like what is the best thing for me to do, I don't have a doubt in here. So it's my intuition. I feel like I say intuition, soul, right? It's speaking to me.
Okay.
It's like, this is your best decision. I can look back on certain scenarios of even something simple, like I shouldn't have gone out. A night I went out, shouldn't have gone out. Shouldn't have got on a New Year's Eve, drank, and got a DUI.
Sure.
Before even going, just sincerely something inside of me, like my mind was like, it's going to be fun, I'm blah, blah, whatever. Something inside of me hours before going was like, don't even go to that. Don't do that. Don't even bother, right? But I was a single dude. I'm going to go out. I'm going to have a great time.
Yeah.
Went against that feeling, that happened. I now look back and I'm like, that was just one scenario, one scenario I'm giving. But
yeah.
I'm like, had I listened to that deep feeling that was coming from in here, I would have just stayed home.
But aren't you kind of filtering that through the lens of knowing that circumstance of drinking and driving, that's wrong? Yeah,
but at the same time, I wasn't even going to drive that night.
Well, right.
I wasn't going to drive.
Okay. So you're saying you were convicted, or your soul was telling you just don't go at all?
Just don't go, and don't even do that whole thing, right? I just felt myself telling me, don't go do that whole thing. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Or like the conviction of after doing like something that you shouldn't have done, and then something happens. I feel like that down feeling inside of me is more, not even feeling. It's something. I feel like it's something deeper. Like you knew this was affecting. Like this was going to affect you. This is going to affect another person. Why?
Sure.
Why?
Sure.
Right. I just feel like that comes from God. God already placed these, if you want to say standards, God already placed this inside of you. What's going to affect you and others in a light that's not going to lift you or them up, right? As a whole. Yeah. That's already there. So like I say, and the reason I say the scripture, because I do love a lot of scripture. I feel like what Jesus was teaching was often misinterpreted.
Okay.
And people have rewritten the Bible and scriptures and left things out. You know what I mean? So that we don't understand. I feel like Jesus was teaching us the power that we have within us. Like he says, at least among me can do what I do and even greater. Is trying to say you have the power to heal. You have the power to create. You have the power to do these great things. But we're told that we don't. I mean, in Catholicism, we're told that we don't. Right? It's like you don't have any power. You're just.
Well, I mean, I would say that. I'm not a Catholic, but I mean, as far as my Protestant beliefs about Scripture and what Jesus taught, I think it's Him that does great things through us. I don't think I personally have the ability to heal people, because if I did, I mean, I would be healing everybody all the time.
But what if you did believe that? What if Jesus came to you and was like, "Hey, you do have the power. You just have to believe. You have to know with the knowing that you can't heal somebody, right? That you can pray or meditate on healing for somebody,
right?
And they'll have this spontaneous healing. It may not happen overnight. Like Jesus touched somebody, they're healed, right?
Right.
But you consistently do so. This person says, I don't want to be medicated. Like, I have cancer. I'm not going to do any treatment. Yeah. I'm going to just do natural means. And then you're consistently praying with and for that person, meditating over healing over them. Sure. And they go in remission, it's gone. And the doctor's like, I don't know how that's happening.
Yeah. So, I mean, so let's say that scenario happens. Let's say Jesus doesn't even come to me. I mean, like, inform, and he's like, Ryan, I need you to, Yeah. But let's say, like, I have a family member who is exactly what you just said. They have terminal cancer. They've been given a week to live or whatever. They're on their way out. They're in hospice. The whole deal. They're like, I'm not doing chemo. I'm not doing radiation. Forget all of it. I'm just gonna die. And I happen to be visiting them in the room or whatever, and I'm praying for them. And I'm just praying whatever I'm praying. Lord, I know this looks like the end, but I know you're all powerful. You can do anything. There's nothing that's beyond your capabilities. If it's your will, again, going back to His will, if it's your will to heal them, then I know you can, right? It's not a matter of you not being able to. You're not up there going, oh, I really wish I could heal this person from cancer, but oh man, my hands are tied. It's never that with God, right? God is all powerful. He can do anything at any point. So if I'm asking Him to do that, and let's say that happens, miraculous. Like you said, the doctors come in like, we have never seen anything like this. This woman was going to die tomorrow. And now all the cancer is gone. She's dancing on the bed. She's running around the room. And then she lives another 50 years or something. Wow. Right? Amazing. But I would look at that and say, praise God for that.
Of course. No, that's what I'm saying.
You
it wouldn't be you. See, so
correct.
So that's the same thing. So like anything I pray for, I do whatever, I see something manifest in reality, right? I never say like, oh, Brian, good job, you did it.
Yeah.
I'm like, thank you, God, for using me. So that's why one of my prayers every morning is, God, speak to me and speak through me.
Right.
And show me how I can serve each day.
Yes.
Right. And I always know that whatever is being done through me, the words, the whatever is coming from God.
See, that's where I would struggle, because well, let me ask you this. Do you ever feel like when you have that, I'm using the word feeling loosely because I know neither one of us like that word when dealing with what we're talking about.
Yeah.
But when you have the soul thing, or the soul is speaking to you as you, has it ever happened where you were, even in hindsight, you found out that was wrong? Like you got the wrong message from that?
Never from, like, if I look back at scenarios that I can remember and like recall, I've never had something that came from here and led me wrong.
Okay.
I've had plenty of come from up here, from thought and from temporary emotions, that I was like, oh, this is probably going to be a great thing to do, and then be like, right. But when I felt it deeply and I followed that, I never looked back on it. I was like, that was a stupid decision.
Well, I'm already intrigued by the fact that you can differentiate between the what's happening from here and what's happening here.
Well, it's funny because I never understood what was going on inside of me for a long time, until the last several years that I've been just diving deeper and just trying to understand the brain-heart coherence and, like, just, the connection or the separation of the two.
Right.
But now I can look back on certain scenarios that I can remember or recall and be like, wow, like, it was speaking to me from here.
Right.
Knowing that that's what I should have done, and I listened to this and did this, and it was like, that didn't get me anywhere.
Okay.
So I tell people, oftentimes our intellect, we think it's so great, will lead us to where we don't need to be.
Right.
And if you just listen to the soul, it's like,
not you. Yeah, and and this is what, obviously I think you've spent some time studying the Christian scriptures. In there it talks a lot about the idea of, once you're a Christian, you're indwelt by Jesus, you're in by the Holy Spirit, and now you're following the Lord, but you're being led by the Spirit, right? And basically what you're describing to me,
led by the soul.
That's what it is, right? Yes, you're being led in that way, but it's the hard part for me and a lot of other Christians I talk to is the knowing how to distinguish that.
The two, how to decipher the two,
Yeah, and it's easy to say, okay, well, if you look at what we call good things, right, again, back to the standard, good and evil, if we see something that's good, we tend to think, oh, then God did that.
Yeah.
But when you look at a scenario like whatever the lady's name was, I always blank on her name, but I've used the example multiple times on here, is the lady that drowned her 4 children in the bathtub.
Susan.
Yeah.
There it is. And then when asked why, she said, well, God told me to. Now, based on nothing other than her and her telling me what she's feeling, what she's hearing from her soul, or whatever, however she words that, I have no way to debate. I cannot debate that. How do I know God didn't tell her to kill her children?
Yeah.
Now, I can look at Scripture and say murder's wrong. And if that is God telling you to do that, then he's going against his own standard, which I don't think is in God's nature to go against. There's a reason why he says murder's a sin.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So I can use that as something tangible to compare the thoughts and beliefs to. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No. 100%.
So, but again, I'm not saying that I think what you're describing and you saying, well, in the soul, my cat feeder, that's coming from the soul and you hearing from your soul is the same thing this lady's describing. Obviously, she had some issues. She had some stuff going on. I'm not saying you're having those issues, obviously, but
I think that kind of goes back to, like you're saying, like God's standard, though, right? So, like you said, like I think, of course, other beliefs and other religions and things, people will say that God's telling them to kill these people, and things, right? But again, I guess when I look at everything from a soul level, I'm like, from a heart level, I'm like, are we? Is our one creator gonna say, go and kill other humans? That's the perfect thing to do. You know what I mean? I would say that goes back up to the mind thing. That's where you have a chemical imbalance, where you have a whatever, right? Like,
well, but would you say there's ever a situation where he might say that?
To kill people? Well, like you said, to keep others safe. But even in that, to keep others safe, right?
Correct.
But even in that, you have to question: is that still as a whole? Should we even be at that place?
No.
Right.
But again, if there's free will, then we're going to get to that place in some ways, right?
I just feel like, the more of us that can be somehow try to be on a daily like life, a light, like be more Christ-like. Like I tell people,
sure.
Instead, be more Christ-like. Like be more a person of love, a person of non-judgment. Again, Jesus wasn't like, go ahead and be an idiot. It's great, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But at the same time, the more of us that can show that and emulate that, hopefully you have that butterfly effect and more takes over. You know what I mean?
Well, but he did say, and you mentioned this earlier, thank you for bringing it back up again, because I wanted to comment on it, where we say that Jesus didn't judge, but I mean, he does say, he says, judge not, right? That's the one everybody uses, judge not, but it says, judge not, lest ye be judged.
Yeah.
And the whole point is, it's the same point he's making in the plank eye parable, where he's like, he says, first remove the plank that's in your own eye, so that you can see clearly to remove the speck. He doesn't say don't try to remove the speck or don't judge your brother.
That's true.
He's saying don't be a hypocrite.
Yeah.
Don't sit here and judge me for doing the same sin you're committing. Don't be like, hey, you shouldn't be cheating on your wife while you're sleeping with 4 other women, or whatever.
Absolutely. That's
kind of what he's referring to. So I don't think Jesus necessarily taught not to judge. It was more, don't be hypocritical, right?
Yeah, don't be a hypocrite for sure. Yeah.
So, I mean, I think that we judge everything, whether it's what we want for dinner, whether it's that kind of thing. But you're talking more about, and I agree with you on this. I don't think as human beings we have the right to judge other people's souls and saying, well, you're going to hell, you're going to heaven because I think you're a terrible person, and that's solely up to God. Right. Obviously,
that's more my level. It's like you said, we make decisions on dinner, but looking at a person and me saying, that's a horrible person is not my place.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
My human mind can look at it and be like, I can't believe they did that. They're ridiculous.
Right.
But at the heart-based level, am I supposed to do that?
Yeah.
Not really.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what are your thoughts? I'll end on this. Yeah, hoping not to keep you guys too long. What are your thoughts on Christian scripture?
I honestly, when I go back to scripture now, I like and resonate with a lot of it. I just may interpret some of it differently than I used to, from what I have learned and understand now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But so like I'll read certain things that again Jesus said, and from how I used to look at it, maybe 10 years ago, to how I look at it now has shifted.
Okay.
I wouldn't say it's in a bad way. It's just more of a maybe more of an open way, more of a deeper way. I don't know how to explain.
So what he's saying is the same, but the way you're
just the way I interpret it and the way I see it.
Okay.
Yeah. Just like certain things he was teaching about, like the power of our minds and those types of things. I think I was always under the belief of being less powerful than what I believe we really are.
Okay.
Like powerful creators that we really are. I feel like that's kind of what he was teaching.
Okay.
Is that we are powerful creators just as he was. But we just, through man, we've been taught that we're not.
Okay. So it's just kind of like a view of scripture that it's not all true, but parts of it are, and then
I just feel like a lot of it has been. I just feel like it's been rewritten so many times, and it's been like misinterpreted by man. You have men that have rewritten things, and like I'm going to make it sound the way I want it to sound.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm going to put in what I want to put in, or leave out what I want to leave out.
So in theory, if you were to go and let's say study let's just take the New Testament, like with Jesus and stuff. You take the original Greek, right? It was written in Greek, and you learned how to study Greek, and you broke down the Greek, and you were able to see what it said in that original, like the original writings, basically. Do you think you could take that as being, okay, now I know this hasn't been messed with, this is the real deal? Or even then, would you think there would be...
Even then, I'd probably still have a question.
Okay. A question of like whether or not it's authentic.
Whether or not it's really authentic, yeah. Okay. You know what I mean?
Okay.
That's my only thing.
Yeah.
It's just how much have things been doctrined up, you know what I mean? That's my question on it. But again, even like Wayne Dyer, someone like him, having gone through a lot of his work, he oftentimes quoted things from Jesus or from scripture.
Sure. Oh yeah.
He did. And so...
Well, they love the Sermon on the Mount. Like Deepak Chopra always had the Sermon on the Mount around his neck and the whole deal, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like oftentimes when you see the way he explains it and breaks it down, a lot of it made a lot more sense to me than it did me just reading it out of the Bible or having a pastor say whatever the pastor said. Like oftentimes the way Wayne Dyer broke it down made a lot more sense. Right. Although it was very similar to all of the teaching, it was just maybe just the way he presented it. It's kind of the way... When I was in North Carolina, I was training this older guy. He was very much into his Christian faith and really good dude. He used to tell me all the time. He was an older guy, and he used to tell me, he goes, the way you minister it, he goes, is impactful. He goes, and very different. He goes, you'd probably be able to hit other people if you were to do that. My buddy and I talked about the one I did the podcast with. And I told him, I said, I've often felt like I wouldn't mind having like a spiritual center, kind of like a church, a place where people can come in and maybe God speak through me in a way that it impacts people that are kind of really opposed to religion and church come in and be like, oh, I get what you're saying.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I've told God, if that's something you want me to do.
Well, there's a market for that for sure, because church has burned so many people.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You know. And I think that people are searching for God, but they just don't want to do it in a sense of like, oh, I have to go in this church and be lied to or whatever the case is, you know, because of course not all churches are lying.
Well, they're searching for something. They might not even know what it is, right? They're searching to fill that hole. Like you said, that a lot of people fill with drugs and alcohol and everything else.
That's what I say. People are. We always talk about people are looking on the outside, right? And I'm always like, if you just go inside, I promise you, like that's where you'll find the true peace, right? And so I tell God, if that's what you want me to do and you want to use me for that, put me wherever you want to put me. I'll do it, because I'd love to help people see that it's always on the inside, it's not on the outside. That's what Jesus said: the kingdom of heaven's within, buddy. Yeah, it's not outside. Yeah, you know
that's true, and that's he was constantly dealing with the Pharisees and the Jewish leaders of the day who are all about the rules and regulations.
That's part of my thing is the Pharisees with the rules and regulations. Follow this is what makes you great. And Jesus is like, what are you talking about? That you can do that all day.
Well, his focus was always the heart. Jesus always said, and even you look in Old Testament, God even says he talks about a part where he's sick of their sacrifices. Yeah, these are sacrifices he told them to make. Yeah. But their heart is not in it. So he's like, I'd rather you didn't even did it.
That's why I say, that's why I tell people, you can go through the motions all day long, right? You can have the practices, but literally not care about what you're doing. Just do it and be like, hey, I'm a great person. Right. Just because you did those actions don't mean jack. Yeah. If it's not coming from you in here, then it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, and we act like God doesn't know that. Like we can hide from him. Like he can't see our heart.
I tell people, when you talk to God, if you talk to God with, like, you feel that emotion going out to God, that's what God feels our heart. Right. You can go empty words all day to God and go like, but then when you have the emotion behind it, God's like, that's what I'm talking about. You actually care about this. Yeah. And that's why I tell people, like, feel it. When you're sitting in a meditation or a prayer, I mean, I can feel what I'm putting out there. I oftentimes come out of meditation or prayer crying, like, in tears, and I think it's because I can feel what I'm putting out. Right. You know, but you have so many people who's like, oh, I went and meditated and I prayed. Good job. Or, you know,
where's my sticker?
Yeah, I went to Catholic church and I kneeled down 10 times, stood up 10 times. Aren't I great now? Like, no.
Yeah, but look at these quads.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. Yeah. So that's my thing when it comes to all of that. I'm like, no, it's not about your actions, but it's about what you actually want to do inside. That's why I told her, I was like, you know, the internal is what's the very most important to me. Yeah. It's like, what are you carrying inside? You know, you have that pure, beautiful heart. That's what captures me. You know what I mean? So.
Very cool, man. Yeah. All right, we made it. We're at the end.
Absolutely.
Unless there's anything else you want to go down.
I think that's good.
All right.
Obviously, I can be all day going down.
Yeah, I know, huh? Yeah. This was fun. This was a blast. So. Very, very cool.
I hope you enjoyed listening to this episode. Don't forget to tell all of your friends, and please subscribe to the YouTube channel. For feedback, you can reach me at my email, which is whycan'twetalkaboutthat@proton.me. Thanks.